little hippie hut down a country road. There's a girl named Jonesy with a carefree soul. She's got chickens in the yard, running wild and free, and she's rolling up her life in a sweet green dream. Jonesy in her hippie hut, life's a breeze, smoking that good stuff, feeling so at ease, with the chickens clucking and the sun so bright. Jonesy's living in her own kind of life. She wakes up with the sunrise, no shoes on her feet, dancing in the garden to a reggae beat. She's got a peace sign hanging on her front porch swing, and a big old smile for everything. Jonesy in her hippie hut, life's a breeze, smoking that good stuff, feeling so at ease, with the chickens clucking and the sun so bright. Jonesy's living in her own kind of life. She's got no worries, just the earth and sky, living her life, no need to try, with a heart full of love and a head full of dreams. Jonesy's riding on life's sweet stream. Jonesy in her hippie hut, life's a breeze, smoking that good stuff, feeling so at ease, with the chickens clucking and the sun so bright. Jonesy's living in her own kind of life. So if you ever feel lost or caught in a bind, just think of Jones and you'll surely find that the simple life's the one that's truly free, in a hippie hut just like Jones, and you see. So if you ever feel lost or caught in a bind, just think of Jones and you'll surely find that the simple life's the one that's truly free, in a hippie hut just like Jones, and you see.
Hey y'all. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Hello. I'm so glad to see y'all. Okie, Queen Bella, Kate the Magnificent. Yep. Hello, little babies. I hope everybody's safe from the storms from last night. It didn't get nowhere near as bad here as they said it was going to. So I'm 100% grateful. Hey, Lana, Betty Boop, Steph B. One Shot. How you doing, baby? Happy Friday. It's Friday. Hey, Lindsay Lee. All right, so we're going to start this live off. Deets will be joining me. Oh, here she comes. Oh, shit. Can't.
You like that?
I fucking love that.
I told Nenya that I'm not gonna keep borrowing Clyde. I gotta get my own.
That should not be so funny, but it is.
You know, I tried to do an AI, just like a blonde girl with shoulder length, wavy hair, blah blah blah, and it just kept looking so weird. So I took the AI person off the horse and added my Bitmoji.
Oh my god, it's so perfect though.
Yes,
Oh,
Clyde's
shit.
got a girlfriend.
What's her name? Did you name her yet?
I haven't named her yet. I just got her, so we got to give her a name.
Clyde and Clementine.
Something majestic.
Well, Clementines.
That's not quite majestic.
Shit. Hey, Earth. That hurt my stomach.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even tell you. I was like, I'm gonna surprise her. And
That
it
is
has I
the
know
best
my
surprise.
yeah, my horse has 4 legs.
Let me look.
Not to rub it anything to mental or anything.
Fun yuck.
My girl's got all 4 legs.
It's fucking great. Well, you know that's what we're gonna hear from doing this stream. Oh, the
That's
moral
why. That's why I did
authority.
it. You told me that. You're like, hey, people are gonna be like, oh, you guys think you're the moral authority. I'm like, well, let me get my own damn horse then.
Can't. I can't.
Hey, Allie. Hey, everybody. I like to say hey to everybody.
Hey, B&B. Hey, Allie. Hey, Green. So I want to start out by going over this video you sent me. It explains to us what a noble lie is, okay? For those who
Oh, yeah.
might not know, because I didn't know. And Deets explained it to me and then sent me this video, and I was like, oh my God, that's so perfect. So we're going to go over this real quick.
Today we're going to discuss the noble lie. It's a term that's been around for centuries, but has been discussed more frequently in recent years. The idea is simple. Sometimes rulers and leaders must use deception in order to maintain social order, protect the public, and promote the common good. But is this term really as noble as it sounds? The concept of the noble lie has a long and complex history, dating back to ancient Greece. The term originated in Plato's Republic, where he used it to describe a myth that would be told to the citizens of the ideal state in order to maintain social order and unity. According to Plato, the noble lie was a necessary tool for the ruling class to maintain control over the masses, as it would inspire loyalty and obedience in the citizens. In his influential work of philosophy, Plato argues that a just society must be ruled by a philosopher king who uses the noble lie to maintain order. The lie would be
Oh my God, Tim, you wrong
What?
for that, bro. Look at this comment.
Oh my gosh. I was trying to connect to the chat and it kicked me out. So I'm sorry I'm not typing it in the chat. Hi, everybody.
You still can't see the chat?
No, I can see it, but it won't let me type in it for some reason. It keeps kicking me out. So that's okay.
Oh, well, you can keep trying if you need to while this plays. I'll keep adding you back.
Okay.
that every person was born with a specific metal in their soul that determined their role in society. The noble lie was justified by Plato as being necessary for the good of the state, but has been criticized by subsequent philosophers for its manipulative nature. The concept of the divine right of kings was a noble lie used by monarchs in Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries. It claimed that the king's right to rule came directly from God and could not be questioned by its subjects. This idea was used to justify the absolute power of monarchs and was heavily criticized by Enlightenment thinkers who argued for the rights of individuals and the need for government by consent. Immanuel Kant was a strong critic of the noble lie, arguing that lying was always morally wrong. In his groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, Kant argues that the moral value of an action depends on the intention behind it. Therefore, even if a lie seems justifiable in the short term, it is ultimately immoral because it undermines the trust that is necessary for a just society. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was a political philosopher who in his book The Social Contract argued that the ideal society is one in which citizens are bound together by a shared sense of identity and purpose. Rousseau did not use the term noble lie. His ideas about creating a shared myth or narrative are relevant to the concept. In his Discourse on Inequality, Rousseau argues that the development of private property and social hierarchies was the result of deception and manipulation by the powerful. He argues that an ideal society is one in which all citizens are equal and no one is able to manipulate or control others through deception. During the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany, propaganda was used to manipulate the German people into supporting the Nazi regime. One example was the myth of the stab in the back, which claimed that Germany had not really lost World War I, but had been betrayed by Jews and other subversive elements. This myth was used to rally support for the Nazis and was a key component of the propaganda campaign. This myth is similar to the Lost Cause of the South, which claims that the American Civil War was not about the issue of slavery, but was a just response against so-called Northern aggression. In her book, The Oranges of Totalitarianism, political theorist Hannah Arendt argued that the use of noble lies was a key component of totalitarian regimes, as they sought to control their citizens through misinformation and propaganda. Arendt's work continues to be relevant today, particularly in the context of the proliferation of misinformation and fake news in the digital age. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher who lived in the 20th century, criticized the noble lie in his work Discipline and Punish in the context of the modern prison system. Foucault argues that the use of deception and manipulation to control prisoners is a key component of the modern penal system, which he sees as a mechanism for social control and oppression. The US government used the noble lie during the Vietnam War to justify the conflict to the American people. The government claimed that the US was fighting to prevent the spread of communism and to protect freedom and democracy in South Vietnam. However, as the war dragged on, it became increasingly clear that the noble lie was a false narrative and public support for the war eroded. Unfortunately, the American government had not learned from this lesson and has used the noble lie in a number of other contexts to justify aggression and intervention, such as the claim that Iraq possessed nuclear weapons and an invasion was not only necessary but noble. In the modern era, the noble lie has been used in a variety of contexts, from religious myths and legends to political propaganda. Some have argued that it can be a necessary tool to maintain social order, particularly in times of crisis, while others see it as a dangerous threat to democracy and freedom of thought. If you're a regular on this channel, you can guess which camp I fall into. Spoiler alert, it's the latter. Despite their different approaches and areas of focus, all of these thinkers were concerned with the potential dangers of deception and manipulation in society. They saw the use of the noble lie as a threat to individual freedom, social justice, and democratic governance.
Oh.
As such, their work continues to be relevant today, particularly in the context of the ongoing debates around the role of truth and transparency in politics and society. That's it for this video. Thanks.
Okay, so Deetsy, you want
I
to
know.
wrap that up in a nutshell?
So I'll tell you how when I told Jones that I'm like, I got an idea for the title. I'm like, let me know if you need me to explain what a noble lie is. She's like, yes, please. I told her I've been digging into like Orwellian shit lately, so hold tight. But basically, a noble lie as applied to this context and this community, and you guys, it's not directed towards anyone in particular. You can think of creators for yourself as who you might think is doing this, but it's a lie that they either tell themselves or subscribe to their, get push out to their subs to justify their actions and why they do what they do, such as, we have to abolish the tragedy pimps. It's the only way we're going to save the case. It's noble, and therefore you take on that cause. You pick up your pitchfork and you join in on the hate because it's the only way that anybody's going to help Sebastian. And there's so many other examples as to how
And that's kind of what we
works. Yeah.
I would say that's kind of, look, Nunya, look at Deetz's horse.
My horse has 4 legs, Nunya. Jelly.
I would say that we have all been caught up in the noble lie.
Absolutely. And it's not just like telling our subscribers. And I think sometimes we do it subconsciously too. Like, we convince ourselves that the narratives that we're pushing or the agendas that we're pushing are noble, when really they're not helping anything at all. And sometimes I wonder, is it making it worse?
Well, and I think that goes back to the awareness, right? People say, well, what are you doing this for? Why are you replaying this? Why are you talking about it? And I would always say, for awareness, for the next parents that may stumble across, who knows if they would stumble across my video or my live.
We would all say that.
Right. But only to an extent. And then it becomes harmful. Then you become being part of the problem, not a solution to the problem. And I think that's what we have going on in this community right now.
I do too. Well, based on what you've told me. And like Lana Kay said, she's like, I'm not even going to lie. I remember being in that group at some point or another thinking I'm doing it right. I think we all have. That's the point. That's why this isn't like directed at anyone specific. It's like, I think we've all been in that position where we think we're doing something for good. Then we step back from it for a moment and we're like, ooh, that wasn't for good. And in fact, I added to the muck. I added to the circus. I made things worse. But I justified it, I think that it's a generalization because it can apply to so many things.
Absolutely. And I want to go over because I didn't want to replay Brittany J. Okay, here's what we're going to start on. We're going to start on the post where I asked Brittany J for red flags. Okay.
Mhm.
I said, Brittany J, I understand you feel people attack Seth while you also feel like people don't do the same to Chris. Can you possibly list the red flags you got from Chris and Katie through their interviews when you go live tonight? If not, can you list the red flags under this community post? Thanks in advance. I meant that sincerely, but I don't think she understood the assignment because she went live and they've been taken
Mhm.
down now. The red flag lives, I don't see them anymore.
Oh no.
Um,
So do you don't have them to review?
well, no, I'm not, and
Mm.
no, I've got some screen recordings, but I don't even want to
Okay.
do that because what she did was she pulled up interviews and went through the interviews and every little thing that she thought was weird. She said, "This is a red flag. This is a red flag." No, baby,
That's not
that's
a
you
red flag.
nitpicking. That's you
Yeah.
nitpicking. That's not red flags. So,
That would be
uh,
an opinion too. Well, sometimes it could be an opinion, you know, if you're just saying, "Oh, because I listened to someone today. Oh, it was Betty. I've been dipping my toe back into the chroma pool, y'all, and I don't know why I started with Betty. Oh, well, God help me, but a lot of the things that she was saying. Oh, see this that's she didn't call it a red flag, but she was like, "That's suspicious. That's this or that." I was like, "No, that's your opinion that it's that way."
yeah,
And you're going into it with a bias already, so of course you can spin it in whatever way you want it to be.
well, that kind of leads into this. Somebody, because they were talking on the red flag live, Nana's butterfly, dragonfly, I don't know her name, but she was like, "Oh my God, somebody went under under that post and made a list of red flags." And I just thought they were all so factual and they were just so good.
Oh,
And
let's
that's
hear
not
them.
the case. Okay. A lot of these are opinions. So the first red flag is Chris and Katie have shown no sense of urgency to find Sebastian.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion. How do you know? You weren't there.
Yeah, none of us were that I'm aware of.
Chris saw Sebastian as a thorn in his side, and Chris didn't want Sebastian in his house. Opinion.
Opinion.
How do you know Chris seen Sebastian as a thorn in his side?
Well, my question, Jones and two, is like, what has he said that makes you guys think that he's a thorn? Because he had said, repeatedly how much he loved him, things they did together. And honestly, Chris was gone a lot for work. So I just don't feel like it was a thorn in the side
I
situation.
think I think it's little things, Beatsy. I think it's the big
Mm,
situation. I think it's when he
yeah.
that Sebastian, he doesn't want him snacking on through the night. I think it's little things like that that they feel like makes Sebastian a thorn in Chris's side when in reality it's just Chris setting boundaries for Sebastian. It's him saying, "You don't need to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and eat snacks. It's not necessary." But I think it's
Mm,
little things like that that make them think this way. And
that's
so
yeah.
again, that's an opinion. That's still not a red flag.
Right.
Chris has said a lot of things that make him look suspicious. That's another opinion.
That's a
That's not a red
straight up
flag. What the
that's a
fuck?
straight up opinion. That's like, okay, that's the point. Like you're asking for the red flags and they give you the the same thing. Like you could have reworded as, instead of giving me red flags, tell me why you think Chris is suspicious. Tell me the things Chris has said that make him suspicious. They they gave you the question, not the answer.
But then if I was to tell him that, we'd go through like to me, red flags stand out to you, right? Like
Yes.
it's something you're not gonna forget.
The belt.
Um Right. You don't have to go back through interviews and review them. The same
Mhm,
interviews you've already reviewed 100,000 times. You don't
mhm.
have to go through those interviews to find the red flags. They should be up there. They should be stuck with you because they are considered a red flag, a
Right.
warning. Chris said the best thing about Sebastian's disappearance is that Sebastian left no clues.
Well, he didn't say that. That's not
They
what Chris
swear he
said.
did in the
Mm,
comments, girl. They swear he did. I don't
It's
know. I don't
then
remember that.
I would want them to tell me where they found that, because what he said is, depending on which time they're talking about, there's two situations that he spoke on that
Mm-hmm.
they could be, combining into one that there were no clues, and it was just plain and simple, like law enforcement couldn't find any clues of anything. And again, I've heard Seth say that, like all of the parents have said that. And then Chris has spoke on about how law enforcement have told them that this case is going to be studied for years because of how complex it is.
Yes,
So
I think it's the first one that they're referring to. And I mean, if it was said the way they've put it, then yes, I would consider that a red flag. But
it wasn't
uh,
said that
when
way.
people were in the comments, if I was to show the rest of these comments, it shows people asking where to find it. And Anna's Dragonfly was on Brittany's panel saying, well, it's not up to us to show you where to find it. It's not up to us to lead you in the direction to find it. Well, yes, the fuck it is. If you want
Yeah.
people to understand things, if you want people, like, that could have been something if he did indeed say that. If they was to give the place of where to find it, it would be educating people. It would be allowing people to go and listen and hear it for themselves. The
The
fact that you don't want to help people
yeah.
and low, name,
Lead them to water. Yeah.
that makes me feel like it's just petty.
Well, and it just goes back to the simple thing of the burden of proof is on the accuser. This person is accusing Seth or Chris of saying this specific thing because it's in quotes, and I use quotes a lot too, so I get it. But like, the best thing about Sebastian's disappearance is that Sebastian left no clues. So that's a direct quote because he's quoting it, or she.
Right.
Um, they hold the burden of proof. They're making that accusation. All you have to do is tell me where to find it. I'm not telling you to play it for me. I'm not telling you to read it verbatim, but like, where do I find this? You're making this claim. Where do I find it? Because I can guarantee you, if anybody came out and said Seth said this and made a direct quote that he said that he didn't actually say, they don't want to know where it was found.
Right. Right. And I feel like in order for people to work together, in order for people to not even necessarily see things the same way, but to try to understand, even if they disagree, like this, her saying, we don't need to do the research for you. You go find it yourself. You're taken away from the case. You're taken away from
Mm,
the possibility of people working together, in
yeah.
my opinion. So
And
the
that's
next
what we
one,
need right now is people working
mm,
together. Because based on what you said and the little bit that I've watched, it just seems like a line in the sand has been drawn. Am I
yeah,
wrong in that? Okay.
no, a line in the sand has been drawn. I can tell you the sides, okay? It's BJ, Justin, Tony, Seth, Nick, the Hat, Brooks, all of them are on that side. Terry
Mm-hmm.
Lynn, all of them. Um, and on the other side is Clue. I would say Queen, um, Granny, um, Elevated Truth, which
And by
he's kind of been pulling himself back from it a little bit, which I can appreciate.
and by sides you mean parents, right? Like these
Parents,
people
yeah.
are for Seth and these people are for Chris and Katie. Is
Yep.
there any creators left out there that are like, we don't know shit about any of this? Like they're all and it, like they could all be involved or they could all be innocent. Like because we know nothing of nothing. Is there anyone left?
Well, I would say the ones that are okay. So, and don't get me wrong. I think there's certain red flags that Chris gave off at the very beginning, right? But we
Mm-hmm.
don't focus on those red flags the same way we do focus on Seth's red flags because Seth is continually putting them out. Now, when it comes to, I don't know who did what or if they did anything at all, I would say Gray Gang would be me, Chasing, Nonsense, Dutchy. I think that's it.
Really?
Hmm. We're kind of like don't attack either parents. But the problem is Brittany J and them are always saying, y'all are attacking Seth. Y'all are, accusing him of being guilty. And she just doesn't realize that they do the same thing to Chris and Katie.
Mm.
Her and Justin say, how dare y'all attack Seth and then say we do the same. But
And
ma'am,
that's what I
y'all
was
do
hearing.
the same.
That's what I was hearing a lot of today, and it was on both. It was on opposite sides too. I just watched two creators, and it was polar opposites. One was very much for Seth, and one was very much for, I don't know, for the prophets, but against Seth. Let's say that. So it's
Yeah, I
like
don't even know if
it doesn't even feel. It just, like, that's what I said. It feels like there's been a line drawn in the sand, and I just want to know, is there anybody left that's neutral?
Yeah, and that's why I was saying one shot. Like, I put Granny on the thumbnail just because she's so involved with all the chaos that's going on right now. But Granny, to me, she's trying her best to stay in the gray.
Mm-hmm.
She is. But sometimes people, the actions of these people, let's say Nick the Hat, for example, like what he did to Granny was fucked up and should not be tolerated. But also, all the streams afterwards bringing attention to what Nick did and talking about what Nick did, we're giving them what they want. Nick seen what was going on with Bullhorn Betty and how this community was acting towards Bullhorn Betty, right? He
Right.
sees it, he sees the attention of it, he wants a piece of it. That's all it is.
Well,
And
let's just be fucking honest here. There's some big money pouring in surrounding this case. Like, based
absolutely.
on the screenshots you've shown me of the chat sizes, donations and stuff, like, and I have my own opinions. Maybe they'll come out throughout this about, this whole, like, I'm not true crime shit. Like, okay, but you are talking about this little boy's case day in and day out, then what are you then? Because if you're not true crime, then that just means you're exploiting it. So pick a
Right.
side, pick a lane.
And
But there's a lot of people who are getting very fat and happy. And I don't care if people are offended by that. And I don't mean physically fat, but they are getting very fat and happy off of the viewership, the memberships, the subscriptions, the money, the content that this is providing day in and day out.
mhm.
And who's lost? And that's why I loved your thumbnail.
Sebastian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trevor. And I did mean to add Trevor. He's not a creator right now. He is, but he doesn't have his channel up and running. But I would say he's also in the gray. And think about that, because at first he was more side-eyeing Chris and Katie because of the connection, right, he had with Seth.
Yeah.
Now Betty likes to say that Trevor Lee has gone to the dark side. That's what she said. We're going to watch a video on that. Trevor Lee has gone to the dark side.
Oh my god.
And it's like,
I saw that this morning. She said he's laying down with the cockroaches. I told him, I messaged him. I said, "So you be hanging out with the cockroaches now, Trevor?"
Bombshell said, let me ask something. Nothing new has come out about this case, correct? So where does all this info coming from? Everything you're hearing right now pertaining to
drama.
Sebastian's case is drama. It's nothing factual. If you hear this person said this or this person said that, it really don't matter. What matters is Sebastian. So it's all just bullshit surrounding it, Bomb. It's sad. The next red flag was the Proudfoots have said that Sebastian walked out the front door, but Ellie said that there is no proof that Sebastian walked out of the Proudfoots' house.
They said there's no. This is the BS that people pulled in Summer's case, and they continue to pull in Summer's case. When Ellie said, when Lawson said that, how did he word it? Let me get it right. There's no proof of an abduction. There's no proof of foul play. Like, they're just vague. They're just putting it all out there. Like, basically, they're telling you in the most professional way that they can, we don't got shit. We got nothing.
Right.
And that's what they did here. There's no proof of him leaving. There's no proof of him being an abduction. There's no proof of foul play. There's nothing. But this is what I see most people picking up on, is there is no proof that he walked out of their home. Okay, but finish the rest of the sentence. There's no proof that he was taken. There's no proof that there was foul play. There's no proof of anything.
Bomb said, so again, no one knows truly what happened, and no one in my chat the other night could answer one logical question I had. It's crazy to me. What was your logical question? The one you just asked me? It is crazy. It's fucking insane. Here's the next red flag. One person saw Sebastian as a thorn in his side. Okay, she already put that.
You already said that red flag. Yeah.
Sebastian reported Mr. Chris to Sebastian's teacher, and CPS visited their house more than one time. That's a red flag to them.
I mean, the CPS visits all around are a red flag to
Or a
me,
red
but
flag, yeah,
but
for
you have
both.
to remember, yeah, there was CPS visits with Seth as well. Like it's that is a red flag for me, for sure.
This person said there should be no taking sides, but everyone should be looking at the facts and the evidence to try to find Sebastian.
But wait, scroll
But
up. Let me
none of
see.
what you just put above
Yeah,
was
that's a
factual
fact.
or evidence. The
You
next red
listed
flag.
they listed one red flag.
Let me see if Bomb answered. I was wanting to know what her question was. Oh, Allie. Allie would be a gray gang.
Mm-hmm.
No, they were telling me all these things like KP said this and that, and I asked, had anyone seen proof of anything? They all have said that nobody had. No, there's no proof. There's no proof of nothing in this case, and
No.
it's astonishing. It is. It really is. The next red flag: Sebastian didn't run away like Katie and Chris are trying to force everyone to believe. That's not a red flag. That's your opinion.
That's again your opinion.
I believe that the flashlight video has something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Again, that's your
That's
opinion.
your opinion.
But I will say the light video, I think there is more to it personally. That's my opinion. So to me, that does come off. The lights come off as a red flag to me. It's because like, what's going on over here? What's this happening?
I think I do think that there is more to it. If people so either they don't know what happened in the beginning of this case or they have quickly forgotten it because of these noble lies that creators are telling to spin. Like just the United Cajun Navy stuff bugs me. Like the way that got spun by JS for Justice and JLR created this whole cascading lie waterfall, and so you have to keep up this lie to keep that narrative that you previously pushed going, and it's a hot mess. But one of the things that was stated in the beginning was that when that Seth and Chris and Katie were all three upset with Nick Barris. None of them liked Nick Barris. They all three hated Nick Barris, and they didn't tell us why, but they just made like references of, oh, that guy's an idiot, this or that, blah blah blah. Well, then the video comes out and law enforcement addressed the video. They don't address it specifically, but it's the only video that was dropped surrounding Sebastian's case. They debunked it, said it had nothing to do with the case, blah blah blah. This part is that part's fact. This part's my opinion. I agree with you. I think it possibly does have something to do with the case, and they were asked to keep this close to the chest. And so Nick Barris getting a hold of it and releasing it out of context. You also have to remember that it was Nick Barris recorded the video on his device, whatever he used to record it. So we're watching a recording of a device. So how much of it is a glare? We're seeing a very degraded copy of whatever it is. We've been told that it's a small portion of it, not the entire thing. Size-wise, that it's like clipped down to one section and not the whole thing. Like there's just so much messiness there. And with law enforcement directly saying, and you can go see it today on the TBI website, what they've said about it. And I just think that it's something we should leave alone.
I think so too. I do. But in my mind, that's something that alerts to me. That's something that's strange to me. Texas girl, I'll say it. No one in the community or true crime. Real true crime creators do not do this with cases. All drama for money. It's a drama community, but wants to disguise as true crime. To be fair, Texas, I don't think any of us, I mean, I know Allie She's true crime. I don't think any of us claim to be true crime creators. Except for Brittany J. Brittany J thinks she's true crime and she's not. She's
I think
absolutely
Betty thinks she's
trauma.
true crime, doesn't she? I
Betty thinks she's true crime. Uh, Justin thinks he's true crime, but really, we all reside in this same trauma world.
um I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that. I already mentioned them earlier, but I actually made a post on Twitter asking the real true crime community what they think of the Sebastian Rogers case. And I said that they could message me, email me, or DM me if they wanted their answers to remain anonymous. And I've gotten some really, really great replies from some pretty big, popular true crime creators. So I'm going to try to compile something and do a live on that because
Yeah, you
hearing
should.
their thoughts, even if you guys just hear them anonymously, but hearing their thoughts is pretty eye opening. That's a fact. It's very eye opening.
All of this is eye opening. I did create, now, in all fairness, excuse me, I'm drinking a little bit tonight, y'all. If I start getting out of control, y'all tell me to get off.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, what I did with this little thing was I kind of got, and I have some of Brittany J's red flags that she said on her lives. I kind of have some of them listed. Um, the Chris Proudfoot saying that, you know, that he had taken a polygraph or would take a polygraph with Nancy Grace and then not. Um, it's a red flag for her. And that's what I'm saying. Red flags are kind of like they're going to be different for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Because there is no evidence in this case. So what you consider as alarming is going to be a red flag. But
Mm-hmm.
what she was responding to me while reviewing the interviews was every other thing they said was a problem.
Mm,
And I was like, this is impossible. You have to stop. You have to pick and choose. Like those little things can be sus to you, but it's not a red flag. A red flag's
right.
going to stand out in your mind. It's going to stand out and say, hey, this is weird. So maybe the lie detector test is one of those, or the not lie detector, the polygraph.
Polygraph.
Um, Chris always says Sebastian walked out of the house is a red flag to her.
But do you know why he says that?
Well, to me, when I heard her explaining it, to me, I was thinking, well, he doesn't think anybody came in and got him, and he
Right.
doesn't think his wife did anything to him. What does that
Right.
leave?
Right. And so, and there's also, he was asked in one interview, I'd have to look at my notes to know which one, if there was anything, no, it was Seth that was asked if there was anything outside of Sebastian's bedroom window. And no. Oh, and then the Proudfoots were also asked it in the Nancy Grace interview. And they said the mulch was not disrupted. So he didn't go out the bedroom window. All the doors in the house were locked. There's only one door that is a coded entry, therefore he can leave it and it automatically locks behind him. Otherwise, how would he have gotten out? Like he can't go out a deadbolted door and deadbolt it from the outside if he didn't take any keys or anything. But that one door that is a keypad lock, he can leave and it will lock behind itself. And so I think that's why they say they think he, walked out because there's no evidence of anything else.
Uh, will you go over this comment? Let me go grab a drink.
True crime requires a crime to have happened. We don't even know if that happened. It's about facts, documents, articles, police reports, trials, etc. Not all this craziness. Right. This is just pure drama. I don't even think it's crime anymore. It's just flat out drama. People are just going wild on each other. But I'm with you. I did hear Betty today, which I might do a live debunking her crap, but she was talking about how this has turned into a criminal investigation. No, it's not. They haven't told us that. It's an investigation into a missing young man. And they're going to investigate all avenues of that, but it has not turned criminal. Not that we've been told anyway, so there's no way she's been told that either.
Cheers, Savage. I hope you're having a good time, girl. Another one is Chris relaying the story for hold on, hold up, skirt, hold up. Let me mention this before we go on because it is something I've always thought about. It's not a red flag, it's an opinion. But since these are all opinions, I'm going to lay it out here.
She
I
gonna add
found it,
hers.
yeah, I found it weird when Chris said, when somebody asked him, well, like, how would you know? Would you hear, what was it? They said something about how would you know if Sebastian went out the window? And he was like, because if there are bushes below and if he was to fall on the bushes, we would have heard it. And
Yeah.
I
Chris
thought
said
that was
that.
weird.
Mm-hmm.
But I also
But
go
you can
back to just
excuse
like
that
when Jen
too.
Soto was saying we dropped her off at this spot. They don't literally mean we, they mean just like in general, like either of us. What do you think about that?
I agree. I think that it's, a generalization. Sometimes when I'm talking to friends and Luke's with me, I might say we to something that he wasn't even involved with. Like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
we painted the kitchen and his ass didn't lift a paint roller once, but it's just a
But we painted the
generalization of your
kitchen
speech.
last week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might say it like that. So, and then sometimes when you're speaking for your spouse, which that's another one that people are getting freaking crazy about. Oh, Katie is involved because she can't speak.
Well,
Chris
that's
has
one
to
of
do
Brittany's
all
red
this.
flags. That's her next one. Chris
Is it?
relaying the story for Katie.
Let's look at just two other popular missing children's cases in this community. Michael Vaughn and Summer Wells. And each of those, the opposite parent speaks. And actually, I could go on and on and on with the cases where the opposite parent speaks. And I have to think that if the parents are not involved in any way, just me guessing, like, okay, say none of them are involved, the opposite parent probably speaks because of the tremendous amount of fucking guilt that the parent who was there when the child went missing must carry every single day. I think it would be very hard to speak if I knew that my child went missing on my watch.
Oh, I
And
agree.
I think it's awesome that they have somebody strong enough to stand beside them and to speak for them in a lot of instances.
Mm-hmm. I agree, but I can also understand why it's sus to an extent, but I don't know to them, to Brittany J.
Like why it's a red flag for them.
Like why it's a red flag for them. Because we're all so different. We're all gonna see things differently. We're gonna interpret things differently. We're gonna project things differently. It's part of it. And that's why a lot of these disagreements come aboard because there aren't more fucking people out here on these YouTube streets being more open-minded.
Mm-hmm.
The next one was, this one was mine. This was a red flag of mine. The 3-way 911 call.
Okay,
And
see
how,
that's okay. You say why it's a red flag for you. This one's not for me.
okay. Now it wasn't for me for a little while because I
Mm-hmm.
felt like if it was me, I would be losing my ever loving fucking mind. I wouldn't be able to call.
Right.
Tony would call. But the problem is that there are things that he says afterwards that doesn't make sense in the sense of like, he mentioned something about like he told Katie, okay, they'll be there shortly, right? Well, why would he
Mm-hmm.
have to tell Katie that if Katie was on the 3-way? Does that
It
make
wasn't a
sense?
three. It wasn't a three-way call.
Okay. So you
Not
tell me what you think.
from the way I understand it. I don't know if Dutchie's still in here. I think she was in here a minute ago. But the way I understand it, it's not necessarily a three-way call. He put her on hold, called, and I don't know if he patched her. Trevor, do you know? I thought it was like a call wait, like put her on call waiting and called the sheriff's department.
Okay. So see, that would make more sense then, right?
That's the way I interpreted it. But
Somebody,
go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people think it's weird that he didn't call 911 directly. Well, one, he's in Memphis. So if he calls 911,
He's going to go to
he's going to
Memphis.
go to Memphis's dispatch. Two, they've said the excuse of they live in a very rural area and their dispatch doesn't go to where it needs to go. And so if you have the actual, dispatch number, you would just call that directly. That's what I have to do. I've
Yeah, us
never
too.
just dialed 911. I call my county sheriff's department, or otherwise I'm going to a huge dispatch center that's going to patch me into my sheriff's department, and I have to explain the whole situation over again. And it costs you like 3 or 4 minutes of time doing that. So if you're aware
Mhm.
of this, it makes perfect sense to call the sheriff's department directly.
And I tend to think that maybe some of these people that find it being alarming because he called the direct number, maybe they don't have that type of system in their area.
Yeah.
I don't know, but here you have it's the same way. Like you're going to
Mhm.
get routed. You're going to talk to somebody before you get routed to somebody else.
Yep. Same.
So it is easier to just call the dispatch line. And that's exactly right, Trevor. It's the same with my Android though. If you have like when you're calling, you can merge the call, but you have to add them into the call or else the other person just stays on hold so that when
Yeah.
you hang up with the added call, they're still there.
Exactly. That's how I took it, but I'm not for sure. And I agree with Tess. That's one of my red flags, though, because Chris is not clear on anything. Even though he says, let me be crystal clear, he does speak in riddles. I excused it in a lot of, well, basically most of the earlier interviews because there's not many later interviews, but the earlier ones because I felt like he was just trying to hold as much private as he could about their family, not realizing you've lost all privacy the second your child went missing. It's unfortunate, but like I do agree with Web Sleuth on that when she talks about like, hey, this is out there in the public now. People are going to look into these things. He did try to hold on to as much
As he
personal
could.
information, not about the case, but about, his family, his life, all that, not realizing how deep people were going to dig anyway. So but I don't know. That is a red flag for me, the way he talks in riddles. But maybe that's his personality.
Um, the next few are opinions, okay?
Mhm.
But she called them as red flags on her stream. Brittany J did. Mocking his goofy smile.
No, no.
No.
Luke, if I said I love your goofy smile, would you think I was mocking you or making fun of you? No. He said no. Like, why would that
Well,
be?
no, because it's endearing to an extent too. I mean, I think y'all are being too critical. Y'all are
Yeah.
nitpicking every fucking word of these parents, and that is an example. Mocking his goofy smile. They didn't say it in a negative way, but you took it negatively because you want to take it negatively.
Right,
You
because he
want to
said,
be suspicious of these parents, and that sucks.
was it Katie that said it or him that said it? But they were like, he's just got
They
the
both
best,
said it.
goofiest, yeah, he's got the best, goofiest smile ever. That'll just melt your heart. Okay, so if they're going to nitpick that, are they nitpicking Seth for him making fun of the way Sebastian runs?
Nope, that's the problem. That's what I mean. Like they say that everybody's just attacking Seth, and I do agree. A lot of people are attacking Seth. Well, not even a lot. A person or two are
Mm-hmm.
attacking Seth. I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely agree with what she says when she says that. But the fact is, Brittany J, you refuse to look at everything obtusely. You refuse to look at everything at both sets. You got
Objectively,
Seth.
yeah.
Yeah, objectively, it's Seth or nothing. That's
Mm-hmm.
what it is for Brittany J, and that's creepy. Um, here's something that tickled my goose. Let me tell y'all. This said, biggest problem is how Sebastian was treated when he was home. How do you know how
How
Sebastian
did,
was treated?
how,
You've heard one fucking belt story from years ago. You heard that Chris and Katie don't want him getting up in the middle of the night eating sweets. Outside of that, baby, what do you know about how he was treated at that
that is
home?
one of my biggest pet peeves is the people that claim they love him more than his mother loves him, or they just know he wouldn't
Shit.
do that. He would never do that. How do you know he would never do that? His parents might not even know he would never do that. Like, I know that the parents are like, oh no, he doesn't like being outside. He wouldn't walk in the thing because of the whole fire ant story that happened when he was a small child, blah, blah, blah. Um, okay, until the one time he does like to go outside and do something. Like our kids blow our minds all the time. They might hate peas every day of their life until one day they're like, What do you mean? Pizza have been my favorite food ever since I was a child. And you're like, okay, no, but all right.
Right.
Like, kids do that crap.
Yeah,
It's
they do.
crazy.
Look,
But
Lana
you don't
said
know him. You don't know him.
they are listening to criticize. There's no way every sentence is a red flag. It was obvious that intent was to find fault, not to hear the inconsistency. And when all you want to do is list every little thing, you bunch it up, you mumble it up with the possible inconsistencies. You're not going to be able to see them because
Yeah.
everything is inconsistent to you. And that's a
Mhm.
problem. Let me thank
Right, Allie. That's
Steph
good.
P. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, baby. And if you got one, welcome to the hippie hut. And then Dad said, let's see the rooster twerk. So here, let's intermission.
Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Come on. Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Come on. Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Come on. Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Move that ass. Let the right go work that ass. Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Come on. Twerk, 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 twerk that ass. Come on.
Long live George.
I was dancing.
Yes, Sebastian didn't want to leave. So was he treated so badly? Exactly, Allie. Here's the next one.
It's crazy, Allie. It's wild. These people are all over the place.
Well, I had one, but I don't understand it because I was putting it in short form. So, oh well to that one. So, here's some of my red flags
Okay.
/ opinions. This first one to me is a red flag. Absolutely. Seth being against vetting the searchers.
Yeah.
That's
It's
a red
it.
flag.
I don't know. I'd have to hear him say it again. Is it a red flag or was it him not understanding the process? Because a lot of the stuff that he says and does, I think it's from ignorance.
Well, he was tripping out. It's when he was yelling at Trevor.
Yeah.
And he was like,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Chloe
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
doing her job. She wasn't doing what I asked her to do. She was trying to
Oh,
vet
because
these
they,
people, everybody.
yeah.
Yeah. That was a red flag to me.
I'll be right back.
Seth lying about the internet use. What do you think about that?
Hang on. Luke needs
Oh,
my help. I'll be right back.
okay. So Seth lying about the internet use is a red flag to me because it wasn't a mistake. He lied about it and lied about it until it became more obvious that he couldn't lie about it. Then little more and little more and little more trickled out. So that would be a red flag for me. Seth claiming this is Seth and the Seth show. This is his show. This is that to me, it might be an opinion, but I think that's weird to say in the search for your son.
Sorry, I
This is
changed the.
my show. This is the Seth show, and that's not.
Right.
That's weird.
I changed the iCloud password on Luke, so he's like, "What did you make the password?" Anyway, what was your last one? Because I had a thought on it. I heard you saying it, and
The internet use. Him lying about the internet use.
but see, this is why I started reviewing the streams again. The older ones are a really awesome, beautiful friend. Yep, got me some that I needed to go through, and Gavel Geeks got me some that are deleted that I get to go through. And did he lie about it, or was because it was Chris and in the beginning we were led to believe that Sebastian just never had anything to do with the internet, and we were led to believe that because of Chris and Katie. But then it later came out through Seth that he actually has a lot of access to the internet at his place. So I don't know if Seth ever said he doesn't have access to the internet, or if
Well,
it was just like we all took it that way because of what Chris and Katie said.
to me, what I go back on, and I want to thank Southern Gal right here. She said, "Thank you, Jones and Adites, for the coverage. I try to stay caught up on replays. I'll be in and out. I promise I'll be live. I'll be in lives more after the what's that show? Big Brother
Big
finale
Brother.
is over. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Southern Gal. Thank you, Dad, for the 20. What makes me go back to the internet and him lying about it is because when he first talked about it, he said that, he would sit on his phone playing Call of Duty while
Yeah.
Sebastian sat in his little recliner playing the PlayStation or what Xbox, whatever it was, right? And he also went into detail about not allowing him to use a headset. So he
Mhm.
knows he didn't talk to people. But then
And
later it comes out with Uncle Taco and Seth that, yeah, he was allowed a headset and he
and
was allowed that talking to him.
okay, so that would be like a
That's a
fib.
blatant fucking lie. You was
Yeah.
trying to hide that, bro.
Yeah.
And why?
And for me, it's a red flag for a different reason.
Okay,
So
what's yours?
that scenario is a red flag. His internet usage. We'll just put it under internet usage
Yeah.
because I feel like the way that it was described in the interviews, Chris and Katie thought they had, pretty tight control over his internet usage. And it kind of seemed like they thought that that was happening across the board. And we're now
Yes.
finding out no, he had a lot of, I mean, he had 12 hours alone a night at his dad's house and to do whatever he wanted. He was FaceTiming all the time. Like he was in YouTube, on YouTube videos, like all these things. We're finding that out now. That's where it became a red flag. Like, were they aware of that internet usage?
Well, from what I understand from a interview Chris did after all that came out, a while after all that came out, it wasn't even an interview. I think he was just on Clues talking, and he was like, "Well, we thought we had complete control over his internet access, but we
Exactly.
can't control what he is allowed to and not allowed to at his father's."
Hmm.
To me, it's a red flag just in general because
Yeah.
fuck your pride, fuck what people may think of you as a father.
Hmm.
You knowing that that child was on the internet at your house on different devices, you even offered to get him a burner phone, tried to give him a burner phone. The fact that all of that was happening is very fucking important and could lead to the way of finding a child. So fuck your pride. Fuck what
That,
people are going to think about you. You let law enforcement know, yeah, he was on the internet a lot at my house.
hmm
There were nights he was gone for 12 to 16 hours. You don't think Sebastian was up on that internet? These things
I
are important.
absolutely think he was. I do think it's an important detail. Um, that leads me to something else. You want me to say it now, or you want me to, like,
Go
I can
ahead.
write it down? Okay, so the devices, and I think Granny was playing it today because I did catch some of her streams today. Where are you okay? Okay, sorry. Luke was just like staring at something. I didn't know what he was doing. You're trying to decide which lights to shut off. There's so many lights in our new house. Like, I can't wait till we rewire it. There's like 50 bajillion light switches in there in the weirdest spots. No, you're fine. Um, sorry. Sidebar. The devices. She was talking a little bit about this, where she was playing an interview that brought it up, and it just triggered a memory for me. Is Seth being upset that his devices haven't, that Sebastian's devices have not been returned to him. And I do remember when Seth got upset about that and has stated that he doesn't understand why those haven't been given back. He's actually mad at law enforcement about it. Now, I know some have theories that that might mean something. It doesn't. Of course, the parents' devices are going to be given back, and Seth's was returned. He's already told us that. They had his for longer than the other parents, but it was returned that day. But it's Sebastian's devices that law enforcement still have, and they will keep Sebastian's devices until this case is closed. That's across the board in every case. It has nothing to do with guilt or innocence or suspicion, anything like that at all. It's just standard protocol. Those aren't coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's hiding it because he had anything to
Mm-mm.
do with it. I think he's just
Yeah,
worried about what people would think of him. And I think
I
that
know.
when it comes to your missing child, that shouldn't even be a thought. That's why it's a red flag to me.
Yes,
Um,
true crime Karen, he did.
he did, yeah. There was somebody who commented before. I don't want to keep going because then I'll forget. Somebody said something about Nina was stirring the pot. I think it was Southern Gal. Nina has been involved stirring the pot. Nina is a
Mm-hmm.
red flag to me, but not because of the way it's a red flag to Brittany J and them. Brittany J and them believe her at everything she says. I I don't. There's been no receipts, there's been no proof, there's been no backing. But Seth having something to do with Nina is a red flag for me.
I agree. I
Like,
this is
why
where
would
we
you
go
get in touch
into
with your,
yeah. This
you
is
know,
where we
your,
go into our personal opinions about these
I
people.
agree. I
I think it's
agree.
a I don't yellow flag. It's a yellow flag for me. It's not a red
There you
flag,
go. I'll go with
but it's
that.
not a
Yeah.
green flag. It's a yellow flag, but I really think that Nina and Seth are just both self-centered, selfish people, honestly.
Yeah. Alex said, so all parents' devices have been returned. Not all. I
Yeah.
think there's still one thing in there.
Sebastian's devices have not been returned.
Yeah.
His
His
Google
stuff at his
Chromebook,
mom's.
his Chromebook, and I wonder if it's just because the stuff at his mom's probably had nothing. I don't know if the Chromebook had nothing on it.
Well,
What else
because
did
they
he
tried
have
to
at
be
his
so
mom's?
tight with the internet use, right?
Yeah.
They would use it as like a reward system. And so to me, it was probably easier dumping those
Mhm.
devices. But some stuff they have returned to Seth, and then some stuff they still have that was from Seth's.
Well, the only thing I can
The
remember
Switch,
seeing
right?
is the switches at Seth's. But the Chromebook was the school Chromebook, is what he had at his mom's house, and I wonder if that was returned because it needed to go back to the school, maybe. But
Maybe, but his Switch at their house was returned at
was
Chris and
returned.
Katie's. But it has not been returned to Seth's.
Well, if it had never, if it didn't have the capability to connect to the internet, maybe there was nothing on it for them
Oh, you
to.
can connect. You can connect. I have a Switch.
But I gotta go back through these interviews because
But that's what I'm saying.
did
It's I agree. It's
I know a Switch can connect, but did they allow? Like, I don't know. I have never played a Switch. Like, can you lock that down?
Chris and Katie could, but
Yeah,
Seth
that's
didn't
what I'm
lock anything
wondering.
down for Sebastian at his house.
What, Trevor?
What?
I didn't know that. Seth originally retained an attorney in March to fight Katie for custody when Sebastian came home.
Yes, he
That
did. I heard that. Yeah.
I know. I feel like I'm behind, but also not behind because I have not listened to anything in basically 2 weeks. So if that came out in the last 2 weeks, but also like the things I did watch, I'm kind of like, okay, same shit, different day.
I remember him talking about it when it happened, happened back in March. I remember it. And Tess, yes, if I'm not wrong, which I'm 99.5% on this, that he had a switch for at his mom's and then he had a switch for at his dad's. That he didn't go between with them. But I don't know. I could be wrong. There's still that 0.05%. It's very possible.
No, he did. He did. Oh, I remember now. For some reason, I was thinking he went missing in February. Yeah, I remember he was going. I didn't know he actually retained a lawyer. I remember he talked about getting a lawyer. I do remember that.
Oh, Denise Pie, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. And if you got one, make sure to thank Denise.
Welcome to the Hippie Hut, man. Let's vibe.
Also, I starred one too. Let me go back here. My starred mystery. This is one of the red flags I jotted down. Seth did all the opposite of what Katie did. His Sebastian's meds, he would not give them to him on his weekends. To me, that's in itself
That's
a
child
type
abuse,
of
in my
abuse.
opinion.
Yeah, I didn't want to just straight out say it. So a type of abuse. Not only that, but him when he talks about stopping his physical therapy, not his physical therapy, his therapy after the traumatic event. That to me also is a form of abuse.
There
So
was
those are red flags to me.
and to tack on to that, I know a red flag for both me and Gavel when we were going through the interviews was the fact that he made Sebastian rip off his incontinence pad as soon as he got to his house. And he
Mm-hmm.
told him, real men don't wear that thing. We wear boxers. And like, if he had incontinence issues, it's out of his control. And so to strip the dignity of not having accidents away from him, that was a red flag for me early in the
Now,
beginning.
these
Now that I know more about Seth's personality, that's
right.
just Seth's
It's
personality.
concerning to an extent, and it's
Mm-hmm.
it
Hey, Dad.
the few I've got now were just opinions. Seth leaving Sebastian home alone 12 plus hours. That's not a good idea. Seth using all panel opportunities to be a pervert. That's just not a good idea. Seth crying over his and Katie's wedding day more than Sebastian. Listen. For me, that's just my opinion. I think it's very strange because when you put that with all of his other actions, it again, it doesn't make him guilty. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the strange things going on in the case. To me, that is strange because your getting back at Katie should not come above finding Sebastian. And he's allowing his disdain and his scorned, I guess, views to take over. But that's just my opinion.
I get what you're saying. I personally think he's stuck. He's stuck in an age. He's stuck in a space. He's stuck in California. He's stuck.
He's a man child to me, but that
Yeah.
doesn't mean he's guilty
He's
of
just like
doing anything.
No, it doesn't. And one of the things, if I ever, in case I don't ever review Betty, but she was talking about how Seth is the only one with an ironclad alibi.
Yeah.
And I was screaming at her through my headphone. I was like, Seth's own team have vetted Chris's alibi. So why are you so stuck on that?
Mhm.
But it's a great point. Like, if they all have, Katie, I guess, doesn't have an alibi. Hers is that she was there. And I get why people are suspicious of Katie. She was alone
She
in the
was the
home
last one with him.
him when he went missing. And I get that. I completely get that. But there's just not a whole lot after that throws a red flag to me about any of them. Any of them. I might dislike these actions or those actions, but
well, that's the point. That's the whole point in this, Deetsy.
Yeah, right.
We are confusing our own personal beliefs and opinions with red flags.
Yeah.
We're making the red flags part of our opinions, and that's okay. But the fact is, just because they're red flags and there are things that you notice about these parents that just don't sit right with the way you would process things or the way you think things through, that doesn't mean any of them are guilty. And it doesn't mean that we have to continuously go over every fucking word they say.
Right. What is it helping? What is it doing?
Nothing. It keeps everybody fighting. And now you've got sides. You've got Chris Proudfoot and Katie's side, and then you got Seth's side. And both sides contain a handful of creators. And they're just fucking going at it. If Chris and Katie's side does or says something that Seth's side doesn't like, who do you think's getting the blame? Not the creators. It causes more attack on Chris and Katie, and vice versa. If
Say it
Seth's
again.
side,
Repeat that again slower, because when you told me that today, I was like, go, Joe. Like, Jones and I was so proud of you for coming up with that. Like, that, you fucking nailed it.
and I'm going to say it in the way, as to Brittany J's side, right? Like, if Seth or the creators under Seth on his side do or say something that Chris and Katie's side doesn't like, it doesn't cause backlash on just those creators on Seth's side. It causes the backlash on Seth. It causes more attacking of Seth. So it's an ever revolving fucking door. Y'all keep going at each other, and it just allows each side to keep attacking the opposing parent. Cut the shit. It's enough.
It's just a perpetual circular reasoning of bullshit. That's all it is.
I don't have
back and forth
like
it's
that
like
much, so y'all better enjoy it.
She did good. She did good.
But like, those are the things I've been thinking, because you'll see, let's say Brittany J say something and then Granny rebuttals it, right? But when Granny rebuttals it, she's not only rebuttaling, and this isn't a dig at Granny, it's just a normal human behavior if you're in these situations. She rebuttals Brittany J, but she also throws Seth into it more.
Yeah.
And we just got to stop that. We got to stop that. And same for Brittany J. I'm just saying for anybody who fights like that.
Well, I only noticed that from like Betty because that's all I've watched was that video of hers today. That, you know, I thought it was savage at first because as I was scrolling through my feed, it was just a computer screen. she did a review like savage style. But anyway.
She was. That stupid finger hitting play and pause over and over.
And she was reviewing, I think it was Queen's Live. And the things that she was throwing back at the panel, a couple of things I agreed with her on, but 95% of it I didn't, of course. But the things that she was throwing back at the panel, it's dings towards those people, but then she's also piling on bullshit onto Chris and Katie.
To Chris and Katie, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So it's like it hurts them tremendously. It hurts the parents tremendously. The BS that gets flung back and forth on all sides.
And I feel like people in this community, including myself at the beginning, didn't think of it in that way. We didn't think that our actions were being held against the parents, but they are. And it's time for people to realize that. Chris came out the other day and said he just like the only thing he wants, he held everybody's feet to the fire. I don't know if you've heard it, Deets. I think you might have heard a little bit of it, but he went on Clue's panel and he told everybody on Clue's panel and all the other creators that are involved in the drama and the tit for tat to just stop, to stop with picking at Seth, stop with picking at them.
Chris, I wish it was that easy, but if they all stopped this bullshit, Chris, they would lose a lot of money.
Look at my viewers right now. I've got 184. If this was me accusing one of those family members and fighting with BJ or fighting with Queen B, I'd have 600-700 people in here. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, which I'm okay where I'm at. I'm just saying in general, people love a shit show. We've talked about this all the time. And unfortunately, Seth and Chris at the beginning, Chris added to the shit show at the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. They all did. But I don't think they're to blame though, because they don't know what they're getting into. They have no idea the crap storm that is coming for them when they enter this arena. That's not their fault. They just want to reach out to people to get help, to spread awareness about their missing child. That's all they wanted.
That's what I mean. Like, they may have added to it because they didn't know, but the difference is Seth is continuing to add to it. And Tess, to your comment, Tess says she doesn't take much from CP asking everybody to stop because he's had all this time, to see all this BS, and he's changing his tune, in Tess's opinion. To me, I completely disagree with Tess's comment. I love you, but I disagree with it because all across the board, every single time Chris has went on a panel, he has always said to stop with Seth. He has never entertained the bullshit the way Seth does. He has always tried to kind of say, that's his dad. He's a grieving father right now. Like, if there wasn't a record,
one time that we have heard Chris talk shit about Seth or about Seth's team, and that was in the leaked audio. And that was a private conversation. And I'm sorry, but people are entitled to private conversations that should have never gotten out. Publicly,
hey, Jeff.
Him and Katie have been pretty freaking good about remaining as neutral as I think as possible towards Seth. And I've tried to. But Stop the Grist said, I'm trying to understand why anyone suspects these parents. I would like to know why they do either. I don't. I heard your 14 red flags about Seth. What about your red flags about Chris and Katie? Will you be sharing any reference links? Thanks. We did talk about red flags from Chris and Katie. And we also, those weren't all of our red flags. Joneson was reading
No, no,
off a
no,
bunch of
no.
Brittany J's red flags.
I've mentioned a few things. I think the main red flag I've mentioned is the medication pull. I've mentioned, Chris Proudfoot. Oh, Chris Proudfoot claiming they were cleared. I don't. To me, that's a red flag. But I also understand that he's just a normal human. He probably just misused words. Like he didn't realize that saying he was cleared on a public platform would mean that everybody gets to attack him because nobody's cleared, right? He didn't I
Right.
don't think he understood that.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's still like there's just certain little things that are red flags, is what I'm saying.
Or yellow flags. I
Or
don't think they're
yellow.
full on
Yeah.
red. I see, and I didn't. So Stop the Growth thinks that the only red flag from Chris was when he did the prank call on Clues. I don't even think that's a red flag. I think that was just
No,
stupidity
that was
of,
one of Brittany J's
yeah.
red flags, though. But see, to me, that's just fuck. So you mean to tell me
Mm-hmm.
that Seth can go on these panels and be perverted as fuck and do the shit and say the shit he's doing, but Chris Proudfoot can't call in somewhere and act like Sling Blade?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's a game to them.
And I just think that, I don't know, we're humans too, and we do stupid stuff sometimes that later we're like, oh my God, why did I do that?
Oh
What
yeah.
what was I thinking? I thought it'd be good in the moment, but yeah.
Seth GoFundMe for 3 days in to me is strange. Um
And for me, that just goes back to that selfishness and self-centeredness.
yeah, same. Seth's
Mhm.
Mortal Kombat story, very strange.
Mhm.
The point is, Brittany J, we can go on and on and on about what we find strange about these parents, but it doesn't mean we
It
get
doesn't
to
make them red
condemn
flags.
either
Yeah.
one of them.
And
Because
what
if you're looking for red flags, baby doll, I promise you're gonna find them
right.
everywhere.
We could do that. We could go through one of her lives and I could tell you 14 red flags about her. Like
Yep,
anybody, if you want to find a red flag on something, you're going to find a red flag. And it goes back to that noble lie. I could, you can also spin it into a narrative and make people believe it too. And that happens all too often in these cases because there's no information. And when there's that vacuum, that void of no information, people fill it in with their own bullshit.
absolutely. Here's so that was the whole point in the red flag message.
Mhm.
I don't think she understood it. I don't think I explained it well enough, but I was just wanting to know like what stands out in your mind as a red flag. And she took it literal and started reviewing all the old interviews and started pointing out everything they thought was weird. Well, baby, that's with all of them. That's with everybody. That's with me right now talking. There could be people seeing red flags in me right now.
Mhm.
It's subjective.
My question is though, it's a like I have creator acquaintances. They're not friends, but like acquaintanceships with creators that do believe Chris and Katie are involved, and it's fine
Mm-hmm.
because we all are allowed to have our opinions on it. But what they're not doing is, um, you know, going over it day after day after day. They're not riding the wheels off of the bus and berating all the parents. They're just saying like, yeah, I think that they might have something to do with it because of X, Y, and Z. It's okay to have different opinions and still get along. Why has it turned into a battle? And I think that is beyond Sebastian. That is beyond Chris and Katie.
I
That
agree.
is a personal drama shit.
And that was the next thing I was about to say is the personal drama that comes in. Um, and it's all still, even if it's personal drama between two creators, it still reflects back on Sebastian Rogers because that's what y'all are arguing about. And
Mm-hmm.
then it goes, it's like, bro, at some point we all got to realize, but I'm telling you right now, nobody's going to take heed to Sebastian's case. They're going to
No.
continue to run it in the ground every day, all day. And
Yep.
I will not be a part of that shit. I can't be a part of that shit. Um, Stop the Griff said, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing we're going to go over, we're
Wait,
going to leave.
real quick.
ahead. Go
So,
ahead.
Stop the Griff said I disagree. I don't think anyone is entitled to have the opinion they are involved. Everybody's entitled to have their own opinion on what they think happened. I do agree. I think what you're maybe meaning is they don't have, they're not entitled to publicly accuse them, and I agree with that. I don't think that they are entitled to publicly accuse any of these parents, especially after what we have heard from law enforcement and after what little we know. And I think that there's a difference with that. Like, we are allowed to hold our opinions, but publicly, especially when you are a content creator and you have influence
there's a responsibility.
over people, you have a responsibility. Absolutely.
Yeah. And yeah, no, we don't fuck with accusing anybody, because I stand here today and I tell you there's a possibility something nefarious could have happened by any of them. There's a possibility nothing nefarious happened between any of them. And Deets will tell you, I've told her my tinfoil hat theory and I know hers, but it's not anything we would ever put on this public platform.
No, because it's not right for us to do. How would we like it if people did that? I mean, they do that to us on different things, but like if our kid went missing and people just came out and started flat out, oh my God, you have blonde hair, therefore you did it. Like, I mean, just flat out accusing you over the craziest.
How would that feel? But that's the problem. Shit. People don't put themselves in that position, Dee.
I know.
They don't give a fuck. And that's okay. So anyways, do you got anything else you want to say pertaining to red flags before we wrap that segment up?
I think most of the red flags that you listed off, like you said, they're just opinions.
They're just my red flags, my opinions.
And opinions are like buttholes. Everybody has one, right? We actually say belly buttons. We say opinions are like belly buttons. Everybody has one, and yours stinks. But they are. Everybody, has opinions, but I don't think that they're necessarily huge red flags at all. I can't think of a huge red flag in this case, and that's what
I haven't really come across one red flag that makes me think or makes me bold enough to come out and accuse somebody of doing something to that child. I just haven't.
I think that people play them up too. Like,
they do.
The red flags that I would say that I've heard, some people like accuse the prophets. They were the last with them and they don't have an alibi, or therefore they had something to do with it. I think they just trump it up. They embellish, they build off of that. And I see that across the board. People do it to stuff as well. And they just continue to grind and grind and grind and nitpick and nitpick and nitpick. And if people took a break from this, cover something else for just like 2 days, and something else,
they try though. I've seen a few of them try, and they end up right back here because of the next fucking flare up. The latest flare up was Nick the Hat, but before Nick the Hat came in, I've seen a couple of channels try, even Brittany J and Granny, and I think Queen tried to cover different stuff. I seen them try to cover a little bit different stuff, but they always resort right back to it when the next thing pops up. And that's why I kept telling people when Nick the Hat popped up, y'all ignore this motherfucker. Do what you've been doing. Ignore him. Don't stress him. The more you bring attention to it, the more he's loving it, because he's seen what Betty was getting. He's seen what was going on over here, and he wanted a piece of the action. It's up to us if you give him that piece.
But that goes back to the noble lie, Jones, and they feel justified in doing these things because they're somehow beneficial to Sebastian's case. How is it? How's it?
Well, nothing is beneficial to Sebastian's case right now. The only thing lately I've seen or heard beneficial to Sebastian's case was, whether he meant it or not, Chris asking everybody to stop. That was the only thing fucking beneficial that's happened in a while.
And nobody's listening.
They tried. Clue, instead of doing it on her channel, she was hopping on other people's channels. And I think she did that because she knows Chris pays attention to hers. She didn't stop. She started going to other panels. She stopped on her channel. but now she's going everywhere else.
Wow.
I don't
No,
know.
saying allegedly, and in my opinion, doesn't legally protect you. If a reasonable, like if someone were to take, like if I were to say something about Joneson and she decided she wanted to take me to court over it, what it would come down to is if a reasonable person would take it as an accusation or as a fact, not even if I said in my opinion or allegedly. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Lana K, that's exactly like they'll try to, you know, do something different for a day or two and it's just right back to it, man. Yeah, they want to it's a fight. Who's going first? Who's going live first with this new information, this new
But
tweet,
what's
this new
that about?
picture? It's so ridiculous.
You've told me a little bit that I've seen a lot of comments here and there, not from creators, from subscribers, and I'm like, why are we still fighting over time slots?
Not really. It's just like they all find this tweet and they're all like striking up, you know? It's like a competition, a battle out here in these streets. Y'all are crazy as hell. That's why they're on this app all day, every day, all night, every night. Because they have to one up the next one. And it's insane.
And yes, yeah. And Allie, you're absolutely correct. She said also music in the background doesn't add enough for fair use. You have to add something meaningful. Yes, you have to actually change the content. And by changing it, you have to add value to it.
Yeah. It is Game of Thrones style out here. It is Aries. It really is. And everybody needs their opinion to be known. Just kind of like what I'm doing right now. We want our opinion to be known. But it's just, Trevor Lee, you're up, boo. I don't know if you're here, but if you want to jump up for this, you can. So hold on. Look, I made this before we go into this. This is where we might start getting a little hostile. It's cute.
That is so cute.
Because listen, I get trashy at the mouth, and Deets, no matter how much she cusses, she still sounds like a classy little bitch. So
I'm sorry, I think I cussed more than you tonight. This is frustrating.
It is. It is frustrating, and we hadn't even got the clue. Oh my god.
Yeah, you've said it.
And Clue has went back. I seen one shot said she's back to trashing Seth on her channel. Yeah, when she was reviewing the Betty footage, the body cam footage of Betty getting arrested, she was attacking Seth on that one.
Lovely.
So it didn't last long.
I haven't even watched that. Like,
yeah,
Betty being
we'll
arrested.
skip around it a little bit because it was all me with Clue. Wow. Me. And it's like, I was more interested in the stuff at the beginning where it was Seth, Tony, and Betty all right there. And like the things Seth was saying to the officer, I was more intrigued by that. And the rest of it from there on is about Clue. And that's probably only like the first 15 minutes of it.
Is it only out there with somebody's commentary? Is there no version without commentary available?
No, just her commentary. That's why I said we're gonna skip around because bitch is ignorant.
Let's FOIA it. Let's get it without commentary.
Oh, wait until you look. You see it? Look, we're gonna go into this.
Oh my gosh! What video. Is that?
That's her name all over it, and yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So we're going over that after we go over this part. I just wanted to review this because I seen Clipper posted it. Can y'all make sure you drop Clipper's channel link and Allie's as well, because Allie's in the chat. But I wanted to go over this because I thought, like, how fucking dare you? How dare you, Betty?
I find it comical. This is what I find comical. It's so funny that these creators can bash and trash and just completely drag creators, anybody, parents of missing children, and they're just comfortable with their conduct. It's nice to see you. Rhonda, Kendra, good morning. Steffers, you're up off the early. It's nice to see you. Right. But then when the tables turn and things, and it's not, lies like they do, they make up crackpot lies and start distributing them as fact. These are factual information. And of course, what did I say? When it starts coming down their way, what do? They play victim. And so this is going to be one of those times where we hear them again playing victim. First and foremost, Trevor Lee did not have to act the way he did to Seth over his girlfriend, Chloe, which is a married woman. And he chose to ruin his reputation for a woman. That is a choice he chose to make. He got upset that Seth fired her and he went on the attack. That is not
Okay. I wouldn't say Trevor attacked Seth. I wouldn't say that at all. I think Trevor created boundaries and stood his ground, and Seth didn't like it because remember, this was his show. She'll be back in just a second. It was his show. And that's why the red flag to me that comes in when speaking about that is the fact that Seth didn't want Chloe vetting people. That's the whole reason he let Chloe go. And I'm not going to say fire her because she was working for free. Shit.
I don't think Trevor. I heard that part before. I didn't have to poop Tess. I went to tag Trevor in Discord. I told her that in the back chat. I don't think he attacked Seth either.
No.
He
didn't come off to me like that.
He raised his voice. He was assertive, but he was being accused of things. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, and he blatantly let them know he was not going to be their fall guy.
Yep.
That was not going to happen.
She got her facts wrong, bitch.
Bitch.
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be the classy one.
No, you still sound classy. That's the point. I'm trashy, you're classy. Whatever. It is what it is.
Trevor Lee does.
Whatever.
I reached out to Trevor Lee. I told him if he continues to act this way, he's going to ruin his own reputation. And if he continues to act this way, I want nothing to do with him. That he needs to.
Now, how can one with such a ruined reputation try to warn somebody else of that?
Right. You tried to. Okay. I got no kind words.
To get back on the right side of things and work justice and work toward justice for the victim, not his petty BS, to check his petty BS at the door. And he could not do it. Okay. So at the end of the day, Trevor Lee brought this on himself. He was warned. I know that he was warned.
Oh, I thought of a red flag right now in the middle of this. It has nothing to do with it, but for some reason it just popped up in my mind. Bower socks rolling up on Jonathan Lee Riches was weird to me. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Not to lay in bed with these people. He chose to. He's done his own damage. Now he's laying with the cockroaches and all the cockroach channels, just like everybody else that can't hack it in the real world of social media. The bottom line is he put his neck on the chopping block and it got chopped, and now he's over in the dirty left field channels. Okay, I told
Trevor, you hanging out with the cockroach channels now, Trevor?
It's because he went up on Queen's panel the other night and she is lit about it.
Oh no.
Damn, he was just there to clarify something. Chill out, bitch.
him this was going to happen to him if he continued down this road.
Yeah, you can't clarify shit, but not on the Bees channel. Like, this is Trevor just stabbed her in the back.
I think he stabbed her in the heart is the way she's taking it.
She did the same thing to Justin. She keeps attacking everybody that's not doing exactly what she wants them to do. And that's just like the audacity of this woman.
Bottom line, he's made these decisions. He's lied. These are things that I would never think Trevor Lee would ever do, but he did. Okay? And he did it for the sake of a girlfriend, a married woman.
No, he didn't lie. He stood up for his friend. Girl, do you not know what loyalty and friendship is about?
Because he's fucking Chloe, Deets.
Yeah, come on. Jeez Louise. Someone that he's worked with on several cases, has a friendship with on a personal level, and he stood up for her because she was being thrown under the bus.
For nothing. For vetting people.
For nothing. For absolutely nothing. She was being thrown under the bus. And then
But
he stood up for
people-
himself because they were going to try to make him the fall guy for a bunch
Yep.
of bullshit.
But you know what? People like Betty don't understand. Oh, it's gone. Never mind.
They don't understand loyalty,
Well,
friendship, decency,
it's
humanity. I'll stop.
Oh, it was something you said prior, and I had a thought, and then it's just gone.
Mhm.
But I know what it was. People like Betty don't understand. Like anybody that finds out that Seth got rid of Chloe because she wanted to vet the searchers,
Mhm.
anybody that finds that out, I would think would be like, okay, why wouldn't you want them vetted, right? But then you got criminals and fucked up people like Betty who wouldn't want to be vetted for a search. So it makes me feel like that's why they're understanding of Seth not wanting her to vet people.
Well, she complained about it in one case and said that they were law enforcement didn't. I think it was J.J. Rawlings' case. It might not have been that one, so don't hold me to that one. But her and JLR both complained about it. They were getting along at the time. And it's just unprofessional. No, it's not. Every search and rescue I have been a part of, whether it was through a volunteer or through law enforcement, the very least they do is ask for your ID. They don't want to just throw anybody willy-nilly out there, especially when you're looking for a child. Especially a child. But
Do
it's
you know
also
how
for
many
your
pedophiles probably want to sign up to go searching for kids? Like,
But
let's be real.
it's also for your own safety. They're going to take your name down, and if something were to happen with your group and you don't make it back from your grid or something, your name, they need a little more than just your name to get to figure out, oh my gosh, we got
Absolutely.
this person missing. So there's a lot of reasons they do it, but it's completely on the up and up. So it's
I
weird.
think so. But I can understand why criminals like Betty don't.
I want to make sure that is
Right.
clear on its face. He went in left field, okay? And he still hasn't been brought back because he's too angry and like many children, can't get over it.
So Trevor Lee can't be brought back to the right side of things, the side that is out here making a difference because he's upset and he's a child.
She's acting like Trevor broke up with her. Jeez. Who hurt you, Betty? Who hurt you?
Who hurt you?
This is Jessica. Brady's watching, right? Her.
Don't do
her
that.
stuff-
Don't do that. Don't do that. Andrew, don't do that.
Just
started
obnoxious.
and they call it dox. First of all, doxing is not doxing of somebody's lawful legal name. There's no crime against doxing somebody's lawful legal name. Doxing is giving emails and passwords and driver's
Oh my
license and social security
God.
cards and all that stuff. That is considered
Well,
a dox. So these idiots.
She's right. That is considered a dox. Saying someone's full name, especially if it's out there publicly, like if people were to figure out my full name, I have social media accounts in my name. Of course, it's not a dox if they put it out. It's not the actual definition of a dox. But on social media, there's a general rule of thumb that you don't go fucking real life on people, especially when they don't want to be gone real life on. So where's the decency? Do we just not have common decency anymore?
No.
Gosh.
That's an easy one. No, we don't.
No.
Hey, read a comment or two. She wasn't talking
Okay.
about me, Dan.
No, yeah, Papa, she's not talking about Jones, and she's talking about Granny. Once that I would be grateful for someone to look out for me and mine by vetting people. Imagine getting mad that you can't get every bottom feeder around you muddying the trenches, right? Like, it's just so weird to think that you're that irate over people wanting to know who's surrounding them while searching for a missing child. It's not a weird thing at all. Yeah, Grain, a morality issue? I forgot we are the morality police, and people seem to be heavily lacking in it. That's not my fault. That's their fault. She does, Roro. She acts like everybody has broken up with her. But I do think that everybody kind of has, so maybe that's why. She gets so definitive in her beliefs and her answers. And when you do that and you don't leave any room for that gray area, you end up looking stupid.
Right. It ends up biting you in the ass. And I will say what Granny and Nick have been doing to I mean, not Granny and Nick, Betty and Nick have been doing to Granny, it's so fucked up. But that, let me implore you guys not to continue spreading it and making a huge deal out of it, right? Let Granny handle it, because the more it's talked about, the more attention is brought to it. Like, we're just
Right.
redoxing the dogs. Even the stuff that's blurred out, you're just putting that negativity back out there even more.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Right.
That are uneducated can't even figure out what a dox is, what the true definition of dox. And it's very simple. You can go to the terms of service of YouTube and they clearly define it for the idiots in the back. And then, of course, this is a lady that has drugged me for years, has drugged Seth. I ignore her, but I thought it was funny that she's got all this dirt in her background as she drags everybody else that doesn't even come close to the nonsense that she does, the sticky fingers that she has. Nobody likes a thief. And if you're upset about that, then quit stealing. You could have done that years ago, like a decade.
You're so nasty.
I don't even know who she's talking about, but just like enough already. Enough.
It's that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're what's the point? It's, again, let's use this as an example. This is Betty losing her shit, right? And she's supposedly a part of Team Seth.
Right.
Well, you don't think that people's feelings about you are going to project onto Seth because of the attachment, because of
they have Joneson. There is no stopping that. Like, there are so many channels out there. They're not. Sorry, it's not an anti-tragedy pimp channel. You're an anti-Betty channel, because you're not going to be covering cases that Betty's not covering. You'll wait until the next one. You wonder, okay, what case are they going to cover next? Like, what other tragedy pimps are they going to cover? No, it'll be the next case that she covers. So no matter who she's covering, there's going to be hate thrown at the person that she's standing up for.
Yep,
Hands
and that's
down,
exactly what I
every
mean.
time, because it's the hate for her. Not even necessarily the hate for the other person. And so they go into it with confirmation bias. They're nitpicking and finding red flags and things that shouldn't be red flags, because they detest this woman so much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would say she's like, oh my God, at least in this sector, the most hated woman.
Probably.
And I agree. Like, she's just awful. She's an awful person compared to everybody out here that does awful things, even unintentionally. Like, she is just a bad seed. She's, to me, in my opinion, has a bad soul. And she was extremely nasty about Granny. I know, little Irish girl. It was awful, the stuff she was saying yesterday pertaining to Granny. But I just wanted to show the Trevor Lee part because it was absolutely absurd, and I wanted to make sure to correct that.
Cockroaches. He's hanging out with the cockroach channel.
And choosing a married woman over Seth, and I mean, it was just insane. Yeah, Laura's coming in a close second, but Betty, I think Betty takes the cake.
Yeah, it's true.
So I don't want to be on all night, so we just gonna keep the wheels moving. Okay,
Gonna
let's
keep
go.
trucking.
So this is Clue. I know you haven't seen the body cam footage, so I wanted to show it with you. And I also wanted to speak on a few things. We're gonna let a little bit of this play, and then I'm gonna, because the middle shit don't matter, and then I'm gonna play some of the end while Betty's in the car.
Okay. So here's what happened. Allegedly, there was a lady there who got into it. They told her to leave. They did not want her there. You don't support Sean, so you got to go. That type of situation. And I'm guessing maybe the lady called and told them about her. I don't know. It's weird.
Did you get with you? Yeah, we got a call stating that you may have a possible warrant out or something like that.
We had my attorney
So we're just trying to clear it up and we can clear this quickly.
Let me slow it down for when they start talking.
I don't have a warrant out there. My attorney called what's been going on. It's been being harassed.
That's my stuff.
You know, and they took out several warrants on me, but they didn't do it.
So right there, I can appreciate that. Seth coming out. He's saying this is a vigil for my son, Sebastian Rogers. Or I think he just said Sebastian. But let's keep watching.
Right.
Okay.
They did
My ex-wife is starting to look crap. They won't look for my
My ex-wife.
Wait, what did he say?
My ex-wife is starting to look crap.
I can't. My ex-wife is starting. Here, let me put the subtitles up.
Maybe that
And
was-
they took out
This is
separate
visual for
ones
my
on
son.
it, but they
Okay.
filed
Oh, it's not picking him up.
Sorry.
They didn't do it right.
Okay.
They did they did service
My ex-wife is starting to look crap. They won't look.
My ex-wife is
Ex-wife
starting.
is starting a bunch of crap.
Yeah, but they won't look for my son, which is
For my son.
They did service
My ex-wife
Wow.
is starting to look crap. They won't.
let me slow it down too, because it's on 125.
He did service
My ex-wife is starting to look crap. They won't look for my son.
My ex-wife is starting a bunch of shit, but they won't look for my son.
That is so weird. How does he know Katie had anything to do with that? He just instantly goes to her.
Well, that's part of the red flag in my brain. Like,
Mhm.
why? Like, why immediately go to Katie? Like, this has nothing to do with
Yeah.
Katie, this portion right here. Now, yes, Betty does have a warrant, right,
Yes.
for violating the protective order. So that portion has to do with Katie. But why is he just immediately, like, he don't even know why they're there?
Yeah.
He just walked up.
So weird.
But
What the fuck did he just say?
So we have.
I believe is what I think he said.
Here we go.
Okay. Sorry.
He didn't do it right.
Okay.
They did he did service
My ex-wife is starting to look crap. They won't look for my son.
in the case file. But I think
We're going to show you a screenshot where they ask people to
tell you guys
and tell them she's dangerous.
that I was armed and dangerous. I have no weapon.
Who did that? Which one of y'all did that? Which one of y'all was sending messages talking about cause
And if anybody did do that, shame on you.
of the law on this girl?
Yeah.
I thought the same thing, Choo Choo, but I don't really know.
It's on me. I'm just here. for the-
You think this might be
Yeah.
it's a retaliation?
Like
It's a
It's a
retaliation.
retaliation. Wow.
This is not
This is sad. This
Game of Thrones. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's like, and it doesn't help when you have one of the parents, right? If this take Seth out of it and it was just Tony doing it and Seth wasn't even involved, you couldn't really say nothing because then none of the parents are partaking in it, right? Because Chris and
Right.
Katie aren't, but Seth still is, and this is where it causes more of an issue.
this is a prank call.
Hey, what do they do on like the
SWAT calls. Yeah. I've already been swatted at my
Hey,
house.
you guys,
So I don't think
you're littering, buddy, on my house. Swatting.
He's just a man child, I think,
There-
and it puts people off.
It is so awkward because there's like 3 different conversations happening at once. So it's hard to like zero in on one or the other.
I know.
But yeah, like just saying like they're not searching for my child. We don't know if any of them are searching. Like we truly don't. We've seen one video of Seth searching. I would like to believe that because they have all said that they are doing their own things, that they're actually doing them, but we don't know. We haven't
Right.
seen proof of it. And we don't deserve to see the proof of it either. It's not our right. They don't owe us anything.
Uncontrollable vomit is what Tess says.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Stop the griff. Okay, maybe Seth really believes that though. Isn't it his right to his opinion too? I would not
I
not
agree.
beat you. I like having these conversations. I do agree. He can have his opinion, but it's
Yep.
still kind of alarming that it immediately goes to Katie. I don't know. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
You know, as of Friday when I met my attorney.
Oh, I've been waiting for y'all to show up at my house. I mean, they doxed me. And I don't give a rat's ass.
They doxed
Wait.
me. but I don't give
Seth.
a rat's ass.
Seth, nobody doxed you. Your child is missing. Your name has been plastered everywhere. You have not been doxed. But I do hate that he feels like that, though. He's just waiting for people to swat him. And I'm sure I know Chris and Katie feel like that, they've talked about it. They've had a lot of hate coming at them. So can you imagine your child being missing? And on top of it, you have to fear if you're going to be swatted, or if people are going to show up with the cameras, or they're going to
Oh, I
break into
know.
your home, or this or that. Like now you have this added fear on top of it, because there's these multiple groups on social media, and it's not just YouTube. It's on Facebook. It's on TikTok. I'm sure it's on Instagram as well. But you have these people who have already deemed you guilty. They've already deemed you're guilty for this reason or that reason, and they're convinced of it.
That would be hard, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And Chris and Kate, that goes for Chris and Katie too. It goes for all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's why y'all need to cut the shit.
Yeah.
And really, to me, right now, it's up to Seth. It all comes down to Seth for me, in my opinion. Like, if you would step back and stop entertaining these creators, things could calm down.
Yes.
Crafty Girl said they accused someone of, they thought this call was this was basically, they accused someone of swatting because some of them didn't know that they had a warrant out for her. Yeah. All right, let me play it.
They dox you and you're in the middle of a very public global case. Okay, bro. Okay.
Exactly.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Always the victim. Oh my gosh. I'm going to try to be nice, guys. I really am. I'm sorry.
That only lasts for a few minutes.
Well, I'm the dad of the missing child. Oh, okay. And who's doing it is his mother, his stepfather, and the stepfather's family.
And Katie wasn't even the one to call. It's another woman that apparently had some issues with something Betty said pertaining to the military or veterans or something. And supposedly she's been going on panels saying she's the one that called and let them know that Betty was out there and Betty had a warrant. But right now he's blaming Katie. That's what his mind automatically goes to. Why wouldn't he blame Clue? Why wouldn't he blame Jay for Justice? Like, why automatically does it go to Katie?
Because it's what he knows, it's what he's used to. It's I wonder, because there's no way even you and I could take, if we sat and listened 24/7, there's no way we could take in all the content that's being disseminated on these parents, on all three of them. So there's no way Seth Rogers can take in everything that's being said and done. So what does he have to do? He relies on the people that are feeding him the information. So what are those people telling him? How are they relaying the narrative? Are they feeding him a noble lie because they think it's going to help him somehow? And then in turn, he then builds up this extra hatred towards his ex-wife, and everything that's done surrounding this case towards him or about him is because of her, because again, he can't take it all in, so he just is going off of what he's told. That's a theory. I'm not saying that's what's happening.
Well, then you also have people like Clue say fact. I mean, she puts it out there as if it's fact that Seth is the mob boss. He's the guy behind everything. And he's the one calling the shots. I don't believe that. I think Seth is immature. I think he's easily played with. I think that if we go back to the beginning and look at how he stood up for law enforcement and he stood up for Chris and Katie, and you just watch how it changes, you'll see it changes because of creators and what they're telling him, what they see wrong.
Yes, and that's what
his mind.
Hey, Gavel, what you doing?
Hey, Gavel. Let me go grab some.
And that's, kind of the thing that we found in the beginning when we were reviewing the interviews back, oh my gosh, in March, was that when he went into that Terry Lynn interview, the very first one, he hadn't been nasty towards them at all. He'd been kind of neutral, but he was reading the chat
Right.
and his opinion, you could literally see his opinion start to change. He would believe the things that someone in the chat wrote about Chris. Now, I have no idea if what that person wrote was true or not, but he instantly believed that Chris had done that thing based on what a random person in chat had told him. He would instantly believe what Terry Lynn had told him about a situation
Yep.
or what was related. Like,
You can see it evolve.
Yeah,
It evolves.
she's like, I got this tip and they did this. And he believes it. He bought into it and he's like, ugh. And so, again, I don't think it's fair to say that that means anything about him being involved in the case, but we actively watched how this man shifted everything. And I'm not saying he's blameless in it because he perpetuates it, he plays into it, and
Absolutely
all that
no.
stuff as well. But he absolutely has people pushing
Like
him a certain direction.
the deflectionist said, oh yeah, people pushing towards that direction is absolutely going on. But it doesn't take away his accountability because, like the deflectionist said, Seth is a revengeful person. We can see that.
Yeah.
We've all seen that. And that's what I meant by he's letting all the outside noise come before his son.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. And he will continue to do so if he continues to entertain these YouTube channels.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get so much worse. It was bad, Gavel. I mean, just watching it in real time, because I remember we were like, oh, no, you don't know that to be true. Don't believe that. And then you saw it play out in further interviews, how his mindset was already I can't even think of a good example. Like the next time he was on Pascal's, he was just like, well, apparently they've been doing this. And it's like, wait, you don't know that. That some random person in Terry Lynn's told you that.
But that's what I mean by play on his immaturity, play on his. I'm not saying he's stupid by no means, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I feel like play on his intellectual ability.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I don't mean shit. Anyways, all right.
You're the trashy one. No. Just kidding.
I'm trashy. For those who I love that.
You kill me.
Classy and trashy reviews, baby. You get both in one.
Yeah.
What's their issue? I don't know. I want to know why they're doing it. Is his mother, his stepfather, and his stepfather's family. What's their issue? I don't know. I want to know why they're.
And so
what did he say there?
He got cut off by this guy walking up. I don't know what he said. Let's go back.
I want to know why they're. Yeah, I want to know why.
All right, let's see.
What's their issue? I don't know. I want to know why they're.
And so
See, he stops. You can't hear what he says. I want to know what he was about to say.
Me too.
And see, this is the portion I was most interested in this whole body cam footage.
How long was it?
I think it's 30 minutes from maybe 2 different angles. 4 different angles, something like that.
Yeah, Gavel, it was really hard.
Where
they
the
are.
place from?
They don't like it. I'm supportive Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas.
but
Really?
they're trying to shut
They would both been arrested. Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah.
Wait,
In the middle of the
go
night,
back.
What did he say?
You know.
What did he say right there?
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm like, I need to go back. He said, I'm from Kansas, and then he says something. I got both earbuds in, so sorry if I'm loud yelling, but I'm
No, you're not.
Okay.
All right, let's go back. He said something about being from Kansas and something arrested.
Yeah.
They are. They don't like it. I'm supportive Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas.
but
Really?
they're trying to shut
They would both been arrested. Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah. In the middle of the night.
That's really what.
Oh, is he talking about another case or?
I don't know. I couldn't. Has anybody who's watched this know what he says there?
Yeah, let's watch the comments for a second.
No. His own law enforcement in Clarksville does not even know Sebastian was missing. You'd be surprised, like even if you canvass an entire town, there's still just going to be people who don't know. They're not aware, and it does suck though.
Okay. Yep. Said she's tried many times to slow it down. It's jumbled. Play it again. Okay. Let me go back over here. Let's play it again.
Where they are. They don't like it. I'm supporter Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas,
but
really.
they're trying to shut
They would both been arrested. Child.
I'm from Kansas, and
It
something
sounds
both have been arrested.
it sounds like he said we've both been arrested. But
Maybe.
I don't know why he would say that. I might like screen record this and see if I can isolate the voices. Because
Yeah,
Betty's talking too loud in the background.
I know. And the other body cam is right there in front of Betty, so you definitely wouldn't hear them on the
That's
other
what-
one.
Yeah, Tess, that's what it sounded like to me. Both been arrested, but I don't know why.
We've both been arrested. Let's see.
Yeah, we see you, Casey.
They don't like it. I'm supporter Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas,
but
really.
they're trying to shut
They would both been arrested. Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah.
What?
I'm so confused. We've both been arrested.
They would both been arrested. Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah. In the middle of the night.
Something about something stepping out of the house in the middle of the night. I'm assuming he's referring to Sebastian, but I can't hear what does one have to do with the arrested have to do with Sebastian.
Let's play it straight through so Gavel can clip it, and then she said she can try to clear out Betty.
Ooh, okay.
I want to know why the.
And so the parents, because they're
Oh, hold up right there. I'm sorry, Gavel. Right there, he said I'm from Kansas. That's what he finished with. So
No, I want to know why the.
and so the
I'm from Kansas. Do you see that?
then of course,
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to know why the.
and so the parents, because
Okay,
they're
so then he
where they are,
Kansas.
finishes
they don't
talk.
like it.
He finishes his thought. Okay, now you should start recording, Gavel. He finishes his thought. So
Okay.
then he goes into Kansas again, right? Because this dude interrupted.
Okay.
Supporter Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas,
but
really.
they're trying to shut
They would both been arrested. Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah. In the middle of the night.
That's really
My son goes missing out of their house. They haven't looked for him. Haven't looked for him. They made some shirts to wear around. And it's like, I have probably passed out 30,000, 40,000 flyers. We had the ride. We just came back from the ride.
Motorcycle? Where'd you guys go?
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
the end of that clip.
Did he say he's handed out 30,000 flyers?
Yeah, but nobody in Clarksville even knows about
Oh.
Sebastian, it seems.
Okay.
It sounds to me, and I don't understand how it goes together, but I'll tell you what it sounds like to me.
supporter Seth, the biological
I'm from
father,
Kansas.
I'm from Kansas.
Really?
but trying to shut
They would both been arrested.
They have both been arrested.
Child stepfather out of the house. Yeah.
Something about the stepfather out of the house. Yeah.
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
My son goes missing out of there.
My son goes missing out of their house. Now, how does that make any sense? I don't know. That's just what I hear.
Well, hopefully Gavel can isolate it and help us. Hey, Tracy. Hopefully, because I'm lost on what it feels like. We're hearing two parts of a conversation there, and they're not
That's
making
what I'm
sense
saying.
in
It
my
doesn't
brain.
make any sense. We've got to be wrong.
Right, Roro? Toto's from Kansas too. I was like, okay,
Not
Why are we-
Toto.
why are we just randomly throwing in Kansas? But all right.
I don't know. I'm from Kansas. Something about being locked up. Something about the stepfather in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Weird.
Sebastian leaving in the middle of the night.
house. They haven't looked for him.
They haven't looked for him. Blah blah blah.
They made some shirts to wear around, and it's like, I have probably passed out 30,000,
This was during the ride for Sebastian.
40,000 flyers. No, we had the ride. We just came back from the ride.
Motorcycle? Where'd you guys go?
We went. You know where the Dollar General is, all the way down 76.
Yeah, like Vaughn Road. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not unless Cluminati uploaded it as a video, then this would be the only place is where she gives commentary. I put the link in chat. I'll put it in again. This is so far the only place that has it without, but it is commentary because it still has Clue's commentary.
Yeah.
Where the Freddy's is? Yeah.
No.
There's like on the other side of that Dollar General, there might be a Freddy's.
Oh, well, we went through the Dollar General and came back.
Okay.
Pretty good. Nice ride. Peaceful. Beautiful scenery. But anything to interrupt,
No, that's why we didn't want to come in. It's like you said, it's kind of like.
So he's alluding to Katie, and then we'll do anything
Yeah.
to interrupt.
I
And what
see.
Katie had nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah.
we put it on private property this time.
Yeah.
Because last time they didn't have it on private property. A lot of people showed up. It was
Well, this is completely unrelated to that. This is like she does I guess.
See, so he even tells them this is completely unrelated to that.
See? And at their last vigil, it had nothing to do with them either. Like, it had to do with the Pew Pew situation in JLR and that other dude, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
Podcast or something.
I have my own podcast.
Really?
And that really upset everybody on YouTube. Because now I'm not on their platform. They don't get to talk to me.
Okay. First of all, dude, I forgot I'm a classic. Let me keep it classy. Keep it classy. But it doesn't upset. Well, it does upset some people, and they're idiots that it upsets them. He has every right to have his own podcast, but he wasn't going on panels of people that were against him. He was going on panels of people that are for him. So it's who you sticking it to.
That's
there
true.
By having your own podcast. You sticking it to your team? Like what?
That's true. And look, so you got Clue and you got Jay in the chat. I mean, it's just like
it's just keeps going, keeps perpetuating
it does. And if you think back on everything, let's go back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Anything dramatic that happened in this case, most, if not all three of these people have been involved. Okay.
Oh, this is what you wanted to talk about.
Clue.
I remember now.
Cluminati,
Mm-hmm.
Terry Lynn
Mm-hmm.
on most, but see, like Terry Lynn wasn't really involved in the T-Rev situation. That was between him and Clue.
Right.
So Cluminati, Jay is for Justice, and Terry Lynn. Now, Terry Lynn and Jay is for Justice have not been in every single aspect of all the drama, but they've been in a lot different portions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Clue has been in every single one.
Every single one.
Anybody that goes back and does any of the research of the drama in this case, where it started, where it is now, Clue is in every single bit of it. And it makes me ashamed because I promoted her because I didn't realize it. I didn't see it. But she has been in it from the beginning.
Yep. She has.
Yeah. You know, and it's like, it's just ridiculous.
You are a lying fat fuck. I saw you last night
What?
with somebody's
No.
What? What?
Shit I can't fuck with, girl.
Oh my
You
gosh.
are a lying fat fuck, bitch.
Okay, I'm not particularly fond of Seth, but what gives people the right to just calling him this shit?
She says because she's fat, she can call people fat, and being fat isn't a dig. It isn't an insult because there's
You're using it. You're
nothing about
using it
fat to
as
be
it were.
ashamed of. Yeah,
You're
she's the same
using
way
it
she used
as
the F word.
right. If I were to say you lying skinny fuck, it's a dig. Like when you're using it in a negative connotation like that, it's a dig no matter what the word is. It doesn't matter. Like fat is not a bad word. It's the whole sentence. It's the way you're talking, the way you're addressing it. Like that's what makes it bad, not just the that you say fat. You could call him, you lying bearded fuck. You're using it to put the man down.
I mean, and that's the kind of shit that it keeps giving Brittany J and them ammo, right?
Yes. And that's what happens. And then it becomes
A war.
It becomes a tit for tat, a creator beef
Mm-hmm.
on the back of a missing child.
Absolutely. Say it louder for the ones in the back. Tess said,
it's
Tess
so
said, I feel like
frustrating.
Clue wants to seem like CP's mouthpiece. I think she might want that. And I think Chris might trust her enough to allow that. But it wasn't even 2 months ago. What, we're almost 8 months into Sebastian's case. It was 2 months ago. She was in JLR's trying to get people to think that Seth and Chris did something together to get rid of Sebastian. You did that to these parents who trust you. Yep. If that ain't messy, I don't know what the fuck is. And Chris probably hasn't seen it, honestly, because he don't watch JLR and them. It seems like he kind of focuses on Clue's channel.
You know what it makes me think? It makes me think that, like, okay, here's this opportunity, and it's not an opportunity. A child going missing isn't an opportunity, but
for some it is.
It is for some, you're right. Like she saw that, like, oh, she covers true crime on YouTube, and now this child's gone missing locally.
In her town,
in her town or very close to her town. And what is the first thing she does? She goes out and records the parents' home, and she instantly starts blaming Chris and Katie. And then she tried to buddy up to the opposition in her mind, which would be Seth. And when she realized she did not like that individual, she instantly flipped to hating Seth and liking Chris and Katie. So then all of her theories and reasons as to why Chris and Katie did it were then negated because of her disdain for Seth. Nothing to do with any fact, but just because she now doesn't like him. And so she flips the other direction. And what it boils down to is needing to buddy up to a local source, to an inside source, to have that inside scoop. And it's all for self-serving bullshit reasons.
And the two number ones on each side, to me, in this current moment, would be on Chris and Katie, it's Clue. On Seth, it's Brittany J. They are the creators speaking for the families. And even though they're not really speaking for the families, that's how people take it, because they're that team. They have allowed themselves to be put in that position of that team.
It's like
y'all are all messy as fuck.
They want these teams. They say, like, it shouldn't be teams. It should be about Sebastian. It's like they want the fucking teams.
Yep. They absolutely do. And I did, and she says, she loves to say that from the beginning, from the moment, like, meeting Seth in person was nothing like it was on the internet. And from the moment she met him in person, she knew he was a skis ball. But that's contradictory to what's on her own damn platform, what's on her own videos and live streams. Is for a while after she met Seth, she still backed Seth and still blamed Chris and Katie. She came out initially blaming Chris and Katie.
It was for several weeks. So it's almost like maybe he just didn't feed her what she needed. So she found a side that would.
Maybe so. And that's exactly when so let's take what you're saying right there. Like, she is the one that keeps coming out calling Seth a pedo, right? And that's one of
Yeah.
Jay's biggest arguments in the case between the parents is that you got motherfuckers out here on this side calling this man a straight up pedo. And Clue will say that she knows for sure he is. Well, that don't give you a right to say it because the rest of us don't know that he is. You might have the receipts, but the rest of the people don't have the receipts. So when they go chat to chat spreading that information and are asked for receipts of that, they can't provide them.
Right.
It's messy as fuck. And
who does that hurt? So there she thinks she has this noble lie that she is standing up for Chris and Katie, but who is it really hurting? It's really hurting Chris and Katie in the end. It's not hurting
absolutely
Seth.
is because it's gonna. She's the mouthpiece, right?
Yep.
So again, if Brittany J comes out and says something or acts a certain way, they're gonna hold it against her and Seth. If Clue comes out, says things, and acts a certain way, they're gonna hold it against Clue and the Proudfoots. It's just like y'all are representing these families, and you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be because you're all fucking trash. I'm sorry.
They are. And Roro, I know that some people have that opinion that like everybody's working together. We can find connections where we want to find connections. We can say, and I hate it when people do that in true crime cases, that just because, Jane Doe was friends with John Doe on Facebook in 2010, they were somehow connected together. And it just doesn't work out that way. That's not reality. That's not how I can. Just because I'm neighbors with John Smith and he does something criminal doesn't mean I have any knowledge of that whatsoever. So connections can be found wherever we want them to be found. But I think most of the time, it's not about a group of people doing this shit together because they're all too selfish for that. They're doing these things for their own self-serving needs. They're perpetuating these lies and narratives, and they're building off of one another for their own self-serving needs. And it does look like a connection when they're building off of one another, but all they're doing is playing bullshit off of one another.
Yep. Every single fucking one of them. Tess said they work together until they don't. Absolutely. And when they don't, what happens? A fire ignites, right?
And then it just starts a whole nother tit for tat.
Look, what's that saying? Little fires everywhere.
Oh, bitch, no.
I'm so sorry for yelling, y'all. I'm drinking. I get a little passionate because these are things I've been holding in. I know y'all have heard a little bit from me, but these are like, I've been suppressing it because I've just been sitting back and watching. Y'all see, I don't go live near as much. Because there's nothing to go live about pertaining to Sebastian. And that's when I started dipping my toes into Wade Wilson, which we have another one of those lives coming up soon. It's just, I just can't contain it anymore. Y'all are all garbage right now.
That's the thing, like, I picked none. Like, none. Like, this side, the tragedy pimps or the anti-tragedy pimps, I picked none of y'all. Y'all suck right now. Y'all blending together and looking like one, in my opinion, based on what Jones's told me. To be fair.
It does all look like one. They all are. No one's worse than the other. Like y'all are all the same. And it's just disappointing knowing what everybody starts out with, right? They start out to be for awareness and to correct misinformation, and then they get so caught up in the drama that they can't help themselves, and then it just keeps going from there. So it's disappointing to see that people start one way with good intentions and end up in the complete opposite way.
Yep. Oh, Landry, yes, this isn't just exclusive or special to just Sebastian's case, but what happened here was a perfect storm because you have the parents that were willing to come out and give these content creators the fodder, and that sucks because they just want to spread awareness about their child, and they fell right into it. And that just made it blew up even more, and you have split parents, even more of an explosion. But these creators that are doing the tit and tat for stuff, in the next case, they might be BFFs. They might be sticking up for one another and pretending they never even had any issues whatsoever.
It's how it goes.
And then the next one, Yeah, then the next one, they're back to hating each other, throwing each other under the bus, claiming they were doxxed by this person, that person, and every person. Like, it just, it's a perpetual cycle.
And you know, there Laundry, I call her Laundry, but it's Landry. Landry said those 3 a.m. Now I don't know what you're talking about for sure, but I'm thinking you're alluding to the 3 a.m. hoes over on TikTok. Yes, they are part of drama as well, and they brought a lot of drama over here as if we didn't have enough issues. The TikTok girls come over and they are given a platform. Now, that is not me taking a dig at Queen, because I know y'all bitches love to do that. Y'all love to run and say Joneson's taking a dig at Queen. Queen has always ran an open panel and has always allowed people up there. But we do have to acknowledge that that gives the space for more drama. That gives the space for more issues in Sebastian's case.
And you have to acknowledge that that doesn't give you the right to have a free for fucking all just because you run an open panel. Because I guarantee you, if somebody else just tries to use that bullshit as an excuse, oh, well, I didn't say it, I just run an open panel, they're going to laugh you out of the chat. You're
Right.
still responsible for the things that are said on your panel. You can
And
still,
people,
you might not be able to control every word, but you can shut things down, or you can, you know, say, well, that's not how I feel. And I don't know what's being said over there. I truly don't. But like
it's
the
just
whole
giving the
excuse
TikTok
of like,
girls a place to, you know, run their fucking narratives, giving Clue a place to run her fucking narratives. And it's just like, it's just like, I get
there's
it. I get
Clue
the
over
open
there.
panel. Yeah. I,
Oh,
I understand the open panel. I started
no.
over there with Queen. I get the open panel.
Okay, you can get it and understand it, but it's not a freaking blanket excuse to have a free for all. Sorry, it's not.
No, it's not, but it is for them. And for me, that's when I say there does come a responsibility with it, because I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't know about Tony Mathis having a mafia of 3 a.m. hoes had it not been for that open panel. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would have never known any of that. So it's like, and that's just putting more and more out there in the atmosphere. So I get the open panel aspect. I originated in that open panel, but I think sometimes it can cause more harm than good. And we have to be willing to see and self reflect and review upon ourselves. Are we helping right
It
now?
sounds it sounds like what you're describing is like Grand Central Station for all the bullshit.
Well, it is Clue and Queens, and I wouldn't say Granny's fully, but Granny's is where, like, the same crew that goes to Clues and Queens are the same, you know, crew of people that go to Granny's. Like, the same 1.5 thousand people going to Granny's are the same 1.4 and the same 1.8 in Clues and Queens. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, everybody's
them
just
three
herded
are the
around.
main three.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for Granny, and they're all three in there, but in different ways. Like, Granny is in there, and I think that she is still trying to stop the misinformation and correct things that people are putting out, like Brittany J and them. But it also ends up being more drama. I think Clue is responsible in the sense of attacking the parent, right? Seth. And I think Queen is responsible for allowing more shit into the community. Does that make sense? Like, they
Yeah.
all hold a different part, but they are the three biggest channels right now
I
covering
just think it's
Sebastian.
funny though that like I don't know if they've said it in this case or not, but like they'll say things like, I know they've yelled at like Betty in the past for, you cover the same shit day after day and over and over and over. It's like, okay, y'all, have you looked around
Yeah,
lately?
they all do it. Miss Leah, I agree 100%. That's why I still have that, like, I feel like Granny is still in the gray to an extent. Like, Granny's on the verge, and it's like, just she's figuring it out. She's doing what she needs to do. She hasn't continued to go crazy about the Nick in the Hat stuff. She says, she's going to handle it. Granny's smart, let her handle it. But to an extent, she does, even when she joins Queen's panels, though. Granny is the one trying to be fair, not everybody else. So that's what I'm saying. You got this one person commingling, right? This one gray person that's still commingling in the drama. So that tends to like pull her towards that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it kind of puts her in the drama realm just because she's commingling with all the chaos.
Yeah. Leon, who are you talking about? Flu or Jay?
Granny is an active participant. Yes, she is. Absolutely. Who are you talking to?
Leon? 1010?
Leon. She's a puppet master. Don't underestimate how much trouble she causes behind the scenes. She's using everyone. Who, baby? Yeah, that's I mean,
Same
it's
twist.
a lot of it. Yeah, it's a lot of
And
it.
then claiming they're not and claiming we're not true crime. Well, then you're covering that shit day after day. So then what are you? If you're covering a missing child's case, even if it's just the byproduct of it or the trauma of it, then what are you? Because it's not you're not covering baseball, you're not covering furniture, you're not covering reality TV, although your guys are turning it into a reality series, but like you are covering a true crime topic. You're covering a missing case. So
Yeah.
I just feel like there's so many excuses.
But I feel like to an extent that does fall into the trauma sector, right? You're because the problem is, okay, with true crime, there is drama, whether it's drama in who's guilty or who's not, whether it's drama
Right.
between
Life,
the
there's
families of the
drama.
victims or the families. Yeah, I mean,
There's just drama in life. That's
yeah,
natural.
so any true crime case you come across, there's going to be that inside true crime drama, right? Between the
dramatic
victims or the
aspect of it,
families and
yes.
shit like that. But then when you've got other creators adding to that, that's where I think there's two different trauma. I don't know how to explain it. That's why I've been calling this side of trauma the bottom of trauma, the BOC. The bottom of trauma,
Yes,
because
Tess,
there
I
is
do.
a more understood, I don't know how to explain it. The original drama that comes with true crime cases is drama within those true crime cases, not drama created by other creators.
Right.
Like, y'all aren't creating your own content, but y'all absolutely are creating chaos around these cases.
You're adding to the drama adding to the chaos, right?
Yeah.
But yes, Tess, I do believe. I don't think she's a true crime channel in the sense of grisly true crime. Absolutely not. But her topic is true crime cases. So she's true crime adjacent. I think the same thing about Burnt Toast. I think the same thing about us. Like our topics are true crime adjacent. So we have to acknowledge the fact that we are in some form of a true crime sector.
Absolutely.
And that's just my opinion.
Absolutely. Lord, look at us. We done got off on a tangent.
I know.
It's because I'm drinking. Why do y'all let me do this? Oh.
I'm just drinking Pib.
Yeah.
Pib. I've been drinking water, all water. But tonight I'm having some Angry Orchards. It's some new Angry Orchard called Imperial. I don't know what. I don't know. It says it's stronger. Yeah, it is. I've only had 3 and I'm feeling Lucy as a goosey.
Yeah.
All right, let's let this play. Let's play some more because we got a lot of stuff.
And you ain't never on your platform. Just saying. Sorry, the devil got a hold of me real quick. I'm sorry.
Hey, at least you do. Kate said, I do. I like Granny. And I support Granny. I feel like I know her intentions. I feel like I know her heart in this case. I think that she's being pulled in both directions, and it's hard, but she'll figure it out. She's got it. That's up to her, but she isn't blatantly out here attacking any parents. And that's what matters to me.
Really good. Sorry.
Oh shit.
I don't dip respect. Oh no, I wasn't moving away from the cigarette. It's like most of my coworkers dip respect. Yeah. But it's all
Go back a little. I gotta put both earbuds in.
Y'all hear that?
Okay.
I'm trying to hear it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
on their platform. They don't get to talk to me.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, it's just ridiculous.
You are a lying fat fuck. I saw you last night in somebody's chat, and you ain't
Ugh.
never on your platform.
I just hate hearing that.
Just saying.
What? So what? if
I
he's
just
in
hate
someone's
hearing that.
chat?
Like, you can hate the dude all day long. Does he do shady shit? Yes. Is he a man child? Yes. But
Bitch, I
he
saw
has
you in a
a
racist chat, and then
son.
everybody else seems to have forgotten that. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, period. Talking about you
God.
can't fuck a Hispanic dude because you couldn't see their dick and wanting to send black people back to Africa. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Sorry, the devil got a hold of me real quick. I'm sorry.
Really good.
But people ignore that, Deets, and the reason they ignore it is because they enjoy the drama she brings.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't telling y'all are shitty, but y'all are shitty.
Sorry.
Oh,
I don't dip respect.
oh no, I wasn't moving away from the cigarette.
It's like most of my coworkers dip respect.
That's kind of how I feel too, Angel.
But it's all
Oh, I've heard her attack the
Y'all hear
parents.
that bitch in the background?
Have you? Who?
Yeah, I've heard her. I've heard her call Seth
Elaborate,
a fat fuck.
please, ma'am.
I've heard her call Seth a fat fuck.
Oh, has she?
Yeah, it's been a month or so ago.
I'm biased to Granny. You know,
I
I love so much
I
about Granny,
know.
but I do know
I
that
get it.
everybody has their
I
faults.
get it.
And
We
I
all do.
want you to tell me the truth. I want you to tell me if you've seen, like, correct that if you need to.
Mhm.
Has she apologized for it? Has she? I don't know, because
Yeah,
I
I
don't
have no
recall her
idea.
calling him a fat fuck. I'm sure it's easy to fall into it.
Yep.
But as of lately, I have not heard.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't heard anything. It's more so just been calling out the inconsistencies and basically rebuttaling against Brittany J and what she puts out. Does that make sense?
Is Brittany
Not
going at her?
stalking anybody. Yeah.
Brittany, they're always, Chris and Katie did this, and y'all are constantly saying this about Seth. And then Granny's like, well, Chris and Katie did say this, but you refuse to see that Seth also said this. It's just back and forth. And then on top of the personal drama, right?
That stuff goes, I think that goes deep with them. That goes like way
right.
back.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's why it becomes so toxic between the two.
Yeah.
But they're using parents, and that's what we need we need them to acknowledge, is that whether you're intentionally doing it or not, it is using the parents for your own drama.
Mm-hmm.
It's all internet, except for when it wasn't, and you went in their yard.
Dates.
What?
I gotta get a drink and pee. Can you? I'm gonna just let it play. Is that okay?
Yep. I'll go look at the
Hard. And followed Terry Bowersox to Sam's Club. That's
allegedly.
That's not internet, homie.
If it's okay, good to know.
Wonder why they block that out. Some
Because
parts
it's
are muted.
somebody's
they've got just
name.
some probably personal information or whatever they
Yeah.
muted out.
I did get
thought-
the unredacted version though, so
No, you didn't, because it's redacted right there, idiot.
She might be part of this whole situation. That lady right there.
What did she say? Everything okay?
You told me. Right? Yeah, they've been having people here all day trying to catch this right here for content for their YouTube channel, and they've been putting me through pure hell. For
Boy, she thinks everything's about her.
Not as long as they've been putting me through it.
The one that called for all of them. Because it happened when we got back.
Yeah, because when she came on property.
I don't know. Did he pull his badge out? I didn't see that.
No, I don't think he did.
Okay,
He just
I didn't
said,
think so.
I'm a deputy with Davidson County.
Yeah.
And she started recording us.
Inside and everything.
Oh, really? And it's like, you guys need, it's like, very odd. You gotta go. Yeah. In private property, you
Thank you guys who became members too, and thank you for the memberships, Music City Mom, for all of you that have joined or got gifted a membership. Welcome to the Clue Crew.
Oh God.
And thank you to those who have super chat. I've been trying to say that in the comments.
Okay, play it.
I kind of want to speed that chat down, but it's such a drag when you can't text a lot. I get it.
don't have permission to record, so.
You don't have to have permission. You're in public.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's leaving. She got what she wanted.
Okay. Do I need to go back on anything?
No, who's this person that's leaving? They think that's who was involved in
The
calling
call.
on-
Yeah.
in the call.
Yeah. And then after she leaves, they see that Clue and them are out there, and they start putting the blame on Clue and them for calling. Now, I don't know if Clue and them called or not, but actually, I know Clue didn't call because later in the video, probably the portion we're not going to hear, the officer does say, like, when he goes over and talks to Clue and Cletus, he comes back, he runs their record, and he said, okay, well, that's not the caller. So this Clue is not who called.
Right.
For sure.
Or she didn't use her real name. Anyway.
I wish she'd have done that.
Or
I don't know who called. I don't care.
Or she didn't use a real name. I don't care either. That's not even a huge issue to me.
No.
I think it's stupid that they were called. I mean, she was violating the protective order just by being there and chanting Sebastian's name and doing all of that. Yeah, that does violate the protective order. But I mean, she really wasn't causing any harm out there, in my opinion.
But it just is another thing that detracts from Sebastian. It's like an event for him. It should be one thing that all sides are okay with, like, or shouldn't want to interrupt. Like, it's a ride for him in honor of him. Why add the drama into it for who?
Right, because it's not like Betty went live that morning and was dogging Chris and Katie and saying, you know, they better not show up. That just didn't happen.
Well, even if she did, then that looks poorly on her. Don't add to it to where things look poorly on you. Let it just be the shitty person doing the shitty things.
I agree.
But it's just another, you know, hey, at least you're not with headphones on playing video games while somebody swats you.
Yeah.
Because then you don't hear the cops, you don't see the lights.
Again, I do agree this is Seth making it all about him because Betty was talking about being swatted. He was like, well, at least you didn't get... like, everything is bigger, badder, and more dramatic.
I don't think
to Seth.
See, I don't think he's talking about him. I think he's just talking about how video gamers get swatted because he hasn't been swatted, has he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's just like saying, hey, at least it's not like that, because it's been a thing that's been talked about a lot, you know, where gamers swat each other and don't even realize. But Betty wasn't swatted. Like, this isn't a swatting either.
Let's see.
I mean, even my living room with the dark out curtains.
What did you say?
See, so is he talking
Oh.
about himself?
I don't know. I thought he was talking about
Let's
gamers
see.
who get
You know, hey, at least you're not with headphones on playing video games while somebody swats you.
Yeah.
Because then you don't hear the cops, you don't see the lights. I mean, even my living room with the dark out curtains.
What did you say?
So that lady who just left, this girl that had me come over to her car, said that the lady was talking about Amber inside and said she wished.
Tony Mathis, go home to your wife. Like, this is absurd.
Go home
This
to
is-
your wife.
This is fucking absurd.
She could get enough close enough to her where she could say that she hit her.
Jesus.
I mean, that's the kind of people we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's sitting in the car if you want to talk to her.
Have you ever had anybody Are you saying that lady wants her to hit her?
The lady that left.
That's what I said earlier, Kim, is that there was a woman that's claiming that she was the one that called.
Here,
Okay.
told her,
Okay.
I got the license plate. That's all I got. You want it?
Yeah.
Business, like, this lady right here, she's sweet as the day is long.
Shut up. She's as sweet as apple pie, this lady right here. I hope has anybody clipped that and then put like some of her raging moments behind it? That would be epic. Sweet as apple pie right here. Oh my
I
god.
fucking can't.
This is the stage of the relationship where your lover can do no wrong. They're just perfect, and all you see is stars coming out of your eyes, and they're just the best thing since sliced bread.
Like
That's
I
the
said,
stage.
Tony, go home.
Go home to your wife. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
shit. I can't.
Yes, a rage montage.
Did you hear what he just said? This lady right here is just as sweet as the day is long.
What, they ain't got sugar in Oklahoma? That's-
Sorry, but I agree.
Right?
Oh,
She's as sweet as saccharin. That's about it. Like, yeah. Oh,
It's a
Lord.
salty bitch. What are you talking about, Tony?
Just
Tony,
as,
tone.
just as sweet as the day is long.
She's not the problem.
She's not
She's
the
not the
problem. No, they're not talking about me. We're
Oh.
down there.
she's a huge part of the problem, and so is Clue.
Yeah, you both are.
Let's not ignore that. Like, Clue is also a huge part of this problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem, though, Deets, is people like Clue and they feel like she came at this from the right side. And so now they're sticking with her, which is fine. But you have to be willing to acknowledge that she plays just as much of a role in this as Betty does.
Mm-mm-mm.
We're that way. We stayed away. We stayed far enough away that y'all couldn't fuck with us and close enough that we could see. That's all.
Cindy wants you to make the chat sub only and see if that helps.
No, Floral
Okay.
Gal, I agree. There was nothing really going on.
There shouldn't have been a call.
Come on, y'all.
But people hate Betty
Yeah,
so much they can't imagine that there shouldn't have been a call, you know?
They hate Betty so much that they will, buddy up with
Ignore everything
racists.
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't.
I mean, let's just call it like it is.
It don't matter if you hate black people and gay people.
Or
that doesn't
Hispanic
matter.
people. That's all good.
We're
as long as
good,
you
girl.
hate Buddy, as long as you hate Betty, we're best buds. Like, come on.
Buds for life.
Y'all are wild. I will go there, AMAC. I'm over this place.
This is why it's called classy and trashy.
See, so we can mix it up. We get to change.
Oh shit, it's so funny.
There's a lot of people in here. Sorry, y'all.
Who's having to do her chat? Yeah, there was like 3,000
There you go.
people in there.
Only in 90 seconds.
And so she's created all this entire toxicity.
Yeah, let her short statures. Yeah.
Oh, okay, baby. Let me tell. Okay, baby. Will you grab me cigarettes? Thank you. I love you. Please be
Will you get
careful.
me a pib, baby, please? Thank you.
A pib. Yeah, cigarettes for sure. And go ahead and get. No, I'm drinking, baby, so I don't need a monster. Just cigarettes.
Be careful.
He's so sad, so distraught, miserable.
And that makes okay. I understand what Clue is pointing out here because it's true. When all of this went down, Deets, and this is probably something you haven't seen. When all of this went down, they did a video after this of them all at the vigil, right? And where they're cooking out and everything, standing and sitting around. And there's a guy on a microphone, giving his little words. And then Seth gets up there and like Seth is crying and Tony's just an emotional distress that Betty's gotten locked up. And so what she's pointing out here is that no, Seth was actually out here just bullshitting around the whole time. And it's true. But as soon as it came to the vigil video, he was acting like he was in fucking mourning or something.
Camera ready.
Yeah. So I agree with that.
But I'm doing everything I can to stop this. It just keeps snowballing worse and worse. And of course, we've got.
So are we going to get group photo?
Well, I think he's still getting some stuff right now.
Hey, Shay.
Very odd. Unless it's a rental.
And you tell them to replace this thing.
He's got one of these.
Mine's doing this stuff.
Dad? Oh, hey.
Once you have the water.
My room, and I thought somebody spilled shit, because I'm doing all this. And after we start thinking,
It's hard to wrap your brain around because before I go.
Now, everything Tony says, it goes in one ear and out the other for me. I don't know how it is for everybody else.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear it, but
well, at certain points you can hear a little more of what he's saying.
He speaks so low.
He's trying to play this martyr, this like it's hard to understand how all this is going on, but he's a huge part. And that's what I mean by the 3 a.m. TikTok hosts that were brought over here and allowed over here. They dropped all kinds of screenshots showing that Tony was doing dirty shit in the background, trying to get Queen doxed and Clue doxed and Jay, and like Tony was a huge part of drama. So to me, when he speaks, it's just in one ear and out the other. Because bro, you're full of shit.
Yeah,
you're full of shit. Period.
Is it just like commenters being weird? Do you know the lady? There's a lady who's calling.
Tony said, so I just thought about something. What, baby? What?
Like it's harassment.
Don't be putting our personal business out here now. I'm trashy, but I ain't that trashy. What'd you just think of?
So we don't know who called it.
Okay.
But it is false reporting because she's done nothing wrong. She has no firearm.
That's a fucking lie. You overgrown looking penis. That's a lie.
Ugh. Like, why? Why? She can't talk shit to people without degrading them. You know what I'm saying?
That's so many people.
Well, to me, it shows more about you and how you feel about yourself. Like, you can chunk this dude off for nothing, without doing all that. You can read this dude for filth.
He goes in one ear and out the other because he's that much of a fool. But yeah.
Oh shit! I've got the wallet. Oof.
Oh, not the wallet.
Yeah, because the bank still hasn't sent me my card.
Oh,
rude.
Use Apple Pay.
Wait, who the fuck? We ain't got iPhones.
Oh,
this is an Android gang over here, baby. Gang, gang.
No.
We all at Mama uses iPhone. Dad used to, but I turned him on to Android now.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Let me sit a little higher on my horse.
Tess, listen, I've been having zero monsters. I know they're not that healthy, but they're better than the real monsters. But next week, I'm going to try to do without the zero monsters too. It's a slow, steady progress right now.
Say apple.
Order it, pick up online. What? You can do that with gas stations?
Yeah.
Damn, babe. It's okay. I can roll some. I got the rolling stuff here. Let me know.
You roll your own cigarettes?
Oh, it's so much healthier I know that's probably hard to believe. Because cigarettes are unhealthy in general.
It's not hard to believe because you're just probably using just straight tobacco, right?
It's just straight tobacco, yeah. So there's none of the added chemicals in it. But they're also not as good because we're addicted to the added chemicals, you know?
That's true.
It's not false reporting. If she
But
has,
I always have stuff to roll cigarettes for backup because I ain't going without my cigarettes.
Does it
You're
look
not
like
gonna catch me.
Never mind.
What does it look like? What
does it look like? A joint or does it look like a cigarette?
Looks like a cigarette.
Oh,
Look,
never mind. How do you get it perfectly round?
Let me see. My camera's down, but let me see.
Sorry, I have an inquisitive mind. How do you get it in there?
A machine.
Oh, okay. I'm picturing you like putting tobacco in a little
No,
rolling
bitch.
paper.
This ain't the 1920s.
I don't know. Oh my god.
Look, that's a sheet I can roll.
I'm
5
picturing
cartons
like a
cheaper than
big
buying a
old
carton.
big old fat cigarette. Like it would be so lumpy and wrong.
No, it's a little machine. You put the tobacco down in the little slit. You put the cigarette filter on the edge of it, and then you do this machine that pushes the tobacco into the filter.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's way cheaper. Like Dad said, you can roll like 5 cartons for the price of buying 1 carton. Yeah,
I'm cigarette idiot, y'all. Sorry.
No, I'm glad you're a cigarette idiot. Like, if there was one thing I could ever change in my life, it would be these cigarettes. One thing.
Yeah.
If God was to say, baby, I'm going to give you one thing to change, and that's what it would be.
It was the best thing I ever did. Just quit.
I know.
A warrant,
I'll get
which
there.
she did. If someone called, they were well within their rights as a
Wait,
citizen
go
of
back,
the United
go
States
back.
of America to make sure.
To the penis head comment?
No, right there, what she's saying about calling.
It is false reporting because she's done nothing wrong. She has no firearm.
That's a fucking lie. You overgrown look penis. That's a lie. It is not false reporting. If she has a warrant, which she did, if someone called, they were well within their rights as a citizen of the United States of America to make sure evil is off the street.
We didn't. Nobody knew she had a warrant at that point. The warrants weren't known at that point.
No, I think they were.
I don't think so.
Like, we knew if Betty went to Tennessee, just being there and shouting Sebastian's name
could get her a warrant.
Could get her arrested. But I don't think I myself knew that she had a warrant.
The warrant wasn't public knowledge. Yeah, that Michelle, it wasn't.
Okay. So then somebody was just calling to talk shit then.
Well,
to fuck with her.
Or somebody knew she had a warrant, which would be the person or I'll just stop there.
Clue, boo. Clue. Got some splaining to do. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to when it all happened. But I knew that, no, we didn't know she had a warrant.
No.
We knew the judge was upset that she didn't show up. We knew he put the orders down of what he expected her not to do. And we knew that her going to Tennessee and doing those things could possibly get her locked up.
Yeah. We'll get her arrested, yeah.
Okay, so we didn't have prior knowledge of a warrant.
Nope.
bitch.
Do
You
we know
better
that?
stop it right now.
Do we know that's what was? Does it say in here why they called on her? Did they call on her? Did the person who called on her call because of a warrant, or did they call for another reason?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Somebody in chat might know though. So let's watch for that.
Sorry, not sorry. And I think we can safely say, I don't believe Betty called on herself.
No, I mean there's an interesting part about that coming up that that I think is wildly important.
Okay. Landry says they were reading the Tennessee law books and read that a warrant would be possible. I mean, of course it's possible.
I mean, we all knew a warrant could be possible if she violates
but nobody would have known that there was an actual warrant.
An active warrant, yeah.
Interesting. Tony, did you ever tell me what you want me to do?
For old blowhole to here.
Tony, you might want to check your people. I'm just saying, when you lay down with dogs, you come up with fleas, and some of your team may not be as loyal as you think they are. It's my favorite part of this whole video. You can just tell. It's why you don't surround yourself with shitty fucking people.
And what she's talking about is one of the little skinny girls that show up here in a minute was kind of talking against Betty. She was there with Betty, but she was talking behind Betty's back to the officers a little bit against Betty, saying like that they had no idea she had a warrant. And that's because nobody did.
Right. Okay.
But that's what Clue's referring to.
Off topic, Tess said, put a 1 in chat if you cashed in Marlboro Miles for merch. I never did, but
I love it.
My in-laws did, and my favorite cooler is a red Marlboro electric cooler. It's the thing is like, well, they had it before I married Luke, and we've been married 25 years in April, so it's older than 25 years. It's the best freaking cooler in the world. Hands down, even though it says Marlboro on the side, I don't care.
No, we still do well, not right now, currently.
They still have them?
Yeah, just like a year or two ago, I was doing them.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, baby, that's fine. I'm sorry. I forgot I had the wallet. All it takes is you calling the bank and being like, hey, send my bitch her card. But that's your responsibility, sir.
That's on you, boo.
That's on you, boo.
This is why we can't have nice things, Tony.
She's very passionate about her work.
Passionate, that's the word to use.
About her work. That's another word to use. Ain't none of y'all motherfuckers working.
No. She gets fired up. That's an understatement.
Probably someone just disagreeing with her opinion.
Well, the problem is she has access to the father.
Yeah. Is it all stemming from some?
Wait. Nobody wants access to the father. Like what? Who cares that she has access to the father? People do not care that Betty has access to the father. That is not what. If someone from social media called in on her, even if it was someone from social media who went to the vigil and caused an uproar and called in on her, it's not because she has access to the father. It's because of the stupid things that come out of her mouth.
But again, the access to the father makes the stupid things that come out of her mouth reflect onto the father. That's part of the issue. Tony said, no need for an apology. And by the way, you're on the account. You can definitely call and get yourself a card.
That's on you, boo.
It's on me, boo. I still haven't done it, man. I fucking hate calling Wells Fargo.
I do too. I hate calling anyone.
Anything. Yeah.
And she has access to her father because she's been good to her father. And she's relentlessly covered the case and is out here at these.
She's been good to the father, but she's been bad to the Proudfoots, and she has blatantly came out and accused them of doing something to Sebastian. You just
she
can't
did
do
it
that.
tonight. That's what when I watched her live tonight. She's been relentlessly covering it, and she doesn't even know half of it. Like when she was going over it tonight, I didn't even finish her video. Like she didn't even know half of the stuff that took place. So
No,
how can
because
people be
it's so
relentlessly?
late.
That's my frustration. is all these people who are relentlessly covering it day in and day out, who don't even know the first thing about what took place, what happened, what was said, what was done, the facts, which are very small to begin with. And they don't even know those or understand those.
They'll pretend to, though.
Yeah.
They pretend to. And that's, it comes back to, because Betty came into this case late. She, I mean, and it's not a dig at Queen, but Queen also came into it late. And it's, I know for Betty, for sure, it's because she's seen the numbers, you know, like this case was getting astronomical in views and stuff. So, but that would explain why she doesn't even know half the shit that's went on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep going.
Coming up from Florida, spending her own money, and she's earned the right to be a part of what we're doing, right? Well, the other creators don't like that.
Cordy.
So there's a jealousy.
I'm wondering too. It's like, did you hear about that Karen Reed case up?
There's a jealousy.
Oh hell! Oh hell! Not Karen Reed.
Wait. Oh, me and the copper. We gonna tap out Karen Reed, copper?
Yeah.
Stupid.
He mentions it a few times.
Does
he
he?
really does, because he's trying to figure out the drama of the situation.
Oh.
So he's like, "Is this kind of like the Karen Reed case?" Well, no, but yes, the drama part of it is, the sides is, but the crime isn't, because there's been no crime as of now. There's no
Not
criminal aspect, so kind of sort of 50-50, I guess.
Yeah.
Police officer. Dad, I hope you hang around, because Clue talks about how she's going to go see the chief of this police department and how this officer was so fucked up in the things he did. It had me lit that night. Thank God for Rockabit. She was like, do not click that live.
Here we are.
I was mad as fuck, and I admit I do have a bias. But I've sat on it for a few days, so I'm a lot calmer today than I was when I first seen this. But the ignorance of this bitch and the shit she says that the cop did wrong is just like pissed me off. And there was something she said, and that's what we'll get to. There was something she said a little later in it. She said, he was asking like how to spell a word or something. I don't know. Journey. I think he was asking how to spell journey or something like that. And she was like, this is why you're a cop. Like, excuse me, bitch.
jerk.
That's why you sit your fat ass behind your computer and talk shit to everybody else, you bitch.
And Johnson says she can say, Clue says you can call her that because you are like, right? If you are
Yeah,
if you
I'm
are
fat.
you can
I'm
call it,
fat,
like,
so I can call her fat.
oh, so stupid.
What is that? Sauce. No, you're not taking that. That's the only one left. Can I get a ranch? Yeah, that's your dad's. Sorry.
Did he ask for
Because
ranch?
she has access to.
Huh?
Did he ask for ranch?
Well, he was about to take the sauce, the Chick-fil-A sauce. And I was like, absolutely not. So he said, well, can I have a ranch? Yeah, take the ranch, but you're not taking your dad's sauce. No,
Honey
sir.
mustard is the superior sauce.
I agree. That's what I used for my dinner, honey mustard.
Yes.
But Tony and Peyton love that Chick-fil-A sauce.
No.
All right.
The father. I don't want that father. Don't want anything to do with that father.
You did.
Sorry, not sorry.
Right? You did at one point.
You sure did.
Oh, he was creepy from the time I met him. Was he though? Was he though?
Really?
You kind of hung around for a little bit. All right. Let's go.
Boston. So I wonder if it's like, so you had two sides on that. Some people thought it was Karen Reed. Some people thought it was those two sides there. So I'm wondering if it's something like that.
You hear that? There are two sides to this case. But
saying ain't so.
Gosh.
It's not two sides. It's the truth and speculation right now. That's the sides.
Yep.
And nobody knows the truth, so they just continue to speculate.
But it's not y'all's fault that there's a division.
Her side, and it's like a
It's excuse me, bitch. I couldn't get to the polls quick enough. I was on another screen. Excuse me, bitch. You are part of the reason that they are going at each other and against each other right now.
A big part of it. A big part of it.
So fuck you and what you said, Clue.
Now you know why. What do you mean?
I fucking heard it. She said, "Cluminati's here."
Who said
they
that?
love
I didn't hear
this.
that.
They love it, Deep. They love
they
it.
got their name mentioned. Oh.
They're so excited.
I thought
That's
I
what
heard
they
it sounded
just
like
said.
naughty.
Yeah, it said Cluminati's here. And Tony's like, "What's that?"
her side, and it's like a respectively, but
Now you know why. What do you mean?
Illuminati's here. Goddamn right she was. Thank you to that truck for breaking down, because our fat asses, my fat ass, your skinny ass, would have been right back at the house. Would have been right home. We was live showing going the fuck home.
And for anybody that doesn't know the story, so
I agree with that. They were headed back home. They were live when they were headed home, and they got the call that Baby Clue's brakes went out or something like that, and they had to go back.
Don't know. Don't care.
Yeah, I don't either. It's that doesn't matter to me. Okay. Okay.
Where's she at? What are they looking for? That's why this is happening.
Oh,
Who do you
wait.
mean? What?
Okay, first it was Katie, now it's Cluminati. Like, oh, this reminds me of someone else who just blame whoever works for him in the moment.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Titanium, what do you mean? Who's laughing? The cop? I mean, if you're referring to the cop just laughing, could you imagine?
He probably doesn't even know. Like, what
Could
is
you
else is he
imagine
supposed to do, right?
being on this call and hearing these people talk about swatting and the parents of a missing child being the cause of this, and now there's a YouTuber named Cluminati? Could you imagine?
Have you ever tried to explain YouTube BS to a non-YouTuber? Like,
Yes, I have, and it's embarrassing.
Specifically this sector. It's hard, it's embarrassing, and it makes you wonder, like, why do I even waste time on this? Like, yeah. So imagine not even explaining it, just walking into it and trying to understand it without any other reference, anybody telling you anything, and you're just watching it all unfold live, and you're like, what the hell is going on? I would laugh awkwardly too.
Yeah, she was talking about Cletus. Cletus laughs at everything Clue does. Like, she is the star of his eye.
Cluminati's in the area. We need all an APB for Cluminati.
Cluminati.
Remember, y'all, it's the Clue show.
Around.
Big bitch in a black truck.
At this moment in time, it is no longer the Seth show. The bitch is taking the reins.
I'm gonna say, but then they'll be the first to claim it's the Seth show.
What?
I said, but they'll be the first to claim it's the Seth show. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what they say, that he's the guy in the background. He's the leader and the cause of all of this. He thinks this is the Seth show. Well, the same way you think this is the Seth show, I think you think this is the Clue show. And it's very selfish for you to constantly gain off of this baby. Well, he's not a baby. Off of this boy. And the drama that you're causing between his parents. How fucked up is that? Like you love it. You live for it.
Well, they justify it. They justify it with the
noble
lie
lie.
that it's not about. They're not doing it, because of Sebastian. They're not making their money or their fame off of Sebastian. They're making it off of the chaos surrounding it.
The
They're making it
chaos.
off of
Yes.
this or that. But they're the ones adding to the chaos.
Yes. But they want to pretend like their hands are clean. No, bitch. Your hands are just as messy as anybody else's. You think Terry Lynn's a piece of shit? Well, I think y'all are both pieces of shit because y'all are both been adding to this. You think Betty's a piece of shit? I think you're both a piece of shit. None is no worse or better than the other. You are a bad actor. You are a tragedy pimp. It is what it is.
Killshot, that's a great point. How did they get a call about Betty being arrested when they were there the whole time? They were there when law enforcement showed up. So how'd they get it 20 minutes before it went down?
That is a good question, and I've seen Killshot asking that. I don't know. I don't have an answer. It's very weird.
So they were there 20 minutes before this went down, and they knew about a warrant. Nobody else did?
Well, they were there, right? So they were there supposedly to watch the ride for Sebastian. Okay.
Right, but then they left.
But then they left to go back home, and then supposedly baby Clue called and said something was wrong with her car. But I've also heard Clue say that she was listening to Jay, and Jay and them were saying that the police were there. So they whipped it and they went back, supposedly. And that's when they seen the police there.
Interesting.
I agree, Titanium built the search. I mean, I'm glad they're out there because whether they're pretending or not, they're at least still out there. So if they were to stumble upon something, at least they were out there, but it's fake. It's all fake.
Oh.
Listen, you can't.
Ooh, that's what.
I don't know. You'd have to have some type of device that holds your phone or your recording device, because I tried to do like video recording, like seashelling on our vacation, just to show my friends and family. You can't see crap when you're recording because you're looking through the phone, and it's so hard to see it and pay attention to what's going on around you and what you're like. You'd have to be able to like wear your device to be able to fully pay attention.
I agree. It is all. Don't get me wrong. I know it's all for show, but them being out there, putting on a show, they're still out there. They're still covering ground that may not have been covered. You see what I'm saying? So it comes with nefarious intentions, but could lead to positive results. Does that make sense?
Is she recording it live?
No, she pre-records it and then shows it later on her streams. Her man said they got a call, at least in his video here he does. And see, that's a lie. That's an inconsistency, because prior, when Clue went on, I think it was Queen Bee's panel, she said that she had heard or seen on Jay for Justice that the cops were going out there. And so she was like, man, these people are out of their mind. The cops ain't out there. So supposedly she rode back to show that the cops are not out there, and they were. So that's several different stories.
Who knows what the truth is anyway? With all that, who knows?
Yeah. It's just messy, but this is part of the problem.
Funny as hell.
Illuminati, she came from Hendersonville. She's one of the people that
She's probably the one who called.
Yeah, she's.
You stupid motherfuckers, I swear. I didn't come from Hendersonville, you fucking cow. I came from Gallatin, so don't fucking lie on me. And I did not call. Although, in hindsight, I kind of wish I would have.
I don't, because the one argument I will make is I do wish, like, I'm glad the law played itself out. I do wish it hadn't have happened at the vigil, but
Amen.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with what Cletus is saying right here.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't fucking call, so
Nope.
it is what it is.
And guess what?
I don't think they called, but I think they know who did. Does that make sense? And I could have swore I heard Clue say that Katie called, but I don't think Katie called either. I don't know, but see, that's what I'm saying. The information is so all over the place. You
Right,
don't.
Landry? That makes no sense. Like, why would you call police though? Because they wouldn't let a woman record. It just doesn't make sense.
Because supposedly the woman was Team Chris and Katie and showed up, and they didn't want her there because she was not a supporter of the vigil, the
Okay.
ride.
And so that woman called the police. That's so
Supposedly.
weird. Like, I can't imagine someone saying like, "Man, we don't want you here. Please leave." You leave and then you call the cops and say what? They wouldn't let me film. And why would
Yeah.
police show up for that? They wouldn't just show up for that. Be like, okay, weirdo, click. Like, I don't. None of
Right.
it makes sense.
It is. That's what I'm saying, though. This is the chaos. This is the chaos.
Mhm. It
Tess said,
confuses you on purpose.
yeah,
Keeps you
it is
wondering
like
and
it's
coming
on
back.
purpose, isn't it?
Mhm.
Her channel is for entertainment. People want to see this, and she knows it. MLM 101. Absolutely, Tess. Let's see. I'm trying to read some comments real quick. I think they know who called. Yeah, I do too. That's what I thought, Kim. Like, I could have swore I heard Clue say at some point that it might have been Katie, but the woman's been going around. I think she even went on Queen's panel, didn't she? And say she called.
Don't ask me.
Okay, let me let this play. I'm gonna go grab a drinky drink.
But Betty, you old fucking dried hair, nasty mop headed bitch, they fucking prove that I didn't call in this video, so you can suck my entire dick.
I have no words. I have
Hateful ass
no
bitch.
words. I have no words.
I'm sorry. Did this motherfucker just say I'm stalking him?
Yep.
Sean, you wish you could get my fucking attention.
Pretty
She's probably
sure
the one who called.
they do have your attention. Doesn't she cover them all the time?
Okay, I'm back. Tell me if you need me to stop.
No, you're fine. Talking shit.
There's no other way.
I know Chris and Katie talked to her all.
And just gave her $1,000 too. I guarantee it. He said it's for building.
My best advice is continue to be.
This bitch literally, first off, Sean says, I know Chris and Katie.
His name, okay. The reason, I don't know if you know this, Deets, the reason they keep calling him Sean is because Dog the Bounty Hunter did a there's so much chaos. Dog the Bounty Hunter did an interview and kept calling Seth Sean. He then later
Oh my gosh. I wondered why everybody was calling him Sean.
It's because Dog kept calling Seth Sean.
Oh my gosh, this is such a mess.
And then in another interview, a longer interview, he was calling Sean and calling Sebastian Nicholas.
Oh my gosh. It makes you either want to laugh, scream, or cry. Like you don't know what to do. You're just like, "Rah!" What is wrong with these people?
It's absurd.
It's so stupid.
It's so absurd.
Oh my gosh. And make no mistake, we're laughing at Dog and saying he's stupid, not Sebastian.
That
but
poor
like,
senile
oh my
fucker.
God.
He's going into early dementia. He needs to see.
Right?
He needs to see.
You guys need to leave him alone and let him enjoy retirement on the island while he still has time.
No, he's out here to find
Jeez.
Sebastian.
Oh
And he's also blaming Chris and Katie. He knows nothing about the case. But again, I don't review those streams because I don't want to put them out there. I don't want to give them the view and put them in the algorithm, so
No.
I don't go over them. But you best believe all these other tragedy pimps in the community do go over them. And it's like, y'all are just spreading that shit for more and more people to see.
He talked to her all the time. And then this one chimes in and says they just gave her $1,000 to stalk me and said it was for billboards. Okay.
Casey, you think the right lady? I don't know, dude. It's been 6 months since my son.
Oh, also, the
Wait,
other
what did
day,
he just
Clue.
say there? Oh, sorry. He says something
Oh,
about my son. I think it's possible my son something.
okay, let's see.
Billboards. Okay.
Casey, you think the right lady? I don't know, dude. It's been 6 months since my son.
Did he really just say it's been 6 months?
Well, no, that I can understand. I was talking as far as realities of stalking. Don't let it bait you.
I don't know. It's so hard to hear.
Yeah, I couldn't tell either.
Yeah, well, I've never even felt it. I've never even laid eyes on them. They're saying that I follow them. I've never even seen them in the flesh. I literally heard.
It's just like this. There's no tricks. But well, the only thing that gets me is they could be something else that they could be done. But I don't mind.
Well, and that's what he's intent on doing. He's intent on blaming Katie. It seems like that's what's going on. Like,
Well, they're just blaming everyone. I've heard them blame 3 different people now because it can't be Betty just being arrested for something Betty did. It has to be something else in their mind.
no, I didn't see your comment, Southern Gal. Let me see before we keep playing it. I was shocked the officer there called Sebastian Spencer, so I guess it's not well known there locally. So sad. Yeah, he did. He called because this is a Clarksville officer, which is where Seth resides in Clarksville.
Yeah, but it's about an hour away from
yeah, but
Hendersonville.
to me, it makes a difference because it shows that Seth probably hasn't littered his own town.
Well, it's also sad too because, like, you know when the Amber Alert went out and Ebola went out as well, to local counties, especially with Seth living in Clarksville, you would think that law enforcement there had at least a knowledge of it, simply because what if he had ran away and went to his dad's house? Like in the beginning, that could have been what they were
Right.
thinking. So it's weird that
none of them know about it. Like,
yeah.
but also, like, she gave that cop hell, and it's like you can't expect him to know automatically or remember the name Sebastian just because you have been causing chaos in this case for 7
Right.
months doesn't
Right.
mean that officer has or has the ability to know.
And you got to think of how many different calls and cases they go to every single day. They're not the ones working the case. They're not the detectives on the case. But it is sad that they don't know.
It is, and I agree with that 100% because I feel like they should know, and that's not their responsibility. They don't, I feel like when it happens in different counties, it doesn't always correlate to the next. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's
So
true.
I just, and she gave the cops a really hard time, and it pissed me the fuck right on off. Ugh.
Of course, our hands are tied in a lot of ways.
Well, that's great. They got my license. No, they don't have my license. They got him. I didn't have my license on me.
So, Will, I don't know if it's the other officer's body cam. We have a total of, there's 7, but I didn't do the dash cam videos, right? Because you can't hear anything. So we have 5 videos to look at tonight that are 30 minutes long. That's why I'm trying not to pause a lot, because it is a long, and I didn't speed it up any so I could hear, but that's how long it is.
Look at that one eyeball going far left.
Johnson. You need to stop
Yeah, the fact that you immediately knew what I was talking. That shows you were thinking the same thing, you classy bitch. You little classy. You was thinking the same thing.
I was thinking it must be nice to look at two separate things at once.
You up there?
Cluminati, the professional.
The professional celebrity. Y'all are doing too much.
Gotta keep one eye on Clue.
Oh my gosh.
I hate y'all. Oh.
Are they looking for us?
I don't know for sure at this point. I know it ain't. I thought it was further in when I was just scanning it, right? I thought it was like almost at the end, but it may be. I don't know. I have no fucking clue.
I could swear he just said, "Are they up there?" I bet they're looking for.
We
What
must
a
have
fucking
fucking
idiot.
we must have got there like right as they pulled the fuck in, which is weird because we had got told they were there like fucking 20 minutes before we got
That
there.
is
Fuck
weird,
yeah, because I was bitching at
Cletus.
traffic. Like, can you fucking
Weird.
go? You know what I mean? Trying to get there.
Hold
That's
on.
hella weird.
What'd you say?
I said that is weird, Cletus. It is hella weird. They just readily admit that they pull in right as law enforcement got there, but they knew 20 minutes prior.
It is. It is weird.
Thanks for pointing out how weird that is.
Could they have been listening to a scanner?
It's possible. Absolutely possible.
Their crazy asses would listen to a scanner because they are that. Like she admitted it the other day. They live this case. They eat, sleep, and breathe this case. And it's like, girl,
Y'all need
that's
a
too much.
vacation.
Y'all need to take some time
That's
off.
Clue. That's not good for your skin. That's not good for your pores.
It's really
you need
not.
to take a break, breathe in some fresh air, like step away for a moment,
And
watch
that's not
a
even
movie. I mean, something a little healthier.
it's not even taking a dig at Clue. But when I
No.
heard her say that, I was concerned because it's like, girl, no, you got so much more to live for than to be focused on this case right now. I'm not
And that's
saying
not to
ignore
take away,
it.
right? That's not to take away from Sebastian. We should all be like, I know Jonesy, like at the end of it, she'll show like the flyer. Like we should all
Absolutely.
be continuing to spread awareness for him. But we're not his parents. We're not private investigators. We're not detectives. We should not be living and sleeping and eating and breathing this case. That's not healthy. That's
No.
obsessive.
Well, what's the definition to insanity, Deets?
Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
Absolutely. You got it. And
Mhm.
I think that that's part of the problem. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. To me, it's just like, don't do that to yourself, you know?
Yeah, read a book. Pick up a book. Like, seriously, like, go cruise on Pinterest or something.
There's plenty of things to do. You know what I think of when I
Roll
hear
your own cigarettes. Apparently, that's a thing. Like, there's so many things you could be doing.
I don't think they smoke. They smoke vapes.
Oh, well, no, I'm just saying, you know,
It's
take up
just
a hobby.
it's just another addict. Go crochet. Make some what
Get
are them
addicted to yarn.
macrame? Go do some macrame, girl.
Yeah.
Make you a quilt for baby Clue. She's about, like she's almost old enough to move out. Make her a quilt to take with her.
Start a
You know?
scrapbook, something.
Go on vacation. You're a rich bitch. Go to
Girl.
I heard you talking about Shipwreck Island, which she was giving it mad reviews. Y'all, Shipwreck Island is shit. But anyway,
It is shit, by the way.
it's shit. But she was praising Shipwreck Island like it was the best place in the world. Girl, go to Panama City. Go, like this is too much. But you know what I think of when I hear like when they get all piped up about somebody mentioning them? This is what this is what I hear.
Oh my god, Jones.
But occasionally,
I want to talk about
I want to talk about me.
Rest in peace, Toby Keith, baby.
Oh my gosh.
But that's exactly what plays in my head.
I want to talk about me.
Shipwreck used to be an awesome place. It sucks butt now. See, even Dad knows. 'Cause we went when I was pregnant with Caden. It's nothing like it used to be. But it did. It used to have like little caves you could swim in and mushrooms pouring water down on you. It was just the coolest shit ever. And now it's just boring as fuck. Anyways, let's get back to this. But I wanted to
But take a vacation, man. Come on.
take a vacation.
There. That's funny as hell.
Oh, hold on. Somebody wants to see the Dioc clip. Hold on.
You gonna take that dick? You gonna take that dick, huh? I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
I swear to God, I need a camera up one day for that because I say it and make I know I'm making some hella facial expressions.
So you want to hear a funny story on this trip? I said that to Luke in that.
Oh, did
voice.
you?
Yeah. Well, I think I said the bad part, but and in the voice, and he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, Paul Rudd from Wanderlust, and he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Jensen has it as a clip. She plays them all the time." I couldn't find it on I scanned through like 3 of your live streams. I couldn't find the clip, probably because I was going too fast. So I just, looked on YouTube
Just look up the Wanderlust.
I just looked up "Take That Dick," and it was like the second thing to
Yeah. Gonna take this dick.
I played it for him. We died laughing.
I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
He's like, "Why is Jones playing that?" I'm like, "Oh man, that's just Jones."
Oh my God, it's so perfect. It's so perfect. And a lot of y'all motherfuckers need to take heed to that. Y'all, yeah, I know y'all say y'all are happy and everything, but y'all need to go get some dick and get off YouTube a little
They
bit.
sure do. Like, I seriously worry about, well, I don't really worry, but I wonder, like, do some of these people have lives? Do they have a personal life? Do you have a sex life? Do you have relationships? Do you have friends? Like, do you interact with your family? And I'm not judging because I've had some hella long live streams. Y'all know that? Hella long.
But when you do, you don't go live the very next morning.
No. And like, yeah, they're not back to back to back to back. And so, I don't know. You still got to schedule time for life. Don't let this app become your life because and I'll tell you what, this app ain't going to be here for you when you need it.
Nope.
But real connections, real people, they will be.
Mystic said, I mean, they always say they have no friends. That's pretty sad. It is pretty sad because you know what, Mystic, even if you don't have outside friends, I have 2 or 3 very, very, very close friends. One that just trumps everybody because she's been there with me since 6th grade. But minus them, Tony's my best friend, and I make sure to make time to hang out with my bestie for the resty,
Yeah, you can ask Johnson, like we were gone for what, 9 days? Like, I barely talked to you girls. Like,
yeah, no, I barely heard
time,
from Deets. I just knew she was alive every now and then.
Yeah, like it's you gotta connect with it. Like, Luke is absolutely my best friend. I have a best girlfriend too, but like he's my person, and so of course, like when we get uninterrupted time together, like on a trip, I'm giving him 100% of my attention.
Absolutely.
You can't. I didn't even start listening to any of this stuff until actually we were heading back in the hurricane. I was like, I'm gonna listen to some YouTube.
Oh yeah, in Aruba, like Tony enjoys me going live and getting to talk to people, but I think I did one little small live. Outside of that, it was just like even when I was recording for to show everybody, it was just us being ourselves and having fun and enjoying each other. I kind of feel bad for those who feel like they don't have that. Because
I do
not
too.
everybody has that soulmate that is their best friend, and it's like, I don't know. That just sucks. It sucks to
It
think
does
about,
suck
and
for
that's why
them.
they come to YouTube.
I know, and I get that. Like a lot of people are here for that same reason, is they don't have, for the connection with one another. But it becomes unhealthy. It can become unhealthy. You have to have personal connection with people, like a real life connection with someone, anyone. A Killshot said, I think it's hilarious how YouTube best friends still call each other by their screen names offline. We do. And like Jonesy
do.
and I were gonna try to meet up, but it just didn't work. And I was telling Luke, I'm like, yeah, we're gonna stop and talk with Joneson and Tony, and he's like, I'm not gonna call her Joneson. What is her name?
He wouldn't call me Jones, and I wouldn't care if he called me by my name. My name's Jessica. Listen.
I told him, I said, well, you call her Jessica, but I'll probably still call her Jones.
Yeah, because we do. Even in our private little DM, Nunya's Nunya, Deets is Deets. I'm Jonesin. It is what it is. And I know both of their names, but it's just, I don't know.
I called Tracy by her government name, but that's only because she changed. She was Tracy Ann for a while on here, so
yes, she was.
Yeah. Other than that, I call everyone else by their YouTube name.
You stop it. You stop it right now.
What did he do?
He said it was all wild amounts of intercourse. It was. We were SEXing it up all over the place. It was a good time. It was a good time. Look, Amac says she calls SoFlo by her government name. Do you? See, I call... Yeah, no. In the background, when I talk to Burden, I call her Burden.
Same.
Like if I'm like, I'm so sorry they did that to you, Burden. It's Burden. I don't know. It's so weird.
I call Nicole by her government name if her government name is Nicole. I don't know.
Yeah, right. But I don't mind people calling me Jessica. Like, I love my name.
I don't care if people call me Stephanie.
It used to be so popular back in the day, Jessica, Jessica, Jessica. It was like everybody was a Jessica, but now I don't hear it as much.
I had 2 in my class, and I had a little class of like 30 people, 2 Jessicas and 2 Ashleys. That was another really popular name back then.
Look at
That's just payback from when you're a kid. You have to hear about like
I
parents
forgot
say
he was
gross things.
Sorry, Dad. Oh, it's okay. Okay, let's get right. Look, Classy and Trashy are all chained tonight. Oh, God. Look, Tony. Is Tony in here? He was just in here. Tony, look at my video. Not different than Deetsy does. I'm gonna read you for filth in a different way, and yes, it's gonna be trashy as fuck.
Nah, it's always hilarious.
Oh shit. Okay, listen,
Isn't it
I'm
cute,
drinking too
Tony?
much. I need to slow down. This is y'all's fault. He likes it. Isn't it cute? Because you hear Deets' little cute voice, and she'll tell her off, but she still sounds classy when she tells them off. Me, I'm redneck as fuck, hillbilly out of this world. Like, it goes. Look, anytime we do a review together, that's what's gonna happen. Classy.
It's like yin and yang.
Oh, there we go. Now they found us.
Okay.
They were so fucking pissed.
Oh, look, Nicole is Nikki.
No.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's private property. I wonder if they have permission to be on. It is private property. I was stating the obvious for the middle.
All right, pay attention because he says something, of course, perverted or weird to this girl about Clue. He says something about chlamydia or something.
Illuminati and her husband.
Who's in the black vehicle? Illuminati and her husband.
I want to talk about me. You want to talk about? I want to talk about number one. Oh, mommy, ma. I'm just saying.
Fiance. Seth, what the fuck do you care? Shut the fuck up, you fat bastard.
Oh. Oh.
Ricky Dawn Smith. Not my name, bitch. It's not my name. I've told you 8 times. Yeah, you hear that? I was talking. Hear what he said? You dirty fuck. Oh, you're in such a bad mood.
That one eyeball is still off to the left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Clue.
I'm pretty sure that's private property. I wonder if they have permission to be on. It is private property. I was stating the obvious for the middle.
Black vehicle. Illuminati and her husband. Illuminati and her husband.
Beyonce.
Beyonce. I'm sorry.
That's so funny. They just know him by fiance.
Fiance.
That's what I know him as too.
And it's chlamydia and gonorrhea.
Chlamydia and gonorrhea.
Oh,
See,
gosh.
he's just so fucking childish, man.
But yeah, but she's trashy. I don't know. They're just trashy to each other.
They are. She just
Seth
got
and
done
Chloe.
calling him a fat fuck again.
Mm-hmm.
They are crazy.
Yeah,
He's so
that's
tore
what
up
it
about
is,
his son,
Killcat.
guys. Every time he gets on the news.
What? Hey, baby.
She tries to be thuggish or something. Like she's trying too hard. I think that's what makes. What the
I'm
heck
sorry.
are you doing, Tony?
Tony, he's blowing on my cheek. My face cheek.
I'm
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not gonna try to be somebody else. Like it would sound weird coming from my mouth if I spoke like Jones, and that's not an insult because that's her style. That's how she talks. That's how she speaks. It would sound weird if Jones then tried to speak like me. Like Clue,
Yeah,
you
no.
can tell is trying to speak like someone else. Like it's a forced vocabulary. It's not a natural thing that comes out of her mouth.
It is,
It's
and
weird.
that's what I felt when she was talking shit to that cop for not knowing how to spell something. I was like, excuse me, bitch, you say irregardless, which is not how it is. There's no irregardless. It's
No,
regardless.
it's
You
just
stupid
regardless.
cunt.
Gosh.
Okay. And then and then she says fasted for like
Tasted.
two-faced motherfuckers. Instead of two-faced motherfuckers, it's two-faced. Like, you don't get to girl.
Okay.
Too much.
Johnson might not know where South America is, but
Listen, bitch. I know where it is now.
I was like bored one night, couldn't sleep when we were on vacation, and I scrolled through the Discord. I saw you were having trouble with South America.
Listen,
I died laughing. I woke Luke up laughing so hard.
So Flo was in Peru, and I'm like, where's Peru? And they were like, I don't know, North or South America, whatever. And then they started about continents. And I was like, that's just so fucking complicated.
Hey, Max, you did such a good job. You're like, us, Mexico and Canada are part of North America. I was so proud.
It's so complicated. Like, why do we got to do all that? Continents and countries and regions and like, come on, man.
And someone said, I don't know who it was, but someone's like, yeah, there's, all continents have countries in them, except for Australia. It's also it's a country and a
That was
continent.
AMAT.
And you were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like what? No, that's too much. That's too much. I'm not trying to do my brain like that. No, I guess I didn't pay any attention in social studies. I don't know.
Geography.
geography, whatever, same thing. Civics, geography, social studies. They're all the same class.
But she knows that "fasted" is not a word, damn it.
No, fasted is not a word, and neither is irregardless.
Was he's a bag of fucking tears, but you guys sit there and make a dirty ass joke. I love this in the wild.
Shit, I muted myself. I don't know why I did that. It just reminds me that Seth is a man child. Like, all the things he says, the ways that he approaches a situation, to me, it just reminds me of a man child. Like, I'm surprised he's out on his own, living in a house by himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I appreciate you, AMAC. You a real one for that, bitch. Because I was really trying to understand. I wanted to know where SoFlo was. Oh. Don't get me wrong, Texas Bluebonnet. I know Seth knows the grift. He knew the grift 3 days after Sebastian went missing when he allowed his sister to set up that GoFundMe.
After they agreed not to.
Yeah, he knows the grift, and he knew that this situation would allow him that. So, again,
but that doesn't mean he's involved in anything. It doesn't mean that we have to, attack him and call him horrible, vile names for.
I can think you're a shady
reasons.
fucking character without attacking you in that way, Yeah. Like, is Seth shady? Absolutely. He absolutely is. And it's from his own doing. The things he does and says on
But you know what I try to remember is that most people, like the people in the chat, you only know 5% of me. Jonesy might know more. Maybe she knows 25% of me. But on the social media, on the internet, anywhere, like, we don't get a full picture of a person, and we don't have the full, we know a lot more about Seth, Katie, and Chris. We probably know, 50% of them, but we don't have an entire picture of their lives. We don't know the full percentage and the reasons behind why they do what they do. And I would want someone to, if I did something stupid, to look at me and be like, well, that's a little out of character for her, or maybe we can just look past it because of this situation or that situation. Just give a little bit of grace, all things considered. Or just, okay, I don't agree with that bitch and I'm moving on. Like, it could be as simple as that, too.
But they have to focus on it because it creates content and it draws people in. People want to know that there's some kind of nefarious story behind everything. That's what.
Texas Bluebonnet, we talked about that quite a bit on one of my streams when it happened. Actually.
Yes,
I know a lot of people did. And that's the thing, like, we talked on it then. We don't need to keep going back over it day after day after day after day. Like, what good does that do?
Baby, will you bring me another drinky drink? Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Because that was during all the United Cajun Navy stuff.
Yeah. And I think, is that a red flag to me specifically? Yes, Bluebonnet, it is. It was very strange for him to say, just like him saying that, he imagines Sebastian in a room playing video games, not giving a fuck about what's going on out here. I mean, that to me was an alarm bell as well, but it's nothing I'm willing. It's, again, there has been nothing done by any of the parents that makes me.
It's not a reason to defame or slander or drag him for filth.
Sorry to interrupt y'all.
Right. And it's not enough to make me accuse somebody. What's up, baby? Sorry, he's interrupting.
You're fine. Spudler, you're right, though. We do judge these people like they're characters in a movie, but they're not, like, and I know you know this, so that's why I can say it to you, but, like, they're not characters in a movie. This is their real life. This is their real trauma. This is some real shit that they are all going through. And
Yep.
it makes me, it made me really sad in the beginning to see how people judge them like their characters in a movie. Now it just really pisses me off. Really
Yeah.
pisses me off.
And I think that we were all pretty sympathetic to Seth at the beginning because Brittany J likes to say that everybody's been against Seth from the beginning, and I respectfully have to disagree because as we listen to his interviews, like when he would get shaken up about something he was saying pertaining to Sebastian, we were there, we were reviewing it, we were like, oh my God, this breaks our heart for him. I think the tides turned when he exploited his own child, not once but twice. Not only did he
More
put
than
that child,
twice.
yeah, well, actually more than twice, yeah, but the personal things, not only did he put that child's trauma out, but then he put other things out that we didn't need to know.
He put out another child's trauma as well. I mean, do you not realize
As well,
that? Like, that
yes.
was another child's trauma as well. Like, it's and wanted, I'm not saying he intended for it, but it causes a ripple effect of how many people wanted to look into that other child. They
Right.
were going like they wanted
Well, Pascal was
names,
asking for the child's
yes.
name.
Like it just blows my mind. Texas, you don't have to worry about that here, or at least not with. I'm not gonna speak for Johnson, but I'm gonna speak for her. We don't care where you go, but I understand other people do care that,
Hold on,
I
what?
know she doesn't care at all, and I don't ever watch chat.
Texas, baby, I don't care where you go. I mean, people think that just because me and Clue have a problem or me and Queen have a problem that I give a fuck or I'm going to think less of you if I see you over there. No, because guess what? I'm listening in too, So don't ever feel that from me. Deets, will you go over? Somebody said something. Where is it? I got a TT. Okay, will you go over Mystic's comment real quick?
Yeah, let me see. Let me pull it up on my phone so I can read it better. Okay, I don't think Seth is guilty. I do think he's lazy and doesn't want to work, though. Makes me sad that he has made this his game. It's not about his son anymore. It's all about him. I kind of agree with you, and I disagree a little bit. Obviously, I agree that I don't think he's guilty. He does seem to be like a lazy individual, and there's something there with all that work stuff because we've heard too many different things, right? With the PTO, the donated PTO, and then maybe that wasn't there, and then the GoFundMe, and then the surgeries and all that. So I do think there's something there, and it, like you said, it could just go back to his laziness. I don't know if he's made it his game, but he's definitely, I think he absolutely enjoys the attention that he is receiving because I don't think he is an individual who had a lot of connections. I mean, if you think about what we know, that, you know, his job, Chris and Katie helped him get the job. They, helped him, settle down so he could be closer to his son. I don't know to what extent, but we just know that there was help there. And so if you're relying on your ex-wife and her current husband to help you with even just those two things, it tells me that maybe you don't have a ton of people in your real life. So now you have all of these people coming at you, and I'm sure there's dozens and dozens that are fake to him and want to be his fake friend because they think that this person's like Seth's gonna tell him some kind of insider information.
That's it.
If he does, it's probably a lie, and I'm not saying that because that he's lied about everything. I'm just saying they don't know shit. So the things that are out there publicly and the things that they do know that they could give you, all that is trauma. And so I don't know. It's absolutely being willing to. I think it's just having more people in his life than he's ever been used to, and he's enjoying that. Sorry, that was really long-winded.
No, I'm glad you TT. Could he be out on FML? He does live in Tennessee. He lives in Clarksville. He does now, but did he
Yes.
prior?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he
Oh,
moved
prior
here.
to Sebastian missing? Yes, he did.
He moved here 4 months after Chris and Katie did.
I think Spudler, I think it makes him feel bigger and badder. Does that make sense? But again,
I
like,
don't. I don't. I think
you
that
don't?
I actually think he's a very submissive man. Like, we saw him back down when Chris approached
Chris,
him, and
yeah.
he said that it wasn't like an aggressive conversation. And we saw that video he made. But then he gets a little bit of oomph from others, and that like puffs him up a little bit. But I think if someone were to confront him again, he would fold back as well. And think
But
about
can
it.
both be
People
true at
surround
once?
They can. Both can exist at the same time. You're absolutely correct. And if you think about it, people who want to appear to be the smartest person in the room, what do? They don't surround themselves with people as intelligent or more intelligent than them. They surround themselves with people who are less intelligent than them so that they appear to be the smartest person in the room, even though they've just surrounded themselves with idiots.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
feel
Like
that.
the pretty girl that surrounds herself with uglies, you know?
Yeah.
That sounded so bad.
What is it called? They made a movie about it, like
Mean Girls?
no, the designated fat friend, isn't that
Oh,
designated ugly fat
yeah.
friend, a duff?
Yep.
And so, I mean, I'm not saying I buy into that, but it is a thing. Like,
It is,
mhm,
absolutely. Especially now.
yep,
Texas said Chris and Katie have never not once bashed Seth, goes at them every chance he gets. He does, and it's unfortunate.
mhm,
But you know what? Blue Bonnet, he wouldn't have that chance if these creators would stop giving him the opportunity.
absolutely. Or stop puffing him up. Stop filling his head full of bullshit. Stop
The
taking.
duff.
Do you really think that he needs to be worried about that? Like, I don't know, just I can imagine some of the shit that's told to him. Like, he doesn't, whoever's close to him and friends with him, they don't need to be bringing him like, oh my God, this was said over on Granny's channel, or
No,
Chris
you're
Mom
not being a
said this
very good
about you.
friend.
Don't
You're
take
not
that
doing that.
bullshit to him. His kid's missing. Same with Chris and Katie. Like, none of the bullshit needs to be taken to them. So
I
I
agree.
kind of wonder the people that do take the bullshit to them. Like, who are they?
Well,
Because to me, you're just perpetuating it.
well, you are. You are perpetuating it, and
Perpetuating.
it's it's such a bummer, you know. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and the kill shot said, "Imagine if Sebastian is found safe and he has to come home to all this." Kill shot. That's what made me reel myself in.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, I was caught up in the drama at the very beginning. I was caught up in after Seth exploited Sebastian. I was angry. I
Yeah.
was very angry, and I let the drama take me away from it for a little bit. But then I self-reflected and I said, "Oh, you know what? What if Sebastian does come back and he sees these people calling his dad a fat ass and talking about his parents possibly being alcoholics, and I mean all of that." I also considered, what if it was me? What if it was me? But the problem is, so many of these creators are so selfish that they won't take that moment to step back and think about things.
Well, they do, or they'll say like, because like Clue came out after everything was shown her that she was going to take a break for a minute, and did like what, a stream about something random. You do a stream about something random, you don't put any of the shit in the title, no one's showing up, and
You
then
don't
they're
get the
like,
views. Yeah.
oh shit, and they go right back to what brings it right back in. And I'm not hating on them for that. That's just how the mind works on stuff like that. It's actually extremely hard to not fall into that as a creator. It takes
Absolutely.
a certain amount of self-control to pull yourself back from it, for sure.
I agree with that 100%. And I would say, in response to the Clue thing, is Clue has made it very known, just like me and you, Deets. We make it very known that we're not here. Like, if you send us memberships or anything, that's like a tip, like a thank you for being live so I had something to do. You know, I'm glad I got to talk to y'all kind of thing. Clue has made it very clear that she doesn't rely on the income. And the reason I say that is because there are people that do rely on the YouTube income.
Mhm.
So they are more willing to go.
They'll go farther.
They'll go outside the
yeah.
boundaries to be able to maintain that YouTube income.
And they won't
And
practice that self-control at all because they have to keep that stream of income flowing in.
right. And that's where I come with Clue is if this is not your monetary gain, if this is not your livelihood, why?
Yeah, why are you doing it then? Like, what's the purpose?
That's my problem. Because I do think Clue has a good heart. I really do. Truly deep down.
I don't know.
I know you don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
We
her
disagree
well
on
enough.
certain things pertaining to certain creators, but
for
and
sure.
that's okay.
I just don't know her well enough to know if she has a good heart or not. But from what I've seen, no, I don't think she does.
Deets, when she does her calm streams, I enjoy her. But when she's doing this, like how she's acting right now on this stream, I don't enjoy her as much because I feel
Then
like
that's
she's
fake.
putting on a show.
Yeah, then and then that's just a facade.
But but if it's a fake or facade, does it not show that there is a decent part of her?
No.
That is
No, like seriously,
I can't.
To me, it's even worse that if you, I think it's fake. I think it's fake. Like, which one is it? Sorry, was that not the answer you wanted? Just no.
No, I just
No.
you know how I am. You know how I am. I've been in a lot of trouble in this community for being the
Listen,
way I am.
I get it, and I have too at times, and it's I
Well-
genuinely asked that question the other day, like, how many times do you give a person grace? Because it's bit me in the ass before. But with this one, no, she's shown me who she is, and I'm good.
And that's, I guess, maybe it's the disappointment that comes with that because it's like I did like her at first. When you first showed her to me, I did like her. And I felt like, oh my God, she's kind of like me until she got reckless at the mouth. And
Well, she just showed her true colors. It takes a minute, but everybody's mask falls off eventually.
but you know what? When I reflect on it, like I think that there's some part of her that is good, but then
Well, yeah, there's
again,
good in everyone. I mean, hell, even Dahmer probably had some kind of good in him somewhere, but that doesn't mean I think he's a good person overall.
to me,
I'm just saying.
to me, I feel like people can get caught up in the hype and they can pretend to be people they're not. And does that make you weak? Yes.
It makes you fake.
It makes you fake. But there's also times I've seen her be herself, and I like to think that there is that good part of them. But then again, you also think about the part when she was called out about the F word, right? Or
Right.
she was called out about the remarks about sending black people back to Africa, or the Hispanic remarks. You think about that, and she says, well, it is what it is. I am who I am. You either take it or leave it.
Then see,
That's when I think,
flat out told
okay,
you.
well, that means you just have a hateful heart. Like,
Jonesy,
you're okay with hurting people. Why
she
would you want to
literally-
hurt people?
She literally said to you, I'm a piece of shit. Take it or leave it. And you're like, oh,
did.
maybe there's good in there.
I know that's my
Girl.
flaw. That's my
Girl.
major flaw in life. Like, fuck YouTube. Fuck YouTube.
Believe
Take
her the
YouTube
first time.
completely out of it. This is something I deal with in my personal life, is wanting to see the good in everybody.
Oh, I want to see the good in everybody, but I'm
It's
just
how
gonna
my
see
brain
it.
works.
I'm gonna see it from a distance. It doesn't mean I think you're a good person. Here's the thing, like it can going back to can two things exist at once? Can a piece of shit person still do a good thing from time to time? Absolutely. She deserves the accolades for the blip boards. Hands down.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a great thing. I still think she's a piece of shit.
Yeah, so two things are true at once, and that's what I'm
Mm.
saying. Like, I don't know. It's just my mindset, and I know she doesn't deserve that grace with me,
Mm-hmm.
especially because she judged me off of something that happened between me and Queen that doesn't involve her at all.
What?
That's why she don't fuck with me. She says I'm a snake, and she heard I was a snake.
Oh, she's an idiot. She don't even know
So,
what that was about.
well, because she was in private contact with Queen, I assume Queen let her know, hey, like, Jones and don't trust her, blah, blah, blah. And she just ran with that, right? But to me, a strong, independent, individual person wouldn't run with that. They would
Right.
allow that person to be who they are with them and allow the chance, the
But people don't,
opportunity.
and that's another thing people on social media don't like. Like, I understand that there are people that you don't fuck with that I'm like, I'm gonna let them show me who they are before I make
Yeah.
a determination. And other people on social media hate that. They hate that. They want you to hate the people they hate, and that's just not how the real world works. It
I
isn't.
know. I know.
But something happens when you get on social media. People are like, "Oh, you hate them? Well, then I hate them too." And that's just some BS. Get to know the person first. But from what I've gotten to know of her, I'm good.
And I agree. I'm good. I don't want to know. I don't want. Does that make sense? Like, I've made up my mind, but
Yeah.
it doesn't take
It's
away.
it sounds like you're trying to justify like praising her on some things, and you don't have to. Like I said, she deserves the praise on the Blipboards. When you're reviewing her and there's something she says that you agree with, it's not wrong to agree with those things and still think she's a POS overall.
Yeah. And see, Joneson said Joneson, or not Joneson, sorry. Matt said Joneson will find a diamond in the shit. I will.
Yeah,
That was
she
part of the
does.
problem with Dolly. And, people were so angry about it. But it's like, you have to either be willing to accept me for who I am and the fact that I'm willing to give those chances, or you
Mhm.
don't, And I don't know. We've ended up on a whole tangent, but the point is,
But that's the beautiful thing about you, because you do. Like, you're willing to do that. Me, I'm not gonna like drag you for filth, but I keep my distance from people. Like, when people
right.
start showing me who they are, I back away
Well, I
if
know
it's
there's
something I
also
don't want.
other creators that me and you disagree on, and
Yeah.
it's not even, I wouldn't even say disagree. It's just I continue to give grace when you don't. And
Mhm.
you don't because you draw your boundary, you draw your line. You say,
Yeah.
okay,
I'm very good
this
at
is too
boundaries.
much. And that's something I was telling Georgia Peach the other day. You have to be good
Mhm.
with boundaries, And so I can appreciate the boundaries. I need
Boundaries
to
aren't a
work on
bad
them.
thing. Yeah, boundaries aren't a bad thing. People think it is, or they put it off that somehow makes you a moral authority or a snob or something. No, it's just no. I love me. I care about me, and I'm gonna put that boundary up for myself.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
you
against
have to
you.
value yourself enough. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Uh
kill shot.
Killshot said people hate it if you decide for yourself. Everyone wants there to be teams.
They
I
do.
agree. I agree. And I don't see any teams here. I mean, I physically see the team, like I
Mhm.
visually see the teams, but to me, like Seth is acting out of character. He's the father of a missing child. Chris and
Mhm.
Katie may act out of pocket sometimes. They're the parents of a missing child. Who are we to say how they should act, how they should respond? We don't get to choose that.
We don't
Everybody
know what we would do. Yeah,
so different. But
and
people
that's
like to think that you should think the way they think. So when you don't think the way they think, they nitpick the fuck out of you. And that was my point about the flags with Brittany J.
mhm.
Is going through these reviewing these interviews. It's just allowing you the chance to nitpick and to
Yep.
find stuff to be pissed about.
I honestly, I don't even think it's that. I think it's you. I think some people, and I'm not saying she did this, but I think some people just make a determination like, oh, that's who I'm going to support. That's who I'm going to back. And so then they have to find reasons as to why these quote unquote red flags are these reasons. And so Are they silly and nitpicky? Yeah, but they have to find something, so that's the hill they're gonna die on.
I agree. Mystic said, Johnson and Dietz, we're going to see. She's behind a lot of fiery behind the scenes. You'll see. Who are you talking
Oh,
about, Mystic? Are you
I
talking
think
about?
she's talking about Clue, but
Oh,
for
you ain't
sure.
got to convince me of that. I
Mhm.
feel like Clue has been involved in the fuck shit of this case from the beginning of it. From the very fucking beginning when they were out searching.
Yeah.
Clue has
Yeah.
been involved, and that's a problem for me.
Mhm. That is a
AMAC
red
asked a
flag.
good question, but do any of us know their baseline character even
Nope.
is? No, we don't. We only know what they put out on these YouTube channels. I like to think that y'all know who I am because I am completely myself. I mean, there's just no hiding it. But a lot of these characters, a lot of these creators are different on here than they are in real life.
Or even just behind the scenes. Like, you can ask Jonesy. This is me
That's why I
behind the
got out of
scenes.
what I was in.
Like, it is what it is. It's 24/7. This is how I am. But there are a lot that are completely different. We don't know their baseline. We only know a small portion of them. And especially with these parents, we're meeting them at the worst time of their life. We didn't meet them the
Bro.
day before their world imploded. We're meeting them after that. So no, we don't know their baseline
We
at
don't.
all.
Not at all. Like I say, Seth is a man child. I feel like he's a man child through and through. I feel like whether it's about Sebastian missing or any other thing, I feel like he's gonna react like the way he does the perverted shit. It drives me insane.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like he's like that with everything else in life as well. You are
Who are you talking about, Leon? Clue? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. I remember when she came into the chat because
Oh, yeah.
I wrote Deets in the background. I ain't even gonna front. I was like, this bitch. Because she come in trying to act like she just knows everything.
She
and
did.
it's
Oh,
like,
no, she came in and she told me what I should and shouldn't be talking about. And I did tell her, I'm like, yeah, but over here on my channel, I'm going to decide what I speak on. Thanks. Like,
yeah.
because we were talking about Trevor and she was pissed. I don't know anybody's giving this motherfucker any time because I want to because it's my channel and I can. Okay.
But
Thanks.
they're
Bye.
saying,
Who are you?
they're saying the silence was deafening because it was. And that silent moment is when I was messaging Deeds.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, we've done got off on a tangent.
I
See, look at
know.
us. Okay, let's keep going.
Wonder if that's that Michaela.
Who cares if this?
Don't act like she knows whatever.
Who cares if it's Michaela? Nobody. You.
I don't.
Nobody.
You. Why do you care? Because you're too fucking involved. I'm sorry.
Think so.
So what can you do to help us?
It's honestly funny that all this right here just happened.
You're telling me this is the lady?
What can you do to help us from that part of it? What part? Betty taught me I'm free to film
Look,
anywhere
that eyes still.
I want to.
Yes, this is her fans. I guarantee.
Look at.
Give me a second.
I'm so-
What is happening
I'm
here?
sorry. I keep focusing on that eyeball, man. Look at
where I want to.
Yes, this is her fans.
Ooh.
I guarantee.
What?
Girl, I don't have any cousins, so nice try with that.
Give me a second.
Can you call this
You got
in?
cousins out here ready to spill some
I got
truth.
cousins. Tell me about myself. I mean, I have cousins, but I don't know them.
Yeah, I would bet everything that's her because she is the biggest hater of the
Do
father.
you guys know her real name? Is that like her YouTube? I'll ask her.
What is her real name?
Her name's Ricky Dawn, RKKI, I think, or RCKI, Dawn Smith.
Okay.
And she goes by.
It's actually RIKKI. We'll fast forward through that.
Oh.
Here we go. I want everybody to put down, if you're chewing, stop chewing. You need to hear this shit
I
loud
agree.
and clear.
I agree because she was being accused of calling, so I agree with this part.
Just listen.
That's not the. Well, it wasn't
What's
the
your
caller.
first name then?
Fuck you, Betty.
Fuck you, Betty.
Fuck you, Betty. If you're my cousin, what's your first name? Give me an initial. Give me a
Drop the
letter.
initial, bitch.
Fuck you, Betty. What did that motherfucker say? That ain't the caller. I didn't fucking call on your lame.
Okay, you didn't call, but you know who did.
White breaded ass, bitch.
Now, I ain't gonna come
Jeez,
at her about her calling her a white breaded ass because that's what Betty said about herself. She said she was going, I can't remember, take her white breaded ass and do something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
See how fair I am? I even stand up for her when she's right. Like, I gotta stop. No,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
gotta stop. I gotta be fair.
The caller is not the lady they're saying is Illuminati's.
And I got something
See?
to say to you, you bald headed fuck. Wait.
Now look at that eyeball. While you're talking mad shit to Tony. You're talking mad shit to Tony right now, and that eyeball's going sideways, bitch. you should stop.
Wait till I'm done searching in these woods. You and me are gonna have a fucking conversation.
See, oh, she's not talking about Tony. She's talking about this cop. This is the first thing where she said, "Ain't time done fucking around in these woods. We gonna have a conversation." That cop ain't fucking stressing your cunt ass. He ain't even worried about you. Who are you?
Hey, good witch. Good witch.
Oh, hold on. Let me pause it. Good witch.
Good witch. I don't have a Papa Joe, so try again. None of my
Papa
grandpas.
Joe's daughter.
I don't call any of my grandpas Papa, first of all, and none of them are named Joe. Keep trying.
Say the word, Deets.
Keep trying. No, I want to know who she thinks how she thinks she's related to me.
Okay.
There's
well,
not
if you
even a
decide-
Joe in our family.
If you decide, just say word. Okay.
Word. Okay. That wasn't me saying it.
No, I know.
Could have given a fake name.
I mean, you could have.
You could have.
So she's making fun of the cop for saying she could have gave a fake name, but as for the Illuminati, no, that's not who called.
Right. Well, when you call in, they just ask for your name. Anybody, you could say anything. You could say Papa Joe. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. So I mean, he's not wrong, but she makes it seem like he's being an asshole by saying she could have used a different name.
What did I adapt from?
Adapt.
Looks like she does have a warrant.
Okay.
So they're confirming it. So it seems like these people have set it up for her to have a warrant, and then they're here to film.
Okay.
Her getting.
So you hear him saying that it seems that they are setting it up for her to have a warrant, and they're here to film her getting arrested.
Oh.
Now, to this cop that doesn't know all
He's
the
just going off
shenanigans,
of
he's going off
he's
what y'all are showing him right now.
And what he's being told by the people standing in front of him.
But she takes it as a personal dig, like,
Of
how
course.
dare you? Of course. What did I mean? Want to talk about me?
Arrested. Just go officer to officer.
You wait. Y'all think I'm playing. You wait.
See? She's talking about contacting that dude's police chief.
I'm going to fuck them up at that station.
No, Aries, she's not legit.
Avery.
Oh, wait. It gets better. I've never seen such preferential treatment to.
Fuck you and your preferential treatment.
Wait, who's
Listen,
getting preferential treatment here?
she says that Betty gets preferential treatment because the cop pulled over and let Betty have some water and take a hit of her vape.
No.
I mean, my daddy would do the same thing. And I think
Are
that's why I come off biased, because I
Are
get
you true?
angry about this.
I thought she was true crime. Has she not reviewed police cam footage and stuff? Like, sometimes you have hard ass cops, depending on the situation. Sometimes you don't.
My daddy has pulled people over with meth pipes and told them if they crushed the meth pipes that they, he'd make them stomp it out right in front of them, and then he'd let them go on that. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are cops that, like, they're not going to constantly be assholes. The dude pulled over, let her hit her vape, and have some water before she went to the jail. And Clue pitched a fucking fit about it. And my biased ass, with a daddy as a retired law enforcement, I feel like, how fucking dare you? How dare you? It gets worse.
A fucking person who's been arrested. You'll see. It'll piss you off a little bit.
Will it?
Yeah, if you're a hateful ass bitch, it would piss you off.
5 seconds ago, Jonathan's like, I think there's some good in her.
Yeah, I was pissed. You can go back in the Discord. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I even admitted in the Discord, like, I am biased. Like, I grew up in a cop lifestyle. But it's like, how fucking dare you make this? And it was mainly the comment she makes about him not knowing how to spell, and that is why he's a cop. To me, you're calling cops stupid, and that creates a problem. I have a huge fucking problem with that. How dare you, while you sit your fat ass behind your camera in this ugly ass room, talking about people that put their lives on the line daily. How fucking dare you?
I have a question. Why do people who have like less than 100,000 subscribers have like neons with their channel name on
it? Did that make you think of it when I said her ugly ass room?
Yeah, like
I
don't know why. I'm not saying like they do it for whatever reasons.
You
I
ain't
just
no
don't
icky. You are not icky. You are not Melanie. You are not Grizzly. You are not none of them, bitch.
Right. I'm wondering, like, what? Okay, all right. I don't know.
Cletus is a co-host on Sergeant Friday's show. Clue joins in the racism is unreal. I've seen Leon, but most people want to ignore that because she gives out the drama that they're willing to watch, so they'll ignore all the red flags.
No,
Sean believing he's important. Betty nervous, rambling. They're pathetic.
Listen, I'm gonna cut this down. I'm gonna just let it play.
Okay.
We can continue to talk. If she says anything important, I'll stop it.
All right. Even 100K is a small channel.
Oh,
on
yeah.
YouTube.
I didn't call on that bitch. On my daughter didn't call on that bitch. How do you set up a warrant? It's a good question.
Don't swear on your kids, people.
Yes, she said, how do you set up a warrant? Did you hear?
I did.
Kill shot, listen.
Didn't call on that bitch. How do you set up a warrant? It's a good question.
So she's acknowledging that that's weird.
Yeah. I mean,
so
maybe they...
That portion of it makes me feel like, okay, if you're acknowledging that's weird, then maybe, you didn't have
Maybe
anything.
the person who had intimate knowledge is the one that contacted them 20 minutes prior.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't know. It's not confirmed yet. I don't even know if there is something to this. These officers were here to go down here.
Yeah.
Is this them here?
We'll go down and take care of
Is
it.
this them here?
They're on her thing. They're on Dunbar Cave right now. But come here, okay. Show Tony where they're. Show him where they're at. They're on. That's Dunbar Cave.
Okay, so that is not them.
No, that is not them. That's somebody else. That's a different one. That's with all. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
This commenter I think is referring to Betty. She's pissed that she didn't get preferential treatment because she's been arrested for hitting police officers. Oh, you mean Clue? Yeah. Oh, she's proud of that. She's proud of how she acts with police officers.
Who's at Dunbar Cave? Who are they talking about?
What?
They're talking about some creators at Dunbar Cave. So the
probably a TikToker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by like allowing the space for the TikTokers is just creating to, it's adding to the mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
But they're saying that they're going to be coming back around the end, so they're probably going to.
Well,
so they're watching somebody else's live right there.
Well, how the fuck I get the blame then?
What do you mean? How the fuck do you get the blame? Because your toes are in every fucking puddle in this case.
Mm-hmm.
She loves to ask that question as if it's a shock. Well, how did I get the blame? She said it the other day when momming it up, said something about, she was suspicious of them. Well, why would you be suspicious of me? Well, it's not fair for you to really ask that question because you have had your toes in every little fucking puddle. Of course, a conspiracy theorist is going to see you as a problem.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's some bullshit, Betty. You got a hard on for me. You and Sean both. I'm over.
No, see, that shit pisses me off. Ain't nobody got a hard on for you, bitch. Take yourself out of the case and see if they have a hard on anymore. You are part of the problem. You are causing chaos in this case. Nobody else wants to fucking tell you, but I'll fucking tell you. Fuck you, Clue. You're causing chaos, but I know you got a little piece of your heart that's good.
You're not going to get it. Stop trying. So they got a somebody else live other than us.
That's what she said.
So why am I the fucking problem? How come I'm the onlyest one y'all went to talk to? You see what I'm saying?
Pause. Because they went and talked to you because you were there. They mentioned
you were there, stupid.
Right. They mentioned like 4 people they thought it could have been.
Yeah,
but
the first car that pulled out of there.
Yeah.
That white car, right?
That white car, these other people, Katie and Clue. So they brought up like 4 different people they thought it could be, but you're there, so they're gonna come talk to you. This is not rocket science.
It's not rocket science, and that's what I mean. Like, she asked these questions as if she's innocent. No, bitch, you were there. Why was Barbecue Lady so invested in seeing BHB in court that she flew in just for that? Landry, I don't know, but I can tell you the fact that she flew in just for Betty's court is weird as fuck, and she needs to take a step back and have several seats.
Wait,
like you were too fucking involved.
She flew in for
Betty's court. Yeah, a few of them did. A few of the TikTok 3 a.m. sluts did. Yep, they sure did.
So weird. Grandma, wait. Canadian Nana? Then go away. Go away.
What? Did I miss something?
Don't worry about it.
I don't mind being 10 levels lower than Clue, baby. That means I ain't fake as fuck. Period. Snake bitch. I am that snake bitch, and I'll do it again. Remember that.
Oh my god. You're gonna be clipped.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna let it play.
That's an ugly ass girl right there. Just in case y'all didn't know, that bitch is ugly as hell.
Stop it,
Skeletor looking ass.
Stop.
It's one thing to be super skinny, but be pretty. My God, bitch, you is ugly.
Tell me you're insecure without telling me you're insecure.
I know. Who drives an hour and a half away to come do this? I told him, I was like,
me, bitch.
But y'all just wait. Y'all remember.
You wonder why they come talk to you.
Said, just keep on watching, and y'all remember that.
That's
in a
right.
little while.
You are the one, ain't you? You ugly looking heifer. Just wait.
Is she a heifer or a skinny ass bitch? I'm confused.
Like my family, Appletons, we do rides all the time, and we've never had nothing.
It's probably social media driven now.
It is. It's because she's a big YouTuber, so that's why.
Well, that's for me too. Like I was telling my brother, like there's like that Karen Reed case up in Boston.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Ooh, he's back to Karen Reed.
People who weren't even involved in it.
What?
Chasing crime right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody asked, was that Cajun? I don't know who them people is. She does look like a crackhead.
Man.
In my opinion, allegedly.
Yes. Oh, it's stupid. It's stupid. It's so dumb. And that's what I posted today. I was like,
Yeah, she said who drives an hour and a half to do that. It wasn't an hour and a half, but it was
Then
an hour.
maybe she's not talking about you.
Bitch, it's the fucking weekend.
Oh shit.
do you want to come to the ride? Then come.
What?
No dramatic bullshit. Just come to the ride.
I'm so fucking wasted. Spivey said Jones in 100. Thank you so much, Spivey, for that $19.99. I appreciate you. Listen, it is what it is. If you want to think I'm a snake bitch, think it. Deets can say otherwise, and I have private conversations with her daily.
They're talking about text
families.
Yeah.
So you're going to be asked to leave.
Huh?
Blue Bonnet says
happened?
they're talking about Texana. They're not talking about Clue, the two women in the video.
Oh.
That's it.
Yep.
Like, how hard is it just to come support a cause? I don't get it.
100%.
I agree.
Yeah, they're talking about the person that they asked to leave. They're not even talking about her.
Yeah, they're
They
not
think-
talking about Clue in this point, in this
Uh-uh.
moment. They're talking about
No.
that white car that left early
Yep.
in the video.
Yep.
But I also agree with what they're saying is like it's not that hard to support an event. Either you support it or you don't. If you don't, stay your ass away from it.
Exactly.
But that wouldn't bring the views, would it, Deets?
Nope. It sure wouldn't.
Well, that's what it landed until I walked in. I have social media and I don't post anything to do with this case because of all the damage. It's too much.
Oh, I love you, Yep.
Yep.
Yep knows. Like, I have so many private conversations with Yep. Like, everybody thinks because I release messages about Grandma Sherry that I'm just like this total piece of shit. I'm not. I'm really not. It does, Leon. I agree. Kill shot. You wrong.
That's bad.
Look,
Yeah,
he
too
said
far.
it though. He said sorry. That
Too
was too
far.
far.
That was too far. Too far. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh my God.
She's dying over there. Y'all killed her.
Oh, I'm grateful for you too, Yep. I really am. I love you and your babies. What?
Right, Linda? Oh, just wait. It gets better.
Does it? Because this is kind of boring.
What's your comment? What was your comment?
Which comment?
They said wait till maybe Mystic's talking to Killshot.
Right, Lori?
I thought she was saying you had a comment on this thing.
Oh no.
Then I'm here to talk to Harrison. Officer. I'm an officer.
Okay, so he mutes his mic.
I wasn't sure how this was going to go, right? I wasn't, but after we got it and we heard them talking shit, blaming all this on her and me, I was like, yeah, this is absolutely.
Oh, we know, Cletus. This was y'all's time to shine, baby. We know.
Worth every fucking penny. Just to watch y'all.
They
be
paid.
wrong. And I ain't even honestly, I'm not even.
They paid $250 for it.
Okay.
Like I'm not, they're hearing one side of it. They come down here, they talk to us, they hear our side of it, and they document what they need to document, and it is what it is.
So at least somebody in the partnership between Clue and Cletus can understand that the officers don't know shit about shit going on. They only know what's being told to them in this moment. Like, he says he can't fault the officers. And I appreciate that, because you can't. Like, they have no idea what's going on.
I bet you that nosy fucking cop watches my shit.
No,
That nosy fucking cop, this cop right here on the screen does not watch your bum ass.
He doesn't. He was today years old when he heard the name Cluminati.
Oh, Paco Sue, I'm glad to have you. He was today years old.
He was today years old when he learned of Cluminati. Why do people think that law enforcement, like, this is the go-to and true, like, law enforcement's watching our streams? No one's taking the damn time to sit through these streams, y'all. It's not happening. It is not. People might, a law enforcement officer might watch a clip. They might watch a video sent to them. They are not sitting through these streams, especially not these dumbass streams. I can't.
He heard Cluminati and was like, Clue a what?
Clue a what? Yeah. Is that like Illuminati?
Or he asked me to see if I was lying. I'm not a goddamn liar or a criminal, Betty. How come they didn't arrest me? Bitch, since I'm such a criminal ass felon. Or him.
And I don't understand why they were so upset. We were fucking 100 yards from this place.
Oh, yeah, wait, you see him walk to us. You'll see how far away we were.
I don't even think we filmed the video.
They
We were just filming
weren't
the cops, if I'm not
talking
mistaken.
about you.
No.
They weren't even talking about them in that last instance. They were talking about the other lady.
But again, it's all about wanting it to be about me. It's all.
I think You're So Vain would be better, because they are so vain.
Oh, you're so vain.
Yeah, but I'm talking about during this whole
Don't
shit
play
show here.
What vigil was over for a moment? You know what I mean? They have confirmed BHB as a warrant in the story. They are dragging. Oh, I agree with that, honey. Oh, just wait. Just wait. When I tell you I'm taking this video to the supervisor, I mean what I say. Because y'all need to learn to do some shit better up there in Clarksville.
Oh, okay.
You sound like Bullhorn Betty, Clue.
Yeah, go waste that sergeant's time. Go right ahead.
Like, I don't like the way they're doing their job. I'm a law enforcement officer. I know better. Let me go complain to the chief. That's what it sounds like.
This is like idiots who throw food at, food service workers. Like, this is just so ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
Fairness, I think they're checking with Sumner County to see if they want to extradite her.
What are you laughing
If that makes any sense.
Well, I think.
What are you? What am I missing?
Nothing. Go.
What are you laughing at? Kill shot.
No.
Hold up.
Yep, said it. Not that.
Don't throw. No. Yeah.
You're gonna make her do
They're still trying to verify if you have a warrant. Or did
No,
say-
they said she
okay,
did.
okay.
What they're doing is waiting to see if Sumner County is willing to come and get her if they arrest her. BHB or I don't know what that other. Oh, Butterhead. Oh, I'm sure. I'm going to the chief. You'll see why in a minute.
Go to the.
You going to the chief?
Because they need to know.
You
Go
going
to the chief, boo.
The chief, the sergeant, or the sheriff?
Okay, so we're gonna switch over now.
Okay.
Oh.
Where's he going?
Let's
to?
switch over to the Clipper clip. Yeah. Will you share Clippers? Y'all, why'd y'all let me drink?
Because it's hilarious.
I'm seeing like triple right now. Okay, let's start this over. Here we go. Okay.
What is this?
Clipper, shout out 0 Joules.
Now y'all see why the last view is the best.
Why?
But see, the problem is that I'm out of county, so.
I got 2 cigarettes lit.
The last view is the best because the camera's positioned like Clue's camera's always positioned.
Yeah, she likes it. She likes it a lot. She likes it a lot. Oh, here we go. Here we go, D. Surprise, it is about you, bitch. Let's keep it rolling.
Paris Hilton. I know, right? Yeah.
Videoing. Now they shut it. But you
It
could
is
tell by the
aggressive.
number of feet. Remember, I kept telling y'all it was some feet that disappeared. You could tell they put her in the car.
It totally is aggressive.
It's so aggressive.
Oh.
A couple would have been fine, girl.
Should have moved my fat ass around to the other side.
You know she spent 10 hours working on that in Canva.
Oh, for sure.
Well, no, the lawyer said that until that his filing makes that move, but that it's not going to be moved until he goes into court. He can't go to court next week. He's got to wait for a week after.
It's something real important coming too. Scandalous bitches are everywhere. I keep telling you, motherfuckers, you trust.
They sure are. I'm looking at one right now.
These women, you're ignorant.
I'm
as
looking
fuck.
at two.
Just pay attention.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Cut from the
We
same
see two on the
cloth.
screen.
They are cut from the same cloth.
Oh, shit.
And listen.
But see, the problem is that I'm out of county, so they're going to extradite, which means I could sit here all weekend.
I was going to say, it's a weekend.
Yeah. So I don't know what's.
Well, I want to stay in town until you're out of there.
I don't know who this is talking to her. I'm not sure.
don't
Some
know.
people say Sonia. Some people say someone else.
Yeah.
Where's that girl go?
Huh?
Oh,
Okay.
I'll give Tony my.
That's okay. Don't cry.
You came with the father of his feature vigil to his son.
Well, I'm sure Seth will be in court. Nina's writing a letter as well.
Ugh.
Oh
Nina's
my
writing a
goodness.
letter. It's just so messy. You see what I'm saying?
Why y'all dragging all? Why are they dragging everybody
Well,
into this?
Seth immediately got in touch with Nina.
About
From the beginning. You remember?
Yeah, but did he get in touch with her about the restraining orders?
I doubt it.
How
I
did
don't
then?
know. I guess
So
he
then
did.
that means or Betty's in contact with Nina.
Mm-hmm. And Nina's writing a letter.
That's
So weird.
Yeah, I'm sure that the judge is really going to appreciate a letter from one of their exes. Come on. Jeez Louise. Dude, is anybody working on all cylinders here?
Do they?
Anyone?
No, they're working on 3. Do they not think that these judges take exes into consideration?
They sure do.
They absolutely do.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all hear that? I'm sure Seth will be in court, and Nina, Chris's ex, is writing a letter as well. I assume it's his ex.
So we have seen the majority of this one. Somebody just said we hadn't seen this, but we have seen this.
Okay.
Seen some.
Seth be over there playing games.
Yeah,
So do you, baby.
And you're playing games.
So
with
do you,
Proudfoot
baby.
And with Seth. Like, so,
Yep.
You're all in it. You're all up in it.
You're all fucked up.
And she's still here. I know. Where is she on the street? Or she in a business?
I idea she was parked over there. They're gonna.
Can't they make her leave that car to coffee shop?
Yeah, he's gonna have to help me.
Where's the? I'm not watching that.
Me too, Mystic. Like, I literally catch myself constantly thinking, like, come on, Sebastian, make yourself known.
It won't be over though. It'll just be another case and more victims, more people to exploit, more money to make. It just continues.
I guess you're right. That sucks.
It does.
Yeah.
No, Leon, I would say you're probably right because Seth has shown a history of trusting shady characters, so I could see that.
Give my purse. Give my hey, Tony. Give my purse to Karen. Give my purse to Karen. Give my purse to Karen.
Tony, take your ass home.
Tony, take your balls out of my purse before you give it to Karen.
Take your ass home. Be with your wife.
Yeah.
Bro, do something.
Yeah, my other stuff's in your truck though.
No, ma'am.
Yes.
You leave this rack, so if you need to holler, you can holler.
Okay.
Nobody can see you.
Okay.
I'm waiting for that shit. She sighed so hard.
Yep.
Y'all, Seth is not in this live. What the hell are y'all talking about? Let him play it. That's your girl. Boo boo.
I'll give her credit for that. She was saying if Seth was restreaming it and stream sniping her, fuck it, let him do it. Because she struck Molly for it. And just FYI clue.
Did she?
Yeah. Which gave Molly the warning, right? If she didn't have anything on her, that strike gave her a warning. If Clue would have struck her again, she could have absolutely fought it because stream sniping, baby, let me let you know. Queen taught me this. I don't know why she's not teaching you, but it's not against TOS.
No. And they all do it. Every last one of them stream snipe. And then they bitch like, oh my God, stream sniping so bad. And they've done it like the day before. They'll do it the next day because it's not against terms of service.
No, it's not against terms of service. I could stream snipe Deets 5 minutes after she starts her live. She can strike me, but I'll win it if I go against it.
If you're changing the content, absolutely you'll win it.
If I'm pausing and talking and doing all the fair use shit, and that's what I'm saying. But Clue seems to think that it's not allowed or it's against TOS, and I'm here to tell you that's not the case.
You don't have to put it on members only just to get a shit ton more members that you don't need to then delete it afterwards like you've done something wrong. No, it's if you are transforming it, it's completely fair. However, it does make you look like a hypocritical piece
An
of
asshole.
shit because you're always calling out people that do it to you and then you turn around and do it to others. That's where it's shady.
Yeah, and I agree with that because I don't care if people stream snipe me. I don't give a fuck. Like it's not a big deal. It's whatever. But I mean, it is what it's more of a respect thing.
It is a respect thing.
Just to let you know.
And I've heard this like you gotta wait 24 hours. There's no 24-hour rule on waiting. I don't know where that comes from either.
I think that comes from Deets. I think that's where people are saying like let them get their views.
And that's a respect thing, sure, but it is not against terms of
service.
service.
No, it's not against terms of service at all.
Boo-boo in the back.
You're welcome for this little bit of education because Queen taught me that. I don't know why she's not teaching you that since you're under her.
Well, because there's so many false strikes. Guess who gets shut down?
Well, so you think maybe she's avoiding telling her?
I really have no clue. I don't know. I don't care what their relationship is. But I'm just saying, yeah, it's not against terms of service to stream snipe.
Yeah, and don't keep doing it, Clue, because they'll take your channel before they take the other channels.
Backseat.
I agree, kill shot.
Yeah.
Okay, Danielle. Thank you.
It was Landry.
What'd she do?
when
She
Molly,
lose her shit.
because she was 25 minutes back. So Clue at some point in the stream was like, keep fucking stream sniping me. I dare you. You know who you are, right? But Molly was like 25 minutes behind. So she had no idea Clue said that. So Clue struck her and she went down and she came back up and was like, fuck you, strike me again. I'll fight it.
Molly's an unmonetized channel and she's circumventing. She'll just create a new one.
Well, she said that. She said I can just make a new one.
Like, she don't. Oh my god.
Strike me, bitch. Maybe so, Texas. Maybe so. And that's me being kind. Maybe so. You think so, Spivey?
Right, Granny? Yeah, she acted like they just whooped her ass. Is what she acted like, bruised and all this shit. And she's sitting there just all chill.
Lying
And they
ass
took.
She did. She acted like they treated her so badly during this arrest.
Wow.
They took extra care of her. I'm just saying, like they were nice as a motherfucker
They
to
were.
her. We don't see what happens when she gets out the car, but in that car, at the vigil, everything, they were just as nice as they could be.
Yeah. Cuffs in the front, they ain't even fucking hardly tight. Yeah, fuck that bitch, lying asshole. I wasn't served. Clementine did it.
But to be real, you love that she blames you.
She does.
She loves it. She thrives off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I like her bracelets. Keisha, shut up.
You're absolutely right, Killshot.
If she's even there.
Daisy.
Oh no, we're laughing at Trevor now.
The shade of it all. She said if she's even there. Oh.
She's so funny when she starts talking. And she says some shit too, boy. Them cops make her comfortable as hell. She starts spouting off of that ugly ass mouth.
Does she?
I've heard a lot of spouting off of the ugly mouth tonight.
Yeah, and it ain't from Betty.
Oh my
That's
god.
so funny.
She looks comfortable back there. Almost like it's familiar.
She's very poised.
What'd you say?
She is. And you know what? I'll give credit where it's due. Even though she came out and said that they treated her like shit, the fact of how she acted and cooperated with these officers, I give that credit. Like, she didn't show her ass. She wasn't acting a fool. I can appreciate that.
Well, she knows she's on camera. She knows somebody's gonna FOIA that.
Oh my God. You can tell when she realizes too. Just watch.
She's very poised.
Oh, maybe she was crying.
Oh, Betty.
We
That's another thing. They find joy in her crying.
That's right. Like,
I feel sad for that because I think she's a piece of shit just as much as anyone else, but I don't want anyone crying.
That's weird.
Am I out of drinky drink?
Hey, Burden.
Do I got what?
You got some Sierra Mints.
I ain't got no more. At Angry Orchard.
Drink the last
Oh shit.
one. Yeah. Schwasted.
I am wasted. I'm sitting double right now. Hey, Burden.
Get that
Do you
girl.
want another drink?
We all have bad days, girl.
I
He's
got
trying
water.
to get you. You trying to get her liquored up, Tony?
He said I ain't got no more. She said you trying to get me liquored up.
You already done. You
I'm
drink it all.
totally wasted reviewing this. Probably a bad idea. I'm gonna catch hell tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. Y'all ain't my life.
You'd have to watch them to know what they say.
Damn,
That
she's so
thing
quiet.
to
It's
me is
unnerving.
fun.
Like, what the fuck?
It's called brewing.
Y'all sure you got the right person back there?
Brewing.
She's wiping sweat off her
This bitch
face.
is really prepping for a mugshot.
I think she's wiping sweat off her
Damn it, sweat
face.
gently.
What? Yeah, sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but her eyes do look like she's been crying.
Who knows?
May not smear that fucking shitty ass makeup job I did.
Listen, bitch.
Ma'am. Seriously. Who are you? What Yep said though is what really ticks me off. Like relishing in Betty getting arrested while Chris and Katie have to
It's
deal with this at
sad.
the worst time of their lives. That's the thing. Like, if you stop and think about it for a minute, like y'all are taking joy in the fact that she's getting arrested. Whatever, I get it. Y'all hate her. I'm not fond of her either. But the reason she's getting arrested is because she is harassing the mother of a missing child. Like, think about that for a second. Think about the hell that they're going through, that they've had to deal with.
Yeah.
Just for 5 seconds. I just wonder, do any of these people think about that at all?
No, that's the problem. They don't think of that at
Mm-mm.
all. They're too selfish to allow themselves into that position, that
Yep.
mindset.
Yep. To them, it's just about the game. It is about the team and the game and the sides, and like, it's about them versus Betty, Seth versus Chris. It's just messed up. Messed up.
No, I was okay with seeing her get arrested, kill shot. I don't think
Well, she deserved it
she
because of what
deserves it.
she's putting
Absolutely.
yeah, because of what she's putting that family through.
Yeah, it's like you reap what you sow, right? Like that's not my problem in this at all. My problem is
No.
like the way Cluminati has made Betty getting arrested about her.
Mm-hmm. Which it kind of reminds me of like when Snakes thinks about him, like, and it's all surrounding a missing child. But yeah, Betty played stupid games and she's getting stupid prizes. That's on her.
Absolutely.
It's
I agree with
1,000%.
that.
It's
She deserves
1,000%
what
on
she's
her.
getting.
Mm-hmm.
Me too, girl.
But I'm that type of bitch that even though I see and I know that you're getting what you deserve, I still kind of feel sad that you're crying about it.
We don't have to take joy in it. We don't have to, I don't know, cheer it on, amp it up. We don't have to take the fucking day off for it. So many weird things are happening surrounding that. Yeah, she got arrested. She got what she deserved. Absolutely.
I agree. And
Absolutely.
Kim Holmes says, I think that's why so many people on the attack, people are frustrated with the way this woman is behaving. I
Which
absolutely am
one?
one of those people, but I'm frustrated with all of them, not just Betty. Because, in my opinion, Clue and others have had a lot to do with this case and the shenanigans in this case, just as much as Betty.
Yeah.
But I do think Betty deserves what she's getting. I do think that she is doing too much in this case. And go ahead.
I think a lot of people are doing too much in this case. And
Yeah,
they're trying
I think that's
to
where I
cover
struggle.
it by saying they're covering Betty, but you're still covering Sebastian.
Absolutely.
Because that's what she's covering. Like, make no bones about it. That's what you're covering.
Yeah.
You can try to pretty it up, but it is what it is.
But covering her is covering him because that's what she's covering right now.
Yep.
And I'm annoyed as fuck with Bullhorn Betty and the shit she says and the shit she does. But when we give it attention, she thrives off of it. And at some point, this community needs to realize that giving her attention is only amplifying
it just
what she
fuels
does.
it.
Yeah.
I always wonder, like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Would she amp up as bad if people weren't amping her up?
I don't think so.
You
I
know?
really don't. I think she would continue doing the same live streams, saying the same shit. I think her channel would eventually start to die off again.
Fizzle out, yeah.
But people are continuously rebuttaling her, arguing with her, and it's like it's just not. I don't know. It's sad.
Girl, shit, I'd watch all your videos if he was like this. Just quiet.
No, they're
watch
not
them
worth
live.
this. No. Mystic, in my opinion, they're not worth it.
Mm-mm.
And that's not saying Sebastian isn't worth it, because this has nothing to do with Sebastian. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's all surrounding him.
LB 1015, one adult female, around the booking. Beginning mileage is 20338. 20338.
Mm-hmm.
Here she goes. Dun, 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 dun.
And you would be exactly right, Killshot. Killshot said, as I said a while ago, even if Betty goes to jail when she gets out, she will be right back at it, but bigger because people love a good dumpster fire. Absolutely.
Yeah, nobody. That's the thing. There's like nobody's on some noble crusade to stop Betty. No one's going to stop Betty. Like it's been what
She's going
3
to do what
years?
she does.
3 years of this. There's nothing that's going to derail her from her mission of being a shitty tragedy.
I agree. She's going to keep doing what she does, and if we continue to give attention to it, that fuels it.
And you're just gonna turn her like she'll just play that victim card even more. Like if you
She
if
does
you
every
do,
time.
yeah, if you win a battle, then she'll somehow flip it and become an even bigger victim.
Yep, every single time.
That's okay.
Wow, she's so polite. Who the fuck knew she had a dinner?
I think
if she gets arrested and locked up, she might tone herself down a little bit, but I don't see it either. I think she'll come back. She really thinks that she is
doing something good.
Yeah, I think Betty sees herself as like a political martyr. Like
Yeah.
her getting arrested here was probably the best thing for her. She probably wanted
Oh,
it. Not
she
like
loved
the best,
it.
not best for her, but like she wanted that because she could twist that into her narrative of I got arrested protecting the father of a missing. Like
She already
can
has.
flip it. I'm not
Mhm.
surprised. Not surprised at all.
No, she loves this. No, I mean, take away the crying and everything. That's just her emotions in the moment of, oh my God, this is really happening. But for the most part, I think she wanted it. She welcomed it.
Yep. She'll utilize it. She'll
She'll
capitalize
utilize
off
it.
of
Yeah,
it.
she'll use it. Betty is the new truth and transparency. Absolutely.
Oh, that woman. Don't even get me started.
I think I don't think anything will stop Betty. Like that's part of
No.
the lawsuit that infuriates me is like none
That's
of
the big
this
lie they're
is gonna
telling you.
stop her.
Yeah.
I think like Deet said, if she was, arrested and held to the fire, her feet held to the fire, I think her next court date about the protective orders is October 10th. If she is held to the fire the way she should be, maybe that will tone her down a little, but it won't stop her completely because this is what she loves and this is what she loves to do. And no matter how much she says she can't stand the haters, the haters make her famous.
They feed her. They
Yeah.
feed her.
Absolutely. We make her more famous the more we review her.
Mm-hmm. Infamous.
She looks like a meerkat.
Huh?
Infamous.
Infamous. Yeah, infamous.
Mm-hmm.
It's the makeup. Like, I don't know who did that shit for her, but damn.
That's what you should have titled this.
Fire that
Your
bitch.
incident has been updated. that would have been the fucking
Girl.
title right there. Your incident has been updated.
They don't cuff everyone like that in Tennessee. But to be fair, she was, you know what I mean? She didn't.
No, I mean, she didn't act a fool.
Act
She wasn't
crazy.
acting crazy and all that shit. I mean, she
I
cooperated.
agree.
Everybody seemed to cooperate with them. So, you know, I ain't mad at them. I mean, there ain't no need to be rough.
Shit, y'all motherfuckers, y'all just don't know. Y'all ain't smart as me. I know why they put them fucking cuffs in the front like that.
What?
You kidding me? Them flat ass pancake titties, them bitches would have been pulled just like this right here. They'd have been
Bro.
right up
Girl,
underneath her fucking
she's
armpits.
so
Saggy ass
nasty.
It's a hater.
tits. That's why they did that shit. So she could look like this. At least they look normal. I'm not stupid, Clarksville. I see you.
If somebody were to
With that
drag
crooked
her,
eye.
yeah, if someone were to drag her looks for filth, like I remember the claw clip picture, ma'am. I mean, come on, but she would just be outraged. Yeah, but it's okay. It's Betty. We can do it to Betty.
It's Betty. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And also, please update my file that I do have a defense attorney. His name's Terry Frizzell. I will not be answering any questions. I have invoked my Fifth Amendment right.
They didn't ask you, Betty.
They don't care.
That you're not getting interrogated, but okay.
That was out of nowhere.
That's so funny. But you have that right, honestly.
You have that right, yeah.
That's the best thing you should, like, I always taught my kids, tell everyone, there's only one word you need to say to a cop, no matter the situation. Lawyer.
Lawyer. Yeah.
Lawyer.
I have an attorney, Terry Frizzell, and I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment right.
Yes, ma'am. No, I guess it's basically it's childhood. I have an unrelated question.
Yeah.
You don't have any children that are under your care right now, do you?
No.
So
don't y'all worry. She takes that Fifth Amendment back in a minute. All the way. I'm on the forehead thing. I have no idea.
What's the reasonableness of them having to extradite me? Do you guys know that?
Okay, let's oh, it's on 1.5. It's fine.
That I don't know. No. I don't know.
Because I just don't want them making me sit here all weekend and never coming to get me.
I don't think they will do that. Okay. I would assume they're going to come and get you.
I'm just saying it's too late to make demands like that. Just say it.
Okay.
Didn't you hear the incident was updated? They let the hostage negotiator go already.
I don't know for certain. I don't know how any of that stuff works. So I don't want to like talk out my butt.
Right. Well, I would just like a little bit of information because again.
I'll give you everything I know.
Okay.
Damn. We should have done the world a fucking service, and when that fucking bald bastard came and talked to us, we should have said, just an FYI, she may need a 5150.
They wouldn't have done anything.
I did find that part funny because the way she said it.
You still live in Florida?
I do.
I do. She's so
yeah,
fucking
he did, Genevieve.
From this boy's father. But to be honest with you, Chris and Katie are most likely guilty. They spend more time worrying about trying to shut me up than they have looking.
Oh,
girl. What is with this pause you have her on, Joseph?
She's trying to find the one eyeball with the other eyeball. Listen, she said, Chris and Katie, this cop don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
They don't know what you're speaking on. This is the problem with YouTube, with creators. Like, they're so wrapped up in their own little world. They think everybody else out there in the world is know everything they're talking about surrounding this. They don't know Chris and Katie, or they don't know none of the shit you're talking about, ma'am.
I try to remind people of that.
They don't even care.
This video itself, I wouldn't say the cops don't care, but they had no idea. They had no idea who Sebastian was.
They're just a woman that they're taking in. They got a call. They responded to the call. There's a warrant, and now they have to take her in and process her.
And they know that
Crazy.
somehow this kid Sebastian ties
Is
into it.
missing. Yeah.
But they don't. I mean, we got to remember, just because we're caught up in the YouTube world, that doesn't mean everybody on the outside is.
Right. They're not. They're not at all.
For their son. That's all I'm going to say.
You're not the only person that's taken note of that.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Did you hear that, cop? Bro.
He said, "You are not the only person that has taken note of that, I'm sure."
Okay. So she finds a huge problem with the officer saying when. Okay, let's go back.
He's making small talk.
It's small talk. That's all it
This
is.
video, Chris and Katie are most likely guilty. They spend more time worried about trying to shut me up than they have looking for their son. That's all I'm going to say.
You're not the only person that's taken note of that.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
You're not the only person that's taking note of that, I'm sure.
Do you know what law enforcement are supposed to do? Like, their number one goal is to de-escalate a situation. So they're just telling her, yeah, I'm sure others have taken note of that as well. Like,
But to Cletus and
know.
Clue, that was a huge fucking deal.
They
Like,
didn't even, when Seth introduced himself, they didn't even know who he was.
no, they didn't. See, Texas said to me, in her opinion, that was wrong of him to say. I can't agree with that. He's just talking. He's not, you know.
He's keeping her calm. You can tell she's like starting to get worked up. So he's just trying to keep her calm.
Did you hear that, cop? Bro.
He said, "You are not the only person that has taken note of that, I'm sure." Damn, dude.
And if, let's be real, if Chris and Katie haven't been searching, the cop is right that Betty wouldn't be the only one who would notice that. Law enforcement in the area would notice that. The TBI would notice that.
That's your job, bitch. I promise you that's your job. You can't do that. You can't do that as a cop.
Yes,
you
you
can't
can.
do that.
Yes, you fucking can. Let us educate you, bitch.
Get a fucking clue.
Get a clue.
Like I said, I'm going to see your chief, boss.
Go see him. You're going to look like a fucking fool.
They're going to laugh you out of the office.
Too many fucking opinions, in my opinion.
He's allowed to have an opinion.
Wait, it gets better. It gets better.
Well, yeah, he has an opinion about something he doesn't even know about. You know, he's just catering to Betty in that moment, de-escalating, keeping things calm.
Exactly.
Oh, he's gonna be reported.
Reported for what? What are you gonna put on the report? I didn't like what he said to Betty.
How dare he?
Were hurt.
It's almost over. We're almost done. Oh my God. We've been live for 5 hours.
I know. Like, I'm starting to drag butt.
Me too. I'm wasted.
Can you just stand up on a couple papers?
Any mileage is 203.
Computer is great to me. That motherfucking computer is the best. I want one.
Where Sean lives.
Hey, Miss Mo.
Hey, baby. Hi, Deets.
Hey, Miss Mo.
Hey, we've been wondering where you were.
I've been here. You should know. All you gotta do is mention my name. I'll pop up like a crackhead. I said that out loud. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
What's your thoughts on all this, Miss Mo?
I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on it. The only thing that really pisses me off and makes my hind parts itch is that I wish that so many of these creators, and trust me when I say it, I'm not trying to say I'm perfect. I'm not trying to say I have everything figured out. I'm not trying to say I don't sin. But I'm gonna need them to stop saying God bless you. God gonna deal with you. Stop doing that. Stop putting God
Yeah,
in your mess.
I
Mm-hmm.
agree.
God doesn't have anything to do with your mess.
I
Please
agree.
stop. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not perfect. It's hard enough trying to be a Christian and try to balance out everything in life. And I mess up. Y'all heard it.
We all
But
do.
I don't get it. And that's why a lot of people hate Christians or don't want to become a Christian, because you got these microwave Christians acting like they really Christians. I'm gonna need y'all to slow it down. Stop it. Get some help.
I
Don't do
agree.
that.
She went on Michael Jordan meme on us. Stop that.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it.
I'm saying, but they talk about people being judged.
It's crazy,
That's
ain't
just
it?
them judging. You are supposed to judge. And basically, let's say that I need to be careful because I offended poor Texas Blue Bonnet one time. I thought something about her, but I was talking about the ice cream I saw in my freezer. Let's say somebody named 7-Eleven is a crackhead and a bank robber.
Mm-hmm.
Judging somebody by their fruit means that you're not supposed to hang around that person because they're doing things that God doesn't approve of.
Mm-hmm.
At the same
You'll,
time, when it comes to judging, God tells you to be careful about judging because He'll judge you by the same measure that you
yes.
use to judge someone else by.
Yeah.
You know, people always saying in this, especially in this atmosphere that I'm in, I'm better than them because I didn't do this. Nobody's better than anybody. Sin is sin. Whether you eat the last piece of fried
Mm-hmm.
chicken or whether you tell a lie, sin.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the same. It all carries the same penalty.
Yep.
Stop thinking you better than somebody. Say something nice to somebody. That man came out, Chris Proudfoot, and asked everybody to stop. I did notice that a lot of people really tried to slow down, but
They
he could have
tried
done
for
a
a
lot
second,
more.
didn't they?
hmm
Yeah,
But
I agree.
at the end of the day, it's about money.
It is.
And
It.
if somebody, ain't nobody gonna
Miss
stop their gravy train.
Mo. You nailed it there. All riding the gravy train hard.
That's what it's about. They're not gonna stop. They trying to get that check or what is the 21st, 23rd? I don't know because I don't get one. But I'm
I
saying
mean,
stop. Huh?
I kind of in a way sympathize with those who make YouTube their initial income. But to me, when you've got creators like the one we're reviewing now, she
Mhm.
makes it very known that YouTube is not her income. So why are you
Huh?
doing it? Why are you perpetrating this bullshit then?
You know what? For safety reasons, I'm gonna leave that alone. But
Not for safety reasons.
yeah, because I don't believe that by any means. But you know, if you want to come to YouTube and make your money, why not? It's one of the reasons why the platform was set up the way it was. But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, when you lose who you are because your favorite creator is the only one that opinions that matter to you, when you bear false witness and you start lying on people about different things that happened that didn't really happen,
Mm-hmm.
when the only time you gossip, well, gossip isn't good, period, but you gossiping about bad things, and don't get it twisted, I've gossiped before, but I'm saying it's just not worth it in the end because your penalty is a lot higher than what you're doing. And contrary to popular belief, your money ain't no good nowhere but here. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes if you don't have enough money, it still isn't any good. Stop bearing false witness. Stop lying. Stop trying to act like you know what somebody was going through or what they did or who they were. How the hell you gonna talk about what happened in Katie's house? You don't know Katie.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. They weren't there. They don't know her prior to this. Like, that's what we were saying earlier. Like, all these people who are like, I know what Sebastian would have done. No, you don't. His
You
own
know you
parents don't
don't.
even know what he would have done. Like, he's a 15-year-old boy
Or
who
what
made
he lived through in that house. You don't know shit.
right. Like, he makes decisions for himself. We don't know.
Well, contrary to popular belief, kids like direction. They like for things to be uniform. They like for things to be routine, especially when you have a child on the spectrum, which I do. And he likes things in routine. Just like one time when he was younger, I used to always put his socks on first. Don't ask me why, but that's what I did. The very day that I tried to put on something before his socks, he lost his daggone mind because they're accustomed to things being uniform and being done in a certain order. And that's the same thing, with anybody that falls on the spectrum. Probably not all of them, but a lot of them. And children that aren't even on the spectrum like routine. Even though your kids rebel and they do all types of stuff, there's so many things that being a grown woman now, I can understand why my mom did what she did. But when I was a kid, I couldn't.
Right.
Every single one of us were kids. Some of us are mothers, some of us are fathers, some of us are not. But at the end of the day, just being a human, just having empathy is supposed to kick in. Ain't I don't have a heaven or hell to put you in, but I guarantee you, ain't no dollar bills gonna buy you in the hell or out in the heaven or out of hell. Stop it. You gotta. It makes no sense. It makes no sense, and I just, cause it make my hair hurt, man. Every time. God bless you. God is not blessing nothing you do, lady. Sorry. He's not. He has nothing to do with your mess. The difference between God and human beings is that God gives you liberty. He gives you a choice to make your own decision. But at the end of the day, you have to be willing to accept the consequence that comes behind it if you make the wrong decision. Stop bringing God into stuff. That's not fair. And not only that, for people who don't know God, because contrary to popular belief, there's some people who don't. How dare you make God think you're as shady as you are? Make people think God is as shady as you are.
Right. Don't do that to God.
No, people done caught you on 14 million lies. God bless you. God got you. Whatever you did, he gonna take care of it. What about you shut up and take care of yourself?
Preach. You don't get to put that off on everybody else. Worry about you.
No, you don't. It's sad. It's hurtful. It's like I said, it's hard enough trying to be a human, to the best of my ability. Like I said, I'm nowhere near perfect. But
None
these
of us
people
are.
who, some of the things that they do, how you gonna cuss me out 12 ways a Sunday and then say, God bless you? Who does that?
These hypocritical pieces of shit.
I mean, stop.
I agree.
I mean, it's just, it's sad. It's not okay. And people just don't get it.
It's unfortunate, ain't it?
It's very unfortunate. It makes my heart hurt. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. I've said things I felt, but maybe shouldn't have said out loud.
We all
But
have.
I don't get in a mess and then put God in my mess. Anytime you do something that's evil and hateful and deceitful, God has nothing to do with that. I'm sorry, and God, whatever's done in the dark comes to the light. When somebody reveals you, just go ahead and accept it for what it's worth.
Right.
And keep moving on. That's how you grow. But for you to continue to be in denial, I'm gonna need you to have several seats on buses, planes, baseball
Period.
fields, football fields. Do something.
Sit wherever. I agree.
But I appreciate the people who bring real information or as close as they can to it. It
Yeah,
varies. I appreciate so many creators.
me
You
too.
know, yeah, it just makes me sad. But I've been listening to you and Beast for a while. And so many things you said make mad sense, man. The fact that you know a lot of people don't get that. I consider you, Beast, and a whole lot of people real women. The people and men, well, I ain't been a man, but people that can say, hey, I've contributed to this madness. I
Yeah.
have a part in it.
Hmm.
Everybody can't do that. They just want to point the fingers at everybody else. Well, what I'm
And
gonna need you to do is realize that eventually, at some point in your life, God is gonna point a finger at you, and I'm gonna really need you to take time and make sure you're ready.
yeah.
And that includes me as well. It's nothing perfect about me. I got a long way to go.
Well, I,
But
I I think people need to take inventory. They need to take a second and reflect on themselves, have some self-reflection, realize the chaos and the nastiness that you too may be bringing to these parents, whether it's intentional or not.
they won't. Nobody will ever be able to do that until they really recognize that nobody is better than anybody. I don't
Mhm.
care whether you smoke cigarettes, whether you drink, whether you overeat. In God's eyes, it's the same thing. If you
I
don't
agree.
repent, then you deal with what you deal with at the end of the day. But I'm saying nobody is better than anybody. Everybody has their vices.
Yeah.
You might overeat, you might drink too much, you might smoke too much, you might
Yep.
talk too much, you might club too much. Everybody has their vices. Just if everybody would take a long look in the mirror and really figure it out, they would realize they aren't any better than anybody else.
No. And
Sorry, but it's not gonna happen.
no, it's not. I think we've been around long enough at this point to realize that people are so
Mm,
set in their ways that it's not going to
yes,
change
ma'am.
anything.
And I'm gonna need you to stop selling your whole check for dignity.
You need me to what? What you say, Miss Mo? She might have went out. She said something about dignity. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She gone. She gone. Well, I mean, she can come back up if she wants to, but I mean, this seems like a perfect time as any to end the show. Deetsy was dozing off, bless her heart. It's been a long night, and we've done a 5.5 hour live being judgy little bitches. So it is what it is. Oh my goodness. All right, replay gang. Let me know what you think in the comments. We're gonna end it right here. There's no point in even going any further into Clue talking about the police because it's just gonna piss me off. And I don't want to go to bed with my honey pissed off. So we'll just end it right here. But Clue, you're wrong. Basically, this is what I'm gonna say. You're wrong. The cop did nothing wrong pulling over and letting her have a hit of her vape and having some water. There's nothing wrong with that. It happens all the time. I understand from somebody that is a criminal and isn't part of the law enforcement lifestyle. Maybe you don't get that, but it absolutely happens. So the way you was talking about that officer is fucked up, and the way you said that he was a cop because he couldn't spell, that's fucked up. Because not all cops are bad cops. Some cops are good, and he's out here risking his fucking life while you sit behind a screen judging and talking shit to other people. We gonna leave it at that. Thank y'all for being here. Replay gang, let me know what you think. I will catch y'all on the flip side. Bye.
feel lost if they're caught in a bind. Just think of Jones and you'll surely find that the simple life's the one that's truly free. In a hippie hut, just like Jones and you see.